Bergman. Fortina, companion on many adventures, who needed a book with a bird in it. Chapter 1. Once upon a time, there was a boy born with frost in his eyes and frost in his heart. There are 100 stories about why this happens. Some of them are closer to true. Most of them are merely there to absolve the rest of us of blame. It happens. Sometimes it's no one's fault. This boy was named Kay. His eyes were blue when he was born, pale as a winter sky. The frost glittered in them, in little flecks of silver around the pupil. "What lovely eyes!" his grandmother said, rocking the baby on her knee. "He'll be a devil with eyes like that." "Lots of babies have blue eyes," said her best friend, who was knitting baby clothes. "They mostly grow out of it." His grandmother clucked her tongue. "You won't say that when your grandbaby's born." "I will too." "Ah, you would, wouldn't you?" Kay's grandmother laughed at that, and her friend smiled. "They'll be great friends, our grandbabies, if they don't grow out of that too." "Oh, you!" Something displeased Kay, and he screwed up his face and squalled. "There, your eyes will stay blue. Don't listen to that old sourpuss." The old sourpuss in question only laughed. The granddaughter was born a few days later, and her eyes were brown. They named her Gerda. She was chubby and good-natured and slept easily through the night. Kay grew up tall and slim, and his eyes stayed pale blue with a ring around them, like the eyes of a sled dog. His grandmother had been right about that. Whether or not she was right in her other prediction was an open question. Gerda would have said that Kay was her best and truest friend, that they could tell each other anything and they would take on the world together. Kay would have said Gerda was the neighbour girl. "She's all right, I guess." In fact, he did say this on a number of occasions. There are not many stories about this sort of thing. There ought to be more. Perhaps if there were, the Gerdas of the world would learn to recognise it. Perhaps not. It is hard to see a story when you are standing in the middle of it. But if Kay had sled dog's eyes, Gerda had a dog's loyalty. It did not matter that he ignored her sometimes, or said, "It's just the neighbour girl," to the other boys in the town. Those boys did not know what Gerda knew. When it was cold, and it was often cold, when the snow was piled 4 feet deep under the eaves, and sometimes higher, then Kay would open the window in his family's garret, and Gerda would open the window in hers. They were separated by less than 3 feet, and there was a little bit of a bridge between them where Gerda's mother had set up a window box. Then one or the other would step across the gap and into the other one's home. On cold days, the stove would be on, and there would usually be something delicious on it, lingonberry juice or mulled cider or a plate of gingerbread. The two of them would play together for hours as children. They were not much alike. Kay liked puzzles with pieces that you could fit together, and Gerda liked making up stories of heroes and gods and monsters. Gerda was only taller than Kay for 3 glorious months when she got her growth spurt and he didn't. Then Kay shot up past her and Gerda never got any taller. "That's the way it is," her grandmother said. "We're short, sturdy people. Keeps us below the level of the wind." "I'd rather be tall and beautiful," said Gerda. "If wishes were fishes, we'd have herring for dinner." "We're going to have pickled herring anyway," said Gerda. "Well then, who knows?" Her grandmother winked at her. "Perhaps there's some point to wishing after all." As they got older, the children would talk, or Gerda would talk, and Kay would comment occasionally, his slow sentences falling quiet as snowflakes. "Sometimes I think that snow could be alive," he said once, "like a hive of bees." "I always think of feathers," said Gerda. "Like, what if a snow goose flew over us and all the down shook out of its feathers?" "It would have to be a big goose." "Or a whole flock of them," Gerda agreed. "A whole flock of geese over the town, flapping their wings, and that's why it's windy too." Kay smiled faintly. Another time he said, "I like the world better when it's snowed. You can't see all the ugly bits. It's all pure white." He did not know that Gerda treasured these statements, saving them up and repeating them to herself at night. They were her great comfort. In summer, when he went around with the other boys and pretended to ignore her, she remembered his words. She thought, "I bet he doesn't say things like that to the other boys. That's the part of himself he only shows to me. That's the important bit, which only goes to show that you can be both right and completely wrong all at the same time." Chapter 2. The snow fell and melted and fell again. It fell for 2 days and then stopped. The sun came out and shone fiercely on the snow, enough to make you blind and dazzled. The townspeople shovelled the walks, and the horses were unhooked from wagons and hooked again to sleds. Gerda stood at the window and gazed out through the frost-rimmed panes. The glass squares were very small, and her breath turned them white as she stood. "He's gone out with his friends," said Gerda's grandmother. She was older now, but still knitting clothes for her granddaughter. "We spent 2 days talking," said Gerda. "Then you're probably sick of him by now." Gerda shook her head. They had worked on a puzzle for a number of hours, and when they finished it at last, they had gone to get tea, and Kay had kissed her behind the stove. It was a new experience, and it made her feel strange and squashy. She'd expected... Well, she wasn't sure what she'd expected. His lips had been cool and a bit dry. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to push back with her lips or move her head or just stand there and have it happen. She was in love with Kay, of course, always had been. So his kiss should have made her feel blissful and alive. She should have woken up from her ordinary life the way a fairy tale princess wakes from an enchanted sleep. She probably shouldn't have been wondering what she was supposed to do with her lips. I must have done it wrong. Maybe I was supposed to do something else. If he'd do it again, maybe I could figure out what I was supposed to do. In order to kiss her again, Kay would have to be somewhere nearby, not out sledding with his friends. Gerda sighed. "You should go out with other girls," said her grandmother. "I don't like the other girls," said Gerda, scowling. "Besides, I'm not like them." Kay had told her once that she wasn't much like other girls. It was one of the phrases that she held very close, tucked up in the space beneath her breastbone. "In this very town," said her grandmother, There are at least a dozen girls standing at windows right this very minute saying the exact same thing. She shook out her knitting. Gerda scowled harder. I did the same thing when I was your age, said her grandmother. I dare say I wasn't like other girls, harder than anyone else ever was. I was so unlike other girls that I wasn't even like myself, except on Sundays. Gerda felt the scowl turn up at the edges and pressed her lips resolutely down. Go out with some other boys, then, said her grandmother. At least, meet a few. Almost under her breath, she added, Make Kay sweat a little for a change. I don't like any other boys. Yes, and he knows it too. Her grandmother shook her head. Wouldn't hurt to meet them. Girls not much older than you are getting married, and I'd hate to have you settle for the boy next door. It's not settling, said Gerda, quite shocked. It's Kay. Yes. Her grandmother held up her knitting. Mother, I'm out of this colour yarn, and I did think I'd have enough to finish. You won't mind if your sock turns green at the top, will you, Gerda? 1/2 green sock? I guarantee none of the other girls will have a sock like it. That girl, they will say, that girl is not like other girls. Just look at her socks. Gerda tried to hold on to the scowl, but it melted. There's my child, said her grandmother, pleased. Do you know, I might have enough yarn to finish it up after all. That's all right, said Gerda. I think I'd like 1/2 green sock. Kay did not kiss her again. Gerda went from the extremes of joy to the depths of despair, often several times in the same day. He kissed me. That means he loves me. He hasn't kissed me again. That means I did it wrong. When his dad made a stupid joke, Kay rolled his eyes and smiled at me. That means... In the old days, Gerda knew people used to write questions on reindeer bones and throw them into bonfires. The way the bones cracked told you the answers. I wish I had a bonfire and a reindeer skeleton. Hard luck for the reindeer, though. I'd want it to be a very old reindeer who died peacefully. It occurred to her that she could simply ask Kay if he loved her. I'd just die, on the spot, immediately. Are you feeling well, child? Asked her grandmother. You've gone all flushed. I'm fine, said Gerda. She snatched up her mittens and ran outside. The centre of town was full of horse-drawn sledges, but there was a very fine sledding hill just 3 streets away. The road was never shovelled because it was much too steep for horses, so everyone took their sleds there. She saw Kay with his sled. He wasn't wearing mittens or a hat, but he didn't look cold. His friends were more heavily wrapped. Gerda felt self-conscious. It was all very well to be short and sturdy, but when she was bundled up in coats, she felt wider than she was tall. Hey, Gerda, said one of the boys, pulling his scarf down so he could talk. He was a shorter boy with dark curly hair. Kay looked her over coolly and dipped his head once. You want to have a go at the hill? Asked the curly-haired boy. You can use my sled. Well, said Gerda. She was hoping Kay would offer her his sled. Kay picked up his sled instead. I'm done, he announced to no one in particular. I'm going home. I'll come with you, said Gerda. Thanks, though. The curly-haired boy shrugged. Come back if you change your mind. They walked home together. Gerda had to stretch her legs to keep up. What's your friend's name? She asked. He seemed nice. Bran. Kay's jaw was set. He looked angry. Gerda wondered if she'd done something wrong. I shouldn't have said he seemed nice. He probably thinks I like Bran more than him. Oh, that was a stupid thing to say. They walked 3 blocks while Gerda tried to think of something to say that would let him know that she liked him best of all. I wish it would snow again, said Kay abruptly. Oh, me too, said Gerda, who would have agreed to anything at this point. A really big storm, said Kay. A blizzard. Gerda was less sure about this. Why a blizzard? So everything is covered, said Kay. Everything's white and crisp, and when you walk on the snow, it's like you're the only person in the world. It sounds beautiful. You could walk for miles, said Kay, and listen to the wind. Wouldn't it be cold? Yes, that's the point. Oh. They kept walking. Gerda felt as if she were trudging. The snow was loose and wet, and every footstep sank deep. She glanced at Kay. Aren't you cold right now, though? You don't have a hat. I never get cold, said Kay. Chapter 3. Kay got his wish. The snow came down that night like the end of the world. Wind howled under the eaves and frost chewed on the edges of the windows, and the snow fell and fell and fell. 100-year storm, said Gerda's grandmother. The Snow Queen rides tonight. Gerda and Kay had been standing at the window watching the snow fall. Gerda's nose was nearly frozen off, but Kay was there and she was very happy. Who's the Snow Queen? Asked Kay. The queen of all this, said Gerda's grandmother, the mistress of ice. She has a palace as far north as north. She rides in a sleigh made of ice and pulled by great white bears who used to be men. Gerda's grandmother knew how a story ought to be told, even if she wasn't always sure how much yarn went into a sock. Kay raised an eyebrow and sipped his hot cider. How did they turn into bears? Asked Gerda. The Snow Queen enchanted them, said her grandmother. She's Circe's cold cousin, always turning men into other beasts. Not pigs, though. She likes bears and seals and wolves and all the creatures of ice. Sounds rotten of her, said Gerda. Oh, I dare say she had her reasons, said her grandmother, who could think of a few men that would have been much improved by spending time as an enchanted seal. What does she look like? Asked Kay dreamily. White as white, said Gerda's grandmother. She wears the furs of white foxes, and her sleigh is cut from birch trees. She took a sip of her cider. The snow follows her wherever she goes. When she's in a temper, she brings down ice storms and the trees fall down like matchsticks. Why would she do that? Asked Gerda. Her grandmother shrugged. She's the Snow Queen. It's what she does. She got up to mull more cider. Kay and Gerda stood at the window watching the snow whirl down. They were shoulder to shoulder in the window. Gerda leaned on Kay a little, and he leaned back. She felt a rush of relief. He isn't still angry with me about this morning. If he was angry with me at all... She wondered if he would kiss her again. Maybe this time she could figure out what she was supposed to do with her lips. But he didn't. And the minutes stretched out, and her grandmother came back into the room with more cider, bustling back and forth between the counter and the stove. Gerda stifled a sigh. She had lived next door to Kay her entire life, and sometimes he was cold, and sometimes he was warm. There never seemed to be any pattern to it. He might spend an entire day playing adventures with her, or letting her help with a puzzle. And then the next day, he'd shrug one shoulder when she came near and refuse to meet her eyes. Oh, well, he kissed me once. He knows I'm here and nearly grown up, and he doesn't have an understanding with any other girl, because he would have told me. Her lips twisted, looking out at the snow. She could be sure of this. It would not have occurred to Kay that telling her about another girl would make her jealous. That's 'cause we're best friends, and best friends tell each other everything. She slid a glance at Kay. His dark eyelashes framed his pale blue eyes as he drank in the blowing snow. Whatever he was thinking, he kept it to himself. That night, Gerda slept in her trundle bed near the stove. She curled up under the green patched quilt, and there she dreamed. She dreamed that the snow had stopped and the moonlight glowed through the window. Some sound had roused her attention, a high, thin chiming like bridal bells. I could get up. It's so warm here. It'll be cold by the window. She looked up into the shadows of the ceiling. The rafters were hung with baskets. Her grandmother baked flat, hard loaves of bread and strung them on wooden poles to keep them. They were delicious when crumbled up and soaked in the juices of rabbit or chicken or deer. The sound came again. Ting-a-ting-a-ting-a-ting, ting, ting. She pushed off her quilt and walked to the window. Everything was white and blue and silver. The walls of the building across the alley were dark smears crowned with thick white cliffs of snow. Ting-a-ting-a-ting-a-ting-a. Down the rooftop came a white sleigh, cut from shining birch wood. Bells rang merrily along the traces. There is a sleigh on the roof, Gerda thought, and then, I am dreaming. Because she was dreaming, she did not question that the sleigh was pulled by snow-white otters. They slipped and slithered down the slant of the roof, sliding over each other, a river of white fur and black eyes and arched white whiskers. Gerda kept expecting the traces to get tangled, but somehow the sled kept moving forward. At the edge of the roof, the sleigh stopped. The otters pulled up, chuckling and chirping to each other in liquid voices. They were larger than any otters that Gerda had ever seen. They had pale blue bridles with silver bells, and their webbed feet moved across the snow like snowshoes. Gerda was so fascinated by the otters that she hadn't looked at the sled at all. She tore her eyes away from them with reluctance. It was a relatively small sleigh, only large enough for 1 or 2 people. Of course, thought Gerda, otters probably can't pull very much weight, not like horses or reindeer. The runners were ivory, carved in the shape of leaping seals. The trim was ice blue and matched the bridles. Seated in the sleigh was a woman. Gerda, who had been highly delighted by the sleigh and the otters, felt the first chill. The woman was very tall and very slim. Her face was as angular as a fox, and her hair was white, yet somehow she did not look old. She sat in the sled with her hands on the reins and looked around, and the world seemed to change as she gazed down at it. The buildings and the streets became small and shabby. The town looked old and grimy. Gerda, who loved her town, caught her breath at the injustice of it, because nothing about the town had changed. It was only that the woman in the sleigh was so far above it all. Only the snow remained clean and white, still glowing in the moonlight. The woman in the sleigh did not look at the moon, and some small, wise part of Gerda thought, I bet she can't. It doesn't change if you look at it. No matter how pale and pure and perfect you are, the moon is even more perfect. Gerda, who was short and sturdy and turned pink when she hurried, felt her hands clench into fists. I wish I could wake up. The otters were wonderful, but I don't want to see the rest of this. The Snow Queen, surely it must be the Snow Queen, surely it could be no one else, stepped out of the sleigh. She wore white deerskin boots, exquisitely small, and left no track upon the snow. Gerda jerked back, suddenly afraid that the Snow Queen would see her. She can't touch me. If she touches me, something bad will happen. For a moment, she thought that she was safe. The woman would leave. The dream would end, and in the morning perhaps all she would remember would be the otters. Then a pale oval appeared at the other window, directly across from Gerda. It was Kay. No! Gerda wanted to yell. No! Go back inside! Don't let her see you! But this was a dream, and dreams are the sisters of nightmares. She could not yell, and her hands curled into useless fists on the window frame. The Snow Queen walked to the edge of the roof and smiled down at Kay. Kay's mouth fell open. For a long moment they looked at each other. Their eyes, Gerda saw, were the same colour. The Snow Queen crooked her finger, curled it back. No, Kay! No! Run away! If she touches you... She did not quite know what would happen, only that it would be terrible. Kay pushed the window open and began to climb out. The iron railings between the two windows, the highway on which Kay and Gerda moved back and forth, was slick with ice. Gerda covered her mouth with her hands, afraid that he might fall. It's better if he falls. The snow is thick, he'll probably live. If she touches him, he'll die. Or worse. The Snow Queen reached down and took his hand. Kay gasped. Even through the glass, Gerda could hear it. She gasped, and for a single heartbeat his eyes glowed like ice in the moonlight. The Snow Queen's bones were fine and delicate, but her strength was enormous. She pulled him onto the rooftop and helped him into her sled. Gerda couldn't help it. She slapped a hand against the cold glass. "Kay!" she cried. Her voice seemed to come from very far away. He did not look around. He settled himself in the sled, under a blanket trimmed with white fox fur. The Snow Queen turned and looked down at Gerda. Gerda jerked back, as if she'd been lashed with a whip. The Snow Queen's gaze was no kinder to her than it was to the town around them. Gerda felt young and weak and disgustingly mortal. She was a stinking, bleating creature, a heifer calf with muck tangled in her tail. She did not deserve to share the same air with the magnificent Snow Queen. Her back wanted to bow and her legs wanted to buckle. She wanted to grovel and apologize for existing. She wanted to hide her eyes and crawl away. I can't. She's got Kay. I've got to stop her. But she's so much better than me. And then, as if from a very great distance, she thought, Grandmother wouldn't crawl. Gerda sank down to her knees under the window, but she did not look away from the Snow Queen's eyes. The Queen reared back a little, like a great swan arching her neck. She turned back toward Kay. Gerda gasped, as if a stranglehold had suddenly been broken. The Queen stepped into the sleigh, bent down, and kissed Kay on the cheek. She slapped the reins, and the otters rose up, cheerful and chiming. The sleigh began to move down the edge of the rooftop. No, whispered Gerda. Her throat was hoarse, as if she had been screaming. A whisper was all she could manage. No! The Snow Queen looked over at her. She smiled. It was a nasty, cold smile, but at the same time it was more human than any expression Gerda had seen on the Snow Queen's face. It was a smile that said, I have something you want, and it's mine now, and you'll never get it back. Kay gazed forward and never looked behind him. The otters leapt from the roof, and the sleigh followed. It would have been an enormous drop, but it did not occur to Gerda to worry. They would ride a snow flurry down or a sheet of icicles. The Snow Queen would not be stopped by anything so foolish as a 3-story building. They were gone. The only tracks on the rooftop were the holes left by Kay's feet, and they filled up with snow so fast that they might as well not have been there at all. Gerda stayed at the window until her teeth chattered, but there was no point. She knew there was no point. She crept to the trundle bed and pulled the quilt over her head. It was a dream, thought Gerda forlornly. It was all a dream. I'll wake up and I won't remember it very well at all, and we'll laugh about it. I hope I remember the otters, but I'd like to forget her. In the morning, Kay was gone. Chapter 4. There is a great deal that goes on when someone goes missing, and none of it is good. There is a tiresome sort of panic, because there is no end to it. It goes on and on and on until you are hollowed out and empty, and still there is no end. First, the families told each other that Kay was fine, that he had just stepped out to go sledding. It was a bit odd that he had left a puzzle half done like that, but boys were odd sometimes. Then they told each other that he had gotten lost, but would turn up shortly. They would laugh about how foolish they were being. Then they told each other that he was clearly lost in the snow, but he was a smart lad and would dig down where he was and be safe. Eventually the snow melted and the sun shone down, and Thor came and went, and they stopped telling each other anything at all. Through all those long weeks, Gerda felt as if she was standing a little apart from everyone else. It was as if her dream had raised a wall of ice and the world was on the far side of it. If it was a dream, it can't have been a dream. It must have been a dream. I know what I saw. He wouldn't have gone out in a blizzard. He isn't a fool. She lived the last moments of the dream 1,000 times, seeing Kay look up, his lips parted, looking at the strange cold woman with an expression of lust and worship. The expression made her stomach clench like a fist. I want it to be a dream, because I don't want him to look at anyone else like that. I want it to be true, because I don't want him to be dead. When she put it like that, there was no choice at all. The woman had been so beautiful. Gerta's heart ached for how beautiful she had been. She wanted to be able to turn to someone and say, "Did you see that?" But no one else had seen her. Perhaps there had been no one else awake to see. And the wall of ice stood between Gerta and the rest of the world, and she could not reach through it to say, "He isn't dead. I saw him, leaving in a dream." Gerta's grandmother made hot tea in endless amounts, melting snow into water and throwing handfuls of herbs into it. The tea was the only thing that Kay's grandmother would drink. "My sweet little boy," whispered Kay's grandmother, her voice gone hoarse with weeping. "My sweet boy, where did he go?" "You'll do no good following him into the next world," said Gerta's grandmother bluntly. "Eat some soup." Gerta silently appeared with soup in a mug, and the old woman drank it. She had become old, it seemed, in the time since the spring thaw. When she slept at last, her hair was a silver fan over the pillow. Gerta's grandmother stroked it, her face lined and weary. In the distance they could hear water dripping from the eaves. Drip, 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 as the ice melted away. Perhaps it was the thaw that made the first crack in the wall of ice around Gerta. Perhaps it was the steam from the soup, or the tears on the old woman's pillow. "Grandmother?" Yes, child?" "Is the Snow Queen real?" asked Gerta. Her grandmother looked at her for a moment, as if she could not understand the question. After a moment she said, "I suppose she's real enough. Stranger things have walked to the earth and left stories behind them." "I saw her," said Gerta. "The night that night, I saw a sleigh on the roof. There was a woman in it, all over white. I thought I was dreaming. But Kay's gone. He's not coming back. I think she has him." Her grandmother made the sign to avert evil. "Tell me about this woman." Gerta tried at great length. Her tongue stumbled on some of the descriptions, on how beautiful the woman was, and on the look on Kay's face. But parts of it she remembered clearly, like how the sleigh looked and the way the runners had been 100 carved ivory seals, slithering and sliding over top of one another. Her grandmother drew in a sharp breath at that, for she had heard such things before, and she was certain that she had never mentioned them aloud. After a long time, she said, "You've never lied, Gerta, even when you were little and trying to get out of trouble. Even when you were trying to cover up for Kay, you just stand there, stubborn as a little stone, and not say anything. If you say you saw the Snow Queen, I'll not disbelieve you now. As far north as north, said Gerda. She took a deep breath and let it out. She was aware that what she was doing was quite unspeakably mad. I have to go after him. Her grandmother closed her eyes. After a moment, she said, I should tell you not to go. I should tell you one child lost is enough. But you won't, said Gerda. But I won't. She looked back at her oldest and dearest friend, asleep on the couch with the lines of age and grief like fissures in her skin. I'm an old fool. I told you and Kay about the Snow Queen. I should have known he'd take it to heart. There always was a spot of ice in him. You couldn't know, said Gerda. I should have known. Things come when they're called. She scrubbed her hands over her own face. If I lose you, it's no more than I deserve. I'll be careful, said Gerda. You won't lose me. I'll just go north a little way and ask if anyone's seen him. Yes. Her grandmother began hurrying around the room. Take some food. I don't want you starving. Gerda slung her pack over her back. I will. Is there anything else I can do, grandmother? Against the Snow Queen? The old woman shook her head. In all the old stories, the only thing that ever won was love, and occasionally a good sharp knife. I'll take the kitchen knife with me then, said Gerda. Mind that you do. And wear your boots. She kissed her granddaughter on the forehead. An old woman's grace go with you, child. Gerda went. Chapter 5. Spring had advanced far enough that it only sometimes froze at night, but it could not be said that it was warm. The roads were muddy. Gerda's boots squelched as she walked. For the first few hours her heart was light. She was going somewhere. She was doing something. She would get Kay back. But as the evening started to fall, so did her spirits. Her calves ached from sliding back and forth in the mud. Her toes were very cold. I can't have come very far. Not really. But I've been walking for hours. And where am I going to sleep? In stories, the heroines were resourceful and cheerful and determined. Gerda had hoped to be all these things, but the sun was sinking behind the trees, and she was feeling less and less resourceful. Cheerful was right out. Shouldn't there be a farmhouse somewhere? I could trade chores for a place to sleep, but that only works if there's a farmhouse somewhere. She was, in fact, in the woods. They were not dark or scary or twisted woods, but they were deep and full of sounds. Insects went shriek, shriek, and frogs went no, and an owl went and Gerda nearly jumped out of her skin. She squelched down the road in a hurry, her heart pounding. Even knowing that it was an owl didn't help. I should stop. I can hardly see. I could wander off a cliff. Oh, yes, because there are lots and lots of cliffs in the middle of well-travelled wagon roads. She kept walking. A fallen log by the side of the road offered a refuge. She sat down on it and sighed. I suppose I could just sit here all night. She knew that it wasn't cold enough to actually freeze to death, but the log was cold and damp, and her backside got cold and damp, and Gerda felt thoroughly miserable. If I'm going to feel awful anyway, I might as well keep walking. At least I'll get closer to Kay. She got up. The ground sucked at her boots as she slogged back onto the road. An hour or so passed, probably. She couldn't see the moon through the trees. The thought that it might only have been a few minutes was so discouraging that she tried not to think about it. She was cold, and she was tired. She had been sweating from exertion, so now her skin felt soggy. There was definitely a blister coming up on her heel. It's for Kay, she told herself. It's all worth it for Kay. Kay seemed very far away. I will tell him all about this. He'll be very impressed. He'll say, "Oh, Gerda, how you've suffered for me." She engaged in this fantasy for a few moments and then sighed. She was fundamentally honest, even with herself. Kay would look at her and say, "You walked through the woods, and it was cold? That's your great suffering?" "It was scary," she would say, "and I had a blister." Gerda could actually hear in her head how "I had a blister" would hang in the air between them. She flushed a little at the sheer stupidity of the thing she hadn't actually said yet. She kept walking. She tried to swing her right foot so that the heel wouldn't rub. It was only partially successful. The road began to go uphill. Gerda wanted to cry and hated herself for it, because all she was doing was walking down a muddy road in the dark. You didn't get to cry about just walking down a road. The Snow Queen could be days and days north of here. She probably is days and days north of here. I'll have to walk the whole way, and there won't be farmhouses for most of it. I'll have to sleep in the woods and make camp and build fires. She took a deep breath. She knew how to build a fire in a stove. Presumably it wasn't that much different from building a fire on the ground. Making camp. Well, that was something else again. Her grandmother had taught her any number of things, like embroidery and spinning and plain sewing and some basic knitting. She had started to teach her how to use the great loom that stood in the corner, so that someday Gerda could earn her living as a weaver if she didn't marry, or if she outlived her husband, as her grandmother had done. And Gerda could cook on a stove and clean nearly anything. All good, useful skills. She'd make someone a fine wife someday. Everybody said so. Making someone a fine wife had not included learning how to sleep in the woods without freezing or getting soaked. This struck Gerda as an enormous and unexpected gap in her education. This is stupid. This isn't suffering. I don't get to feel bad about this. Feeling bad about feeling bad was not significantly better than feeling bad in the first place. Gerda sighed again. I will learn how to make a camp. I will learn how to sleep in the woods. I will find someone to teach me, or I will figure it out myself. People do it all the time. I'm not stupid, even if I'm not as smart as Kay. If I can take apart a stove, I can do this. She squared her shoulders and went on. Her newfound determination bought her a few more hours. The hill crested, and going downhill helped. She tried not to think about how long she had been walking. I'll sing. It'll be easier if I sing a song. She tried to think of one, and for some reason all that came to her was a hymn which she'd never even liked very much. The rose in the valley is blooming so sweet, she sang, and angels descend there the children to greet. Her voice died away. There were no roses here, and if there were angels, they were staying well hidden. Eventually the world was no longer black, but a seeping brownish grey. Each twig was outlined with cold light. Gerda did not really notice that it was dawn. She had moved from thinking too much to a place where she was no longer thinking at all. The pain on her heel had been absorbed by a general pain in her feet and her back and her hips and her shoulders. She also did not notice that the trees were getting thinner, or that the pines had given way to scruffy brambles with green buds on them. All she saw was the road. It was not until she emerged from the woods completely that she stopped. Morning light broke over her like a wave. "What?" she said aloud, looking up as if someone had spoken her name. There was a farmhouse in the distance. It stood by the side of a stream. The whitewashed sides sparkled. Gardens ran around it on 3 sides, dotted with green as the spring plants emerged. Gerda stared at it for a long time, then lurched toward it. "Chores," she thought fixedly. "I must do chores. You go to the farmhouse and ask to do chores, and they give you a place to sleep. In the barn, I think." She had never slept in a barn in her life. Presumably there was straw. You could sleep on straw, if you didn't mind being jabbed by 1,000 individual pointy bits. At the moment, Gerda would have slept on a bed of thorns if it meant that she could lie down. The door was bright turquoise, painted with small white roses. She limped up the steps and stared at it stupidly for a moment. Do I go in? No, I knock. Knocking is a thing people do. She knocked. Footsteps sounded. A door banged. A moment later, the front door opened and a middle-aged woman stood in the doorway. She had on a very extraordinary hat, covered in even more painted flowers. "Yes," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "May I help you?" Gerda blinked at her in surprise. Somehow, groggy with cold and walking, the fact that she would have to talk to another person had not really occurred to her. Oh, yes, there would be someone, wouldn't there? Of course there would be a person. Ask at the farmhouse did not mean that you addressed your question to the front porch. She had not thought it through. Oh, I have been stupid. Kay would laugh at me. She flushed a little and lifted her chin and realized that she had been standing there staring at the woman for nearly half a minute. "I'm sorry," said Gerda. I'm sorry. I've been walking. She raised a hand and pushed the hair out of her face. Her cheeks felt very cold, and she wondered when she had stopped being able to feel them. The woman's face softened. "Oh, my dear," she said, "have you been walking long?" "All night," said Gerda. She thought for a moment. There was something important. "Chores. I'm supposed to do chores for you and ask for a place to sleep. Please, Mum, if you don't mind." Well, it wasn't elegant, but she seemed to have gotten all the right words out, even if they weren't in quite the right order. The woman smiled. "Of course," she said. "I have plenty of chores you can do. But first, come and get warm and rest." This sounded wonderful to Goethe. She went inside the house. The turquoise door painted with roses closed behind her, and the lock went schnick. There was a fire on the hearth. The woman in the flower hat led her to a chair in front of the fire. "My name is Helga," she said. "Please, get warm and make yourself comfortable." Goethe sank into the chair. It was very soft and overstuffed, and she was not sure that she would be able to get out of it again, but that was all right. "Why did you walk all night?" asked Helga, bringing her a cup of something hot. The steam smelled of herbs. "I have to find Kay," said Goethe, "my friend. The Snow Queen took him." She looked up at Helga through the steam, and it seemed that the woman was frowning. But by the time she had finished the hot drink, was it tea? She couldn't tell. Helga was smiling again. "Rest," she suggested. "Warm your feet." Goethe bent down to untie her shoes. She remembered getting the right one off and had just started on the left when sleep crept up and hit her. Chapter 6. Goethe woke in bed. She did not feel any disorientation, although she wasn't sure where she was. The ceiling was high and whitewashed. She was lying in a small, snug trundle bed with a bright red quilt covered in roses. Her shoes were tucked down by the foot. She got up, and the woman in the painted hat came to the door, smiling. Helga. Her name was Helga. "Come and eat breakfast," said Helga. "I'm supposed to do chores for you," said Goethe, remembering. "You can weed the garden," said Helga, "after breakfast." Breakfast was large. So was the garden. Chickweed, which loved a cold spring, overran the corners of the vegetable beds and formed green hillocks under the bare rose bushes. Goethe started to work, gouging out great damp handfuls and throwing them into a basket. There were springs when chickweed was the first green food available, when everyone in town ate chickweed salads 3 times a day to keep from getting winter sickness. "Come and eat," said Helga, when Goethe had weeded half the garden. Goethe wiped her hands on her apron. Her fingers smelled green. After lunch, she had thought to move on, but there was still so much to weed in the garden. "Tomorrow," she thought. "I will set out again tomorrow. Helga is living alone, for there was no one else in the house, and needs my help. I will go out tomorrow after Kay. One day will make no difference." She was not eager to start out again, in truth, especially not so late in the day. The open fields would be cold at night. If she set out in the morning, she could get farther, and perhaps find another house to stay at, or at least a haystack. Travelling all night was clearly a bad idea. Tomorrow. She dreamed that night of chickweed, which was a strange thing to dream about. Chickweed is a low, weedy little plant, not very distinguished. No one writes poetry comparing their lovers to chickweed, or, if they do, the poems are rarely well received. In her dreams, she stood in a field of it, and the plants grew over her feet, cool as well water. Tiny white flowers spangled the field like stars. "Have you seen Kay?" she asked sadly. "I must find him." "Ah," whispered the flowers, and the sound went out around her in a circle like a wind blowing. Ah, who is Kay? We do not know. He is my friend, said Goethe. The Snow Queen took him. The chickweeds shivered. Goethe knelt and ran her hand over the stems, and they rippled into water, reflective, as if she stood knee-deep in a green pool. In the surface, she saw another garden surrounded by high walls. A girl with dark skin knelt in that garden, cutting plants with a knife. She wore a red dress, and her face was sad and angry. Goethe was afraid to move for fear of disturbing the scene before her. The girl stood, turning her head back toward a doorway. The anger faded, became only sorrow and confusion. She went through the doorway. A hedgehog trundled across the garden path, looking for slugs. The vision faded. The water was no longer water, but plants again. A sea of cold weather weeds. That wasn't Kay, said Goethe. I don't know who it was. I'm sorry. The chickweed sighed. Ah. And Goethe woke. She was lying in a small, snug trundle bed with a bright red quilt covered in roses. She got up, and Helga came to the door in her painted hat, smiling. Come and eat breakfast, said Helga. I'm supposed to do chores for you, said Goethe, trying to remember something. A dream? Where had it gone? You can weed the garden, said Helga, after breakfast. The peas were coming up in the garden. Goethe spent the morning wrapping the twining stems up poles. Small white flowers gaped open, perfuming the air. Bees buzzed around them, climbing inside, drunk on the fragrance. There were a great many peas. The morning was gone before she noticed. Tomorrow, she thought. I will set out again tomorrow after Kay. One day will make no difference. Her dream that night was of twining peas, sweetly scented. She stood inside a bower, looking up at the vines from inside. They rustled and whispered to her in many voices. Bees climbed through the flowers, and the buzzing joined the whisper of leaves until it sounded almost like speech. I must find Kay, said Goethe. Have you seen him? Who is Kay, Kay, Kay? Asked the plants, making their own echoes. He's my friend. The Snow Queen took him. The bees buzzed angrily, for bees fear snow, but the peas laughed, because frost on their stems does not bother them. The movement of leaves formed a stream of outlines in curling green threads. A girl, a goat, a monster, a spoon. Goethe shook her head. The threads twined together like a tapestry. She saw a boat on the ocean, a great beast under the water, an island. Someone stood in the prow of the boat. The drone of the bees became a roar of triumph. No, said Goethe. No, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. The tapestry came apart, and Goethe woke. She was lying in the trundle bed with the red quilt. Her fingers moved over the embroidered roses, and she smiled. Helga came to the door in her painted hat. Come and have breakfast. I should work in the garden, said Goethe. After breakfast. said Helga. The peas were nearly spent. She harvested the pods. The bees had moved on to the earliest roses, and Gerda was busy picking beetles and slugs off the roses until mid-afternoon. Then came a long evening of shelling peas. It seemed, as she stared down at her hands, her thumb splitting open the pods and sliding the peas out into the bowl, that she was forgetting something. There was something she was supposed to do, something important. "Is everything all right, my dear?" asked Helga. "Fine," said Gerda slowly. "Fine. Is there something I am supposed to be doing? I can't seem to remember." "Just keep me company," said Helga, patting Gerda's knee. "I'm so glad to have you here, my dear. I was so lonely without you." Tomorrow, Gerda thought. I'll remember it. Tomorrow. When she lay down in the trundle bed that night, Helga brought her a cup of something hot. The steam smelled of herbs. "Drink," Helga said. "You're looking tired." "A long day weeding," said Gerda, and smiled. "I'm fine, truly." But she drank the cup obediently and laid back in bed under the red quilt. Her hands moved fitfully over the embroidered roses, and it was not until she jabbed herself on a thorn that she realized she was dreaming. She put her finger in her mouth. The taste of blood bloomed on her tongue, and she stood in a courtyard surrounded by sweet-scented roses. They were larger than the ones in Helga's garden, nearly as large as Gerda's head, and vines scrambled between them, covered in golden trumpet flowers. A fountain sprayed into a pond full of darting fish. There was a boy in the courtyard. He was looking into the water, and as Gerda watched, he smiled, showing a wide gap in his front teeth. "No," she whispered to the roses. "No, this isn't who I'm looking for." She could not quite remember who she was looking for, but this was certainly not him. She came half awake and turned over on her side, pulling the quilt up. She thought Helga was standing in the doorway watching her, but turning her head seemed too much effort, and she slept again without dreams. The days passed and the spell on Gerda deepened. Helga was not a powerful witch, as such things are measured, but she did not need to be powerful for this. Gerda's desire to be useful was an open road down which nearly any magic could walk. "It is for her own good," Helga whispered to herself fiercely. "It is for her own good. She would never reach the Snow Queen. She would be set upon by bandits, wolves, bears, anyone at all, and if she did somehow reach the Snow Queen—" She shuddered. The notion of Gerda, who was sturdy and cheerful and kind and quite desperately mortal, standing up against that terrible icy power. "She is safe here," said Helga. She rested her forehead against the window pane, gazing out at the garden. "She is safe, and she is not unhappy, and I am glad of the company." In the garden the plants shivered. A rose dropped its petals, one by one, in rebuke. "You don't have to like it," said Helga. "The important thing is that she's safe." The plants did not like it. A witch's garden gains a sense of itself before long drinking magic in with the mosh and the rain. They knew that Gerda was looking for someone, and they knew by their roots that he was not down under the earth. down among the dead. But to plants, most humans look alike, and so the dreams they sent Goethe ranged far afield in distance and in time, based on some unknown vegetative logic. From the grapevines came a vision of a girl a little older than she was, with dark amber skin and thick black curls. She wore a bright scarf, and a half-dozen wood pigeons moved around her, cooing to one another. Goethe thought she had an interesting face and would have liked to know her better. The rowan tree at the end of the garden sent her a dream of a heron standing at the edge of a lake. A man approached in ragged finery, and the heron turned and bowed like a courtier to a king. The apple tree, as autumn approached, and the small green apples swelled on the stems, sent her dreams of a child with hair as white as bone and eyebrows that stood out like scars. Goethe could not tell if the child was male or female, but she knew that she was looking for someone else, and the dream of apple leaves dissolved. She did not know what to make of the dream sent to her by the bindweed, of 3 white foxes having tea together, drinking from delicate lacquer teacups. And likely no human would have known what to think of the vision brought by the reeds of golden fish speaking soberly to one another in a language made of fin twitches and scale ripples. None of the dreams held what she was looking for, and the spell grew thicker and more entrenched, and she did not think of leaving. Chapter 7. Goethe stood in the garden, pulling out the dead annuals. Frost had killed them down to their roots, and there was nothing left but to put them on the compost pile. She stood and stretched, her breath steamed in the air. The garden smelled of leaf mould and wood smoke, a good smell, a harvest smell. A wedge of geese flew overhead, honking. Goethe smiled up at them, and then a single snowflake caught her eye, and another, and another. "Snow!" she said out loud, "like down falling from a goose." Unbidden, the memory rose of someone saying, "It would have to be a big goose, or a whole flock of them," she said slowly, remembering the conversation, remembering it as clearly as if Kay was standing next to her and she was standing at the window. Kay! She shuddered suddenly, violently, as if she had sobbed. She did not know it, but it was the spell sundering. Inside the house, Helga cried out. Goethe turned slowly, seeing the garden as if for the first time. The beds were bare, except for the last root vegetables still in the ground under a layer of straw. It might almost have been early spring, but the geese had flown in the wrong direction, and oak and apple leaves lay strewn about the path. There were red hips on the rose bushes. The snowflakes, barely a flurry, landed and melted almost at once. "It's autumn," said Goethe. Horror stole over her. "It's autumn! I set out in spring! What has happened? How long?" Helga burst from the house. "Goethe," she said, "Goethe, my dear, come inside, please. I can explain." Goethe backed away, shaking her head. "No," she said, "no, stay away." Helga might not have stopped, but Goethe screamed. Goethe, who never screamed, who could not raise her voice without blushings. "I said, stay away!" The older woman halted. Her face trembled, all the parts of it as if it might collapse. "Gerda, how long have I been here?" Helga held up her hands. The painted flowers on her hat shuddered. 7 months, she admitted. "But Gerda—" Gerda staggered and had to catch herself on a wooden trellis. It creaked under her weight. 7 months, she said. A snowflake swirled past her face and she stared at it. 7 months. "I couldn't let you go," said Helga. "You would have died. The Snow Queen would have killed you. You've been safe here, haven't you? I've been protecting you." Gerda barely heard her. She racked her mind for memories of the last few months, and all she had were fragments. She remembered working in the garden and strange dreams. Surely it had only been a week or 2, surely not more than that. 7 months. Her birthday had come and gone, nearly half a year ago. Gerda choked on a laugh or a sob. She was suddenly closer to 18 than 16. They've had the harvest feast back home. The sweethearts dance. Kay would have asked me to dance, I'm sure of it, but he didn't because the Snow Queen took him, and I went after him, and I only got this far. She was consumed with shame. Barely a day and a night down the road, 15 miles from home, 20, and she had been here 7 months. Her grandmother undoubtedly thought she was dead. Kay might be dead. "It will be all right," said Helga anxiously. "Come inside. I promise. I'm sorry." "Stay away from me," said Gerda again. She backed toward the garden gate. "I have to find Kay." "You can't leave now," said Helga. "It's coming on winter. She'll be at the height of her power, if you even reach her, travelling in the snow. Come inside. You can go in spring." Gerda stared at her. Did she really think that Gerda would go back in the house? Does she think I'm stupid enough to trust her again? "Are you mad?" she asked. "Do you think after all this—" "Are you mad? I was keeping you safe. I don't need to be safe." Gerda could feel herself getting mad, but surely it was all right to be mad now. Surely this, of all things, one could be mad about. "You kept me here for 7 months. Kay could be dead." "He isn't dead," said Helga, her shoulders sagging. "The plants haven't seen him." There were few plants left awake in the garden, but the long bare braids of the grapevines creaked when she spoke, a long wordless sound, almost like a scent. "Good," said Gerda. Her voice sounded thick and strangled in her ears. "Good. I haven't failed yet." She turned and began to walk toward the garden gate. "Wait!" called Helga. "Wait!" "Don't try to stop me," said Gerda. "Don't!" She did not know what she would do if Helga did try. Attack her, perhaps? She had never attacked anyone. Perhaps she would figure it out. If you hit a witch with your fists, did anything happen? Did magic stop you? "I won't," said Helga. "I swear it. But it's starting to snow. It's nearly winter. You're not dressed for travel. If you wait just 5 minutes, I swear, not any longer, I'll get you a cloak." "How do I know it won't be magicked?" said Gerda suspiciously. "I don't want to put it on and be under your spell again." "It doesn't work like that," said Helga wearily. I couldn't do that if I wanted to. I would if I could, to keep you here." "How can I trust you then?" asked Gerda. Helga rubbed her hand over her face. "I will swear by anything you like," she said. "I will swear by the Blessed Virgin and the hosts of angels, by the soul of my mother, by the sacred pool where the witch water is drawn. Give me 5 minutes, and let me give you a cloak, to keep from freezing." Gerda exhaled through her nose. She was cold, now that she was not working, cold, and her clothes did not fit as they had 7 months ago. Her shirt gapped open between the buttons and had nearly worn through at the elbows. In the 7 months that she could barely remember, she had grown, and she had spent the nights dreaming of plants. Plants who had tried to help her. Plants who might help her now. She turned her head, not taking her eyes off Helga. "Reeds," she said. "Grapevine. Rowan tree. Is she telling the truth?" She was aware on some level that she was asking plants for help, and how ridiculous that was. But she remembered the dreams, and the green smell of chickweed, and the rustle of rowan leaves overhead. The grapevine creaked another long sound of assent. The reeds bent down as if they were nodding. The rowan tree dropped a red berry at her feet. It was the colour of the cords that her grandmother wrapped around Gerta's wrist when she was small, to protect against the folk of the woods. Gerta exhaled. "I won't put it on until I'm out of the garden," she told Helga. "And I'm staying right here by the gate. And I don't want you to touch me. But, all right." "Very wise," said Helga bitterly, and went inside. There must have been some magic involved. When she returned, she carried a luxurious fur muff and a heavy wool cloak. She had Helga's old pack slung over her shoulder. "There's food in there," she said. "It's little enough, but it's not enchanted." She set them down in the middle of the garden and retreated to the porch. Gerda took a deep breath, snatched them up, and hurried back to the gate. Nothing terrible happened, and she did not feel any compulsion to return to the house. "The Snow Queen will kill you," said Helga. "She'll reach into your heart and you'll feel like the lowest thing in the world. You'll kill yourself just to get away from being yourself." "She has Kay," said Gerda grimly. She shouldered the pack. "I have to get him back." Helga shook her head. "She'll kill you. Go home if you can't stay here. The Snow Queen is a power beyond you." Gerda closed the gate behind her. When she was a good distance away, she stopped and clasped the cloak around her throat. It settled in heavy folds over her shoulders. Nothing else happened. She shoved her hands into the fur muff. It was very warm, and a little of the desperation that had crawled into her heart at the thought of 7 months passing eased. She began walking north. Her last view of the farmhouse was of Helga, standing among the empty vegetable beds, with her hands over her face. Chapter 8. She slept that night in a haystack because she was afraid to go up to a farmhouse. It was probably unlikely that they would also be witches, but she had lost far too much time. Besides, how would I explain what I've been doing, or where I came from, or why my clothes don't fit? The idea of trying to explain it all was too exhausting and much too humiliating. She flushed with the shame at the mere thought. "Hello. Yes, I'm trying to find my true love, but I got enchanted for 7 months. But I'm better now. Can I buy some sausages?" Did she even deserve to call Kay her true love? She'd kissed him once, and certainly she loved him. But he deserved someone better, someone who wouldn't get stuck at the very first house and lose 7 months to a garden and a witch. There was bread and cheese and ham in the pack, and a small bottle of water. She poured the water out and rinsed it in the stream before refilling it, just in case. The food, well, she was nearly faint with hunger by the time she stopped at the haystack. She sat down out of the wind and opened her pack. "If I don't eat, I'll faint and fall down and freeze to death. If I do eat, I may turn around and run back to Helga." A few more snowflakes fell. The sky had not committed to snowing, but it was the colour of iron, and the wind was bitter cold. "One bite. I'll take one bite and see what happens." She selected the ham, because it did not seem worth it to risk life and liberty for a bite of bread. "Well, it looks like ham, smells like ham." It did not look or smell significantly magical. Perhaps it was difficult to enchant a ham. She took the first bite, watching herself closely. She did not turn around and run back to the garden. She stayed sitting with her back to the haystack. A few minutes slid by. A few more snowflakes glided past, and she took another bite. "I suppose it might take effect once I sleep." There was nothing much that she could do about that. She ate a frugal amount of bread and cheese and another bite of ham, then packed everything away and turned her attention to the haystack. It was not as easy to dig into the stack as she had expected. The hay made her hands itch terribly and shed quantities of fine dust everywhere. In the end, she did not so much hollow out a sleeping area as make a depression in the side and cover the cold ground with hay. She curled into a tight ball, with the cloak wrapped around her and the hood pulled down, partly to keep out the cold and partly to shield her from the god-awful hay dust. "I know I've heard stories where people sleep in haystacks. I'm sure Grandmother told stories about that. Why didn't they ever mention how dusty it was?" Her dreams were the dreams of hay, of small animals rustling, and the wind bending and the sun beaming. The hay had been cut, but it remembered being alive, and its dreams were all of summer. Gerda woke in the morning, better rested than she probably deserved to be. Her back was sore, but she had not frozen to death. Given how the ground crackled with frost when she walked on it, this seemed like a victory. She walked to the road. There was nothing in either direction but grey clouds and fields and frost. The hay's dreams were a small, warm ember in the back of her mind. She walked on. On the third day, she knew that she would have to stop. Her cloak was warm, if dusty, and the muff was marvellous for keeping her hands from freezing, but she was running low on food. "Chores," she thought. "I will offer to do chores, and I will not sleep in the house or drink anything they offer me, except for water." She gritted her teeth. There can't possibly be witches too. Every farmhouse between here and the North Pole is not inhabited by a witch. I was just very stupid and very unlucky. The familiar flush of shame started up the back of her neck, and she waited it out grimly. The farmhouse she chose was smaller than Helga's, and there were cobwebs on the porch. When she climbed up the steps, the boards creaked under her feet. She stared at her hand and the door, and lifted one to knock on the other, then lowered it again. I have to knock. I'm being stupid. They can't all be witches. But she did not have to knock. The door opened to reveal a girl only a few years older than herself, severely pregnant. I heard the steps, said the girl. Can I help you? Gerda took a deep breath. I'm travelling, she said. I was hoping that I might do a few chores in return for a meal. The girl's eyes moved over Gerda, the too small clothing, the too good muff and cloak, but she did not say anything. I think we can manage that, she said. The rugs need beating. It's heavy work and easier with two. Thank you, said Gerda. They beat the rugs, and then Gerda set to work with a broom, taking down the cobwebs on the porch. The windows were very small, and the sills were very thick, and had acquired a coating of dead insects trying to get inside, away from the frost. She swept them away, the little brown husks pattering to the ground. A few days ago, and 7 months, she added mentally, she would have been squeamish about such work. Now it was simply an obstacle in her way to finding Kay, and she no longer had the luxury to worry about such obstacles. Thank you, said the girl, when Gerda returned. You've been a help. I can't get around quite so easily at the moment. Gerda smiled. The girl fed Gerda a large lunch with farmhouse cheese and bread stuffed with fish and a few apples. Gerda braced herself to decline tea or small beer, but she was apparently not considered an important enough guest for anything but water. The girl wrapped another few apples up in a cloth with a roll and a wedge of cheese. It's a long way to the next town, she said, handing them over. Her eyes lingered again on the gaps in Gerda's clothing. Did you leave someone's service? Sort of, said Gerda. It's complicated. I will trade you a shirt, said the girl. She stood with her hand braced against her back, leaning back against the weight of her belly. Mine's not such good fabric as yours, but it will fit you better. Gerda looked up, startled. People will think you've stolen that cloak, she said, and perhaps you have. But it's no business of mine. I'd guess by the look of you that somebody turned you off without your wages. You worked hard for me, so whatever it was for, it wasn't shirking. I didn't steal it, said Gerda, licking dry lips. Then you'll do better with a shirt that fits, said the pregnant girl. Otherwise people will wonder where you got the money for a cloak like that when you can't afford a shirt. Gerda bowed her head. Thank you, she mumbled, feeling hot with embarrassment. How must she look, covered in hay dust, with her shirt hanging open? She was glad to leave the house, even though the girl had been kind enough and more than fair in her payment for the work. It had been awkward. The new shirt was rough homespun, and it did fit better, particularly across the chest. The girl had gotten a bargain, since Gerda's old shirt was linen, but there was no point in carrying around a linen shirt that didn't fit, particularly when it made her look like a servant girl who had been turned off from her employer without her wages. She walked on. Chapter 9. It was a warm autumn day, the sort that can happen right into October. Gerda pushed her cloak back and put the muff in her pack. The road surface was drier here and walking was easier. Since she did not need to watch her feet, she looked around. There was not a great deal of scenery. Trees marked the divisions between fields, and there was a blue band on the horizon that might be more trees. The fields were mown stubble, and the weathered fences looked the same as weathered fences have looked since time immemorial. The ditches were full of dried grasses, which rattled in the breeze. A few fields had a single tall tree in the middle, but not many. Her grandmother had said that such trees were sacred to Ukko, but perhaps no one cared about that any longer. She kept an eye out for movement. Occasionally a horse and rider would cross one of the fields, far away. Mostly, though, she tried to remember the last 7 months. There was almost nothing left to her of those days, except for the dreams. She worried at it like a loose tooth, prodding from all angles, and was rewarded with fragments. A cup of tea, a fire, the red quilt covered in roses, tying up beans and cutting down the withered stems of the peas. There were slugs on the roses, she thought, staring over the landscape of brown and grey and white. I picked slugs off the roses, but surely I didn't do that for an entire 7 months. Even now it was hard to believe that it had been so long. She did not even have a sense that time had passed. But it was autumn, and her clothes no longer fit. Her breasts had grown, which was not entirely a blessing, and her thighs had thickened, and her arms were more muscular. Her face, when she had seen it in the farm wife's glass, was sharper around the cheekbones. To her deep disgust, she had not grown even a fraction of an inch taller. 7 months, and all I have to show is dreams about plants. A whole spring and summer gone. You only got so many springs and summers. Gerda stalked down the road, imagining herself as an old woman, looking back on those lost seasons, feeling robbed. After a while, she sighed and rubbed her forehead. Well, so she had lost 2 seasons. So had Kay, presumably, since he was in the Snow Queen's clutches, and Gerda could not imagine that the Snow Queen lived anywhere but winter. Being angry isn't getting me any closer to Kay. I just have to keep going. Maybe I'll remember more, and it'll all come back to me. She tried not to think about the things that might have happened during her time in the witch's house, things that she might not want to remember. She went on for most of a week, walking all day, hoping to reach the next town. The blue band proved to be a belt of trees, barely 100 paces through. After that, there was nothing but fields. She stopped at 3 more farmhouses. 2 of them were easy. The farm wife had children at both of them, and she was hailed with relief as another adult to talk to. Adult, thought Gerda. Me. She ate well, and the second one even offered her a bath in a bucket of heated water, which Gerda accepted with gratitude. The third house had a man living alone. He told her 3 times over supper that his wife had died and how lonely it was for him, and tried twice to touch her hair. His lower lip trembled when he talked. Gerda offered to sweep the porch, left a copper on the step to pay for her supper, and slipped away. I may have spent the last 7 months under a spell, she thought grimly, but I'm not a total fool. The sun sank on her left. Gerda left the road for the dubious comforts of another haystack. She was tugging bits of hay into a nest when there was a flapping, fluttering noise, and a raven landed on the ground beside her. Gerda raised her eyebrows. It was definitely not a crow. It was enormous and grey-black. It tilted its head and looked at her with one bright eye, fluffing out a beard of narrow grey feathers. "Are you hoping to share my dinner?" she asked, "or pluck out my eyes?" The raven hopped backward. "Ah!" it said. It had a deep, rattlebone voice. "Ah!" She tossed it a bit of bread. It hopped closer, inspecting the bread. There was something wrong with one of its wings, she thought. It held the wing away from its body, not as if it were in pain, but as if it didn't bend quite properly. It picked the bread up and swallowed it neatly. "Ah!" "You're welcome." Gerda tossed it another crumb. It was strangely pleasant to have company that was not a human who might ask inconvenient questions. "What's wrong with your wing, bird?" The raven looked up. "I broke it," it said simply. Gerda's jaw dropped. "You talk," she said. "So do you," said the raven. "Kudos all around. We are talking beings. Ah!" "Is this magic?" asked Gerda, getting to her feet. "Are you another witch?" She would walk all night if she had to. Frostbite was nothing compared to being trapped by another magician. "Ah!" said the raven contemptuously. "Ah! Ravens have spoken since Odin brought us to sit on his shoulders. My great-grandmother rode on the Morrigan's battle harness. It is not our fault that humans are usually too cloddish to understand." Gerda pulled her cloak tightly around her shoulders, not sure what to do next. "Then why can I understand you?" The raven made a very derisive squawking noise. "I'm not doing anything," it said. "If you can hear me talk, it's all on you." "Are you saying I'm doing something magical?" asked Gerda, baffled. The raven turned its head to one side, then the other, fixing her with each eye in turn. "No," it said finally. "You haven't a drop in you. There's magic coating you like frost on a tree branch. That's all." "But how do I get rid of it?" asked Gerda. The raven spread its wings. The right one did not extend all the way and moved stiffly when it flapped. "Shouldn't think you'd want to," it said. "Being able to talk to ravens is a sensible magic. More so than most of the fool stuff you see flying about. Ah!" It leapt. 2 ragged wing beats, and it was aloft, the stiff wing dipping. It flew low over the ground to a fence post and landed. "Wait!" called Gerda, but the bird took off again and was gone. Chapter 10. Gerda saw the raven again the next day when she stopped to eat. A small copse of birch trees kept the wind from cutting through, and when the road passed through, she decided to stop for a few minutes. She had been smelling snow in the air, but was hoping that she was wrong. She sat with her back to the largest birch, alternating mouthfuls of bread and cheese. The raven landed in front of her, light on its feet despite the awkward wing. "Ark!" Gerda eyed it suspiciously. It tilted its head and eyed her right back. Do you still talk?" she asked.
"Hell of a thing to forget in a day,"
said the raven.
"Do you have any cheese?"
Gerda tossed a chunk of cheese to the bird. It snapped it up in a single bite and looked expectantly for more. "Do you have a name?" asked Gerda.
"I do,"
said the raven. Gerda waited. The raven fluffed its beard.
"I am the sound of mouse bones crunching under the hooves of God."
Gerda blinked a few times. "That's quite a name."
"I made it myself,"
said the raven, preening.
"I stole the very shiniest words and hoarded them all up until they made something worth having. Sound and God were particularly well guarded. Crunching I found in a squirrel nest, though."
"May I call you Mousebones?" asked Gerda. "It's a lot to say all at once." It was hard for a creature with a beak to scowl, but the raven managed, mostly with the skin around its eyes.
"I suppose,"
it said,
"if you must."
"Mine's Gerda," said Gerda.
"There's your problem right there,"
said Mousebones.
"Much too short, and not enough in it. I don't know how you expect to become anything more than you are with a name like that."
Gerda put the bread and cheese away. The smell of snow was stronger, and she needed to move quickly if she wanted to find shelter by nightfall. "Hugin and Munin," she said, looking straight ahead at the road. "The ravens who sit on Odin's shoulders have names 5 letters long, same as Gerda. They manage—"
"Ah, ah, ah,"
laughed the raven.
"Oh, ah. Not bad for a fledgling human, not bad. Who told you that?"
"My grandmother," said Gerda. "She told me lots of stories, fairy tales mostly, but some about the old gods too." Her grandmother had been a good Christian, as everyone in Gerda's village was, but she loved a story, and so Gerda had grown up on tales of Thor and Loki and Samson and Martin Luther, all tangled together like rumpled knitting.
"Ah."
Mousebones hopped from fence post to fence post beside her, keeping pace.
"You have no magic in you, you know, not even the little bits that come down because somebody's great-great-grandsire crossed a fairy mound the wrong direction."
Gerda tried not to feel insulted.
"You get it from your grandmother, I imagine,"
said Mousebones.
"That's a guess, only a guess, but a raven's guess is worth more than a magpie's. Ah!"
"Get what?" asked Gerda.
"No magic,"
said Mousebones.
"When it's that strong, being unmagical is a thing itself, like being a white raven. White ravens aren't really white. They're just an absence of black, but they're very good at it."
This did not make a great deal of sense to Gerda, but asking questions would probably just make things even more muddled. There was also the small fact that she was talking to a raven, which was clearly a strange thing to do. Ravens were very canny birds, everyone knew, but they didn't talk. Not to mortals, anyway. "And I am not a fairy, and most definitely not a god." Gerda tried to think if any other class of people talked to ravens. Witches, maybe. Saints. She did not think that she was a witch. She would have rather liked to be a saint, but saints tended to come to a bad end. Perhaps Perhaps I'll be martyred by the Snow Queen. If the coming snow caught her outside of shelter, she would be martyred by the weather, and the Snow Queen wouldn't have to bother. It was probably not worth wondering if she was mad. She was already chasing after Kay, who had been abducted by a woman in a sleigh pulled by white otters. If she had gone mad, it had obviously been months ago, and there was no point in worrying about it now. She kept walking. Mousebones flew down the road a little way ahead of her to root around in the ditch. When she drew abreast, the raven made a great hop and landed on her pack. Gerda grunted, more from surprise than the weight. It was the size of a cat, but very light. Mousebones?
Ah,
Are you a he-raven or a she-raven?
I am a raven, said Mousebones, and the rest is none of your business, as we'll not be having eggs together.
Sorry, said Gerda. It's awkward thinking of you as it.
Oh, no, a human feeling awkward. How terrible!
Gerda flushed scarlet. Do saints blush? What about witches? Mousebones tilted its head, opened its beak, and carefully gripped her ear. What are you doing? Stop that! Gerda ducked her head. It had felt like blunt scissors on her skin.
It turned so red I couldn't resist, said the raven. Was that a blush? White ravens don't do that.
Gerda mumbled something. She had thought that it would be less embarrassing to talk to a bird than a human, but apparently not. She put her head down and walked very fast. After a dozen fence posts had gone by, Mousebones said,
Sorry, you're only a fledgling and out of the nest a bit too soon, aren't you?
Gerda shrugged. The raven sank its talons into her pack and flapped to keep balance.
The other human girl I know isn't much older than you, but she came out of the egg with all her pin feathers. I'm being rude.
Mousebones picked up a lock of hair in its beak and preened it down, which felt even stranger than its beak on her ear had. Thanks, said Gerda, almost inaudibly. She wondered who the other girl Mousebones knew was. Had she handled a talking raven better?
You may call me he, said Mousebones, for it is an ugly word. I may feel differently later, but I will inform you first.
He groomed another bit of her hair.
Are we well, Gerda?
It had an air of ritual to it, even with the informality of the words. We're well, Mousebones, she answered.
Good.
Chapter 11. The snow that night came quietly at first. A few flakes and a few more flakes, then settled into a business-like snow that did not trouble itself with theatrics. The winds did not howl and the flakes did not dance. They simply fell straight down, thick and white and relentless. There were no haystacks. There were no farmhouses. Gerda had been watching for one for hours, and there were none. The fields were grey and barren. The last house had been 4 hours ago before she stopped for lunch. Even the fences had ended. Gerda had a grim feeling that she had walked out of the fields and into moorland. Should I have gone back? She asked Mousebones.
Does it matter?
Asked the raven.
You didn't go back.
He shook himself, and snowflakes fell off his shining black feathers.
Snow. I never liked snow.
I thought birds spent the winter in the land of the dead, said Gerda.
Ark!
He gave her a suspicious look.
Who told you that?
She shrugged. I don't know. Everyone, I guess.
Nobody I know,
said the raven.
I've certainly never been to the land of the dead.
He considered this.
Maybe sparrows. Sparrows always seem like they know more than they're telling.
He flew to a fence post and fluffed his beard briefly. Gerda shoved her hands deeper into the fur muff. At first she left small, melted boot prints on the road. After a time they no longer melted, and she left white prints on white. The wind began to pick up, but the snow fell as thick as ever. If the snow had been deeper, she would have been in better spirits. Every child in the village knew how to build a snow cave and hunker down into it. It was one of the things you learned about winter, like throwing yourself flat on ice that started to crack, like watching out for icicles that might fall off the eaves and drive themselves into your skull. But a few inches of cold, wet snow were different than 2 feet of dry, packable snow. Gerda took a deep breath and felt the cold like knives in her chest. It is possible that I'm going to die, she said. She wanted to feel badly about this, but her nose was running in the cold, and it was hard to concentrate on her own death when she felt as if she might drown in snot. She wiped furiously at her nose and wished for a handkerchief.
It is a certainty that you are going to die, said Mousebones. All living things die. Then we eat their eyes.
How nice, said Gerda. Are you going to eat my eyes?
Well, obviously. You'd want a friend to do it, wouldn't you?
Mousebones groomed a snowflake off her hair.
And it's not like you'd be using them.
Gerda sighed and wiped her nose on her sleeve again. The inside of her nostrils felt raw.
However,
said Mousebones,
since you have given me cheese and carried me all this way, I will not eat your eyes today unless you want me to.
Want you to?
Well,
said Mousebones, fluffing up all his feathers and settling them again.
Some people do. For wisdom, you know. I could pluck out an eye and eat it, and then the other one would have the second sight. In theory.
Does that work? asked Gerda. Mousebones made a drawn-out sound.
It might, he said a bit doubtfully. I just handled the eye-eating bit. The second sight is somebody else's problem.
Gerda could think of nothing to say to that.
I don't know why people want second sight anyway,
the raven added.
You'd think seeing one world would be enough.
I might give an eyeball if I could see a haystack right now, said Gerda, sighing. It seemed unlikely. Visibility had plunged, and now the world was grey and white, only a few yards off the road. Even if there were mysterious mobile haystacks lurking in the moors, she wouldn't be able to see them. The raven launched himself into the air. Gerda ducked her head, startled. "That wasn't an offer!" she yelled after him. Mousebones paid her no heed. She could see the stiffness in his bad wing as he flapped away into the snow. She tried not to feel bereft. Presumably a raven could roost in a tree somewhere and not freeze to death. She couldn't. There was no reason Mousebones should stay with her and freeze. Gerda had pulled the hood of her cloak low, and her face was wet where her breath steamed up into it. She definitely was not crying. It would be stupid to cry about a raven. "He'd only have eaten my eyes anyway," she said glumly. The snow grew thicker and thicker. It was no longer crunching underfoot, but piling up silently. Gerda felt as if the world was growing larger and larger, or as if she were growing smaller and more insignificant. A little hooded mouse toiling along the road, not even leaving tracks behind her. She stopped and pushed her hood back. The wind cut at her wet cheeks and froze her eyelashes. She could see the road ahead and behind, and nothing else. "I am going to freeze. I could walk 10 feet from a farmhouse and never know." She could taste despair on her tongue like dust. "I might as well lie down in the snow and get it over with. At least it will be painless. They say freezing is the best way to die." And then, from overhead, she heard the high, familiar chime of bells. Chapter 12. Gerda looked up. All she could see at first was white snow rushing at her from a pale grey sky. It was a dizzying perspective, and for a moment she felt queasy, as if the snow was still and the ground was rocketing upward. Then a shape passed overhead, white on grey, eerily silent except for the chiming bells. The white otters poured through the sky, running on air as easily as they had run on snow. The sled cut a long path through the sky, leaving a snowless wake behind it. Gerda was below and a little to the left. She could not see much of the interior from her angle, but the Snow Queen stood in the front of the sled, and behind her, dark-haired and wrapped in furs, but with his head bare. "Kay!" cried Gerda. "Kay!" He did not look at her. Perhaps he did not hear. The Snow Queen heard, though, and as the sled ran past, she turned her head. Her single glance fell over Gerda like a blow. Mewling, red-faced, mortal, stinking of sweat. Gerda staggered and went to one knee under the weight of her own uselessness. The Snow Queen's gaze flicked away. Gerda gasped for air, feeling the cold stab her lungs. And what did it matter? None of it mattered. She should lie down and die. The snow was clean and she was filthy, but if it covered her over, no one would see what a wretched creature she was, and that was the best that she could ever hope for. "No," said Gerda. She had to bite the word and spit it out. "No, I can't die now. Someone needs to help Kay. Kay is alive. I just saw him. If I am a wretched, filthy creature, so be it. I don't have to be anything else. I just have to get to Kay. Kay deserves better than me, but I'm all there is." The thought got her back to her feet. Her knee was soaked through from kneeling in the snow, and the backs of her hands were burning. She found the fur muff and shoved her hands in it. Walking. Yes, that was next. She could walk. She stumbled forward. Mousebones found her a few minutes later and landed on her pack.
"Well," he said, "that was something. Did you see the crazy sled pulled by otters?"
"The Snow Queen," croaked Gerda, too broken to realize that Mousebones had returned. "She has Kay. I have to get him back, but I'm going to freeze to death."
"You don't sound so good," said the raven.
Gerda took a deep breath and then a swallow of water from her flask. It was slushy with ice and chilled her deeply, but her lips and tongue moved more easily for it. "She looked at me," she said. I think it's something she does. Did she look at you?" Mousebones raised his head.
"I should say she did. I nearly flew into her."
Gerda turned her head. She could just see the long, wicked beak alongside her cheek. "And when she did, you didn't feel—" She paused, trying to find the words. "Dirty?" she said, finally, feeling even more wretched for not being able to describe it. "Mortal? Awful compared to her?"
"Ark,"
said Mousebones.
"Compared to her, I'm a raven, and ravens do not bow to gods, or men, or giants."
He lifted his head proudly, and Gerda felt even worse. She was not a raven. A little cat-sized bundle of feathers and bone could stand before the Snow Queen, and she could not. She trudged on in silence.
"Anyway,"
said Mousebones after a minute,
"there's a stand of bushes about 100 feet further up. It's the only cover we're going to get, and this storm goes on in both directions for a long time, so I suggest you stop there."
Gerda blinked. It occurred to her rather sluggishly that she might not freeze to death. This was an interesting idea, although she did not have much energy left to be interested.
"You can cut some branches to perch on," said Mousebones, "and then we'll roost together so we don't freeze to death, and I will be on my very best behaviour and won't pluck out even one eye."
He sounded as if he were making a great sacrifice, and Gerda choked out a laugh. The cold inside her thawed a tiny bit. The bushes were only a little way down the road, nearly covered in drifting snow. They were white lumps on white ground, and she had to look carefully to see them.
"Odin's forehead,"
grumbled Mousebones.
"Ah! They were green when I saw them before. It's coming down hard."
The bushes were barely waist-high, but it was enough. Gerda pulled her knife and hacked off a half-dozen branches from the bottom of the largest. They were some kind of low evergreen junipers, she thought. The smell, even through the cold, was sharp and clean. Mousebones flapped and bounced in the snow while she excavated a gap in the bushes. She laid the branches down on the ground to provide an inch of insulation between her and the snow, then crawled underneath the bush. It was still cold, but being out of the wind made a startling difference. Snow still slid from the branches overhead every time Gerda moved, but presumably it would settle down eventually. She pulled her hood low over her face and tucked her knees up. Mousebones hopped inside and climbed up on her shoulder.
"Not the best night roost," he grumbled. "I've seen better."
"Sorry," said Gerda. "It's what we've got."
"Ah!"
She was very tired. She ate a few bites of food and drank a few swallows of water. When the village children were taught what to do if you were trapped in the snow, their teachers had always been very clear that you had to keep eating and drinking or you would die much faster. Gerda sighed. She did not know if she had done it right. They talked about snow caves, and this was a little like a cave, but she had never actually built one for real. She didn't know if she'd wake up with dead toes or if she'd even wake up at all. Junipers were supposed to be tough. Her grandmother said that the family was made of juniper, stubborn, right down to the bone. She did not feel particularly tough or stubborn or anything else.
"Ark,"
said Mousebones.
"Stop fidgeting."
Sorry, said Gerda. She tucked her hands into her armpits. Will they find my body in the spring thaw? It was her last thought before she fell asleep. Chapter 13. She dreamed the dreams of evergreens with snow on them. The air smelled sharply of resin. A woman rode by her on a grey horse that stumbled. She was talking to herself or to the horse, but the language was strange. Gerda would have liked to follow the woman to see if she knew where to take shelter from the snow, but she and the horse vanished into the trees, hidden by the snow. Gerda sighed. The snow began to melt around her. It ran in rivulets over last year's leaves. Pale green needles flushed out on the tips of the branches. "Spring?" said Gerda. She turned. A child was staring at her from beside a tree trunk, a child with pasty, swollen skin. It had blank, black eyes, the pupils grotesquely dilated, a thin rim of iris around them. It stared at her with its mouth hanging open. Gerda jerked back, revolted, and woke herself up.
"Ark,"
said Mousebones, flapping for purchase on her shoulder. One wing clipped her on the back of the head.
"Ark, what was that?"
"Nightmare," said Gerda. Was that her own dream or the juniper's? She couldn't tell the difference any more.
"I should say so. You squawked like a jay with her egg being stolen."
Gerda scrubbed a hand over her face. It was still wet from her breath melting over it. "Sorry." Mousebones made a sound that would have been a chirp in a smaller bird.
"Ark. I suppose I will not get to eat your eyes today, at least."
Before Gerda could comment, and what would she say? Mousebones hopped off her shoulder. Branches had leaned down inside the bush, sagging with the weight of the snow. There was a raven-sized gap at the bottom, and Mousebones ducked through it, leaving rune-shaped tracks behind him.
"Ark,"
Gerda heard.
"Ark, come out. The snow's stopped."
Gerda slithered out from under the bush. The snow had indeed stopped. Gerda turned, looked in every direction, and saw whiteness. Sun dazzled the edges of her vision. She had to squint, but she was glad of it, because without the sun she would have had no idea which direction she had come from and which way she should be going. Her footsteps had filled in overnight. She could see the road, which was higher than the surrounding moor. The scruffy bushes she had slept in were one of a dozen small shapes dotting the landscape, all of them smoothed over by drifted snow. "Mousebones," she said. The raven was rolling on his back in the snow, kicking his feet. He looked thoroughly undignified and thoroughly unconcerned about it.
"Ark."
"Do you know how far it is to the next town?" Mousebones stood up and sloughed snow off his feathers.
"Not that far. I could fly it, even with my wing, and not be sore in the morning."
"All right," said Gerda. She had a brief breakfast, which she shared with her bird companion. The ham was gone, the cheese was going. She still had money, which did her no good at all out on the moors. If I can get to the town, I can buy supplies at least. It took until noon before she saw a blue blot on the horizon. Walking in the sun was warm, but the wind was cold. Gerda flipped her hood up every few minutes and pulled the cloak forward over her arms. But then she would overheat and flip it back again.
"Make up your mind,"
grumbled Mousebones, who didn't like moving whenever she rearranged her cloak. "Sorry," said Gerda. "It's too hot inside and too cold outside."
"Humans! No pleasing you. Grow feathers, why don't you?"
Gerda snorted. "And then what? I'd be a big feathery thing. I still couldn't fly, could I?"
"No, but you'd be better looking."
"I'll pass, thanks." The blue blot grew, separated into smaller, squarer blots, and became a town. Gerda walked into it in the middle of the afternoon. The houses were small, with thick walls and sharply sloped roofs to slide the snow off. A few clustered tight together in the centre of the town, but more straggled off in all directions. Garden plots were covered in a blanket of snow. It was a much smaller town than Gerda's home, but the little details, cutouts on the shutters and the overhangs, elaborately carved benches, suggested prosperity. Or, at least, very long winters. When you don't have much else to do, you might as well carve things. The town was bustling despite the recent snowfall. Fresh sled tracks marked the street. She had gone perhaps a dozen yards into the village proper when she realized that people were staring at her. One man stood with his mouth hanging open, swivelling his head as she passed. Small children pointed and whispered to each other. Gerda blushed hotly at first, checking her clothing. Was her shirt gaping open? Was she so obviously out of place? Then she remembered that she had a raven perched on her pack, and the heat faded from her cheeks. Ah, yes, that. If people wanted to stare because of Mousebones, she couldn't blame them. She wouldn't tell the raven to leave, though. If it hadn't been for him, Gerda would have stumbled past the bushes without seeing them. Assuming I didn't just lie down in the snow to die when I saw the Snow Queen. Gerda lowered her chin and went looking for the local inn. Chapter 14. The inn was quiet. The evening rush had not yet descended. There was a great deal of warm, polished wood and a mellow quiet. An old woman was sitting next to the fire. She was really truly old, older than Gerda's grandmother. Her hair lay in thin straggling wisps.
"Come in," she said, when Gerda paused on the doorstep. "You'll let the heat out."
And when Gerda had come inside with Mousebones on her shoulder,
"Look at you."
"Everyone else is," said Gerda dryly. The old woman cackled, a really good cackle, the sort that you can only get if you are over the age of 80 and know how to drink.
"Sit down," she said. "You could use a bite to eat, I bet. Or your black-winged friend could." "It's true," said Mousebones.
"Caw," said the old woman, and cackled again. Gerda had one very surreal moment when it seemed that Mousebones was speaking a human language and the old woman was speaking like a raven. Then the woman said, "Caw to you too." and Gerda realised that she was imitating Mousebones.
"Her accent is atrocious,"
said the raven haughtily. "I'm sure he'd like something," said Gerda, sitting, "but I can pay." The old woman shook her head.
"Nothing doing," she said. "You've paid me already. They'll all come in tonight, you know, to ask me for your story."
Gerda rubbed her forehead. I'm sorry, Mum. I don't understand."
"I'm the storyteller,"
said the old woman.
"Gran Aisha. My daughter runs this place."
She banged her mug on the little table beside her.
"Ebba! Ebba! Come here and bring this girl and her bird some sausages."
A tall, stoop-shouldered woman came from the back, looked at Gerda, looked at Mousebones, rolled her eyes, and went into the back. A few minutes later she re-emerged with a plate of sausages. "I hope your bird is house-trained," she said.
"Nope,"
said Mousebones happily. Gerda winced and moved her chair so that Mousebones had his tail over the hearthstones instead of the wooden floor. The sausages were small and spicy and delicious. Gerda handed every third one up to Mousebones, who took them from her fingertips as neatly as if he were plucking out someone's eyeballs. Gran Aisha watched her while she ate, her bright eyes moving from her face to Mousebones on her shoulder. It would have been uncomfortable, but the old woman kept up a string of chatter about the town, commentary about the snow coming down so early in the year, but not so early as the one winter when it snowed all through the harvest, and some foolish farmer who hadn't brought the cows in early and had to go out in the snow with a lantern to find them. Gerda said nothing, and let the flow of words wash over her, until she was full of sausages and potatoes and cider.
"Good?"
asked Gran Aisha.
"All the corners filled in?"
"Very good," said Gerda.
"I forgive her the accent,"
said Mousebones,
"if her daughter can cook such sausages."
The storyteller smiled, and her eyes nearly vanished in the swirl of wrinkles.
"Good," she said. "Very good. Now, about your story."
"Do you want to know my story?" asked Gerda, somewhat amused. "So you can tell it?"
"Not particularly," said the old woman. "No one wants true stories. They want stories with truth dusted over them, like sugar on a bun."
She cackled again.
"But tell me a little bit of yours anyway."
Gerda considered. "My friend was stolen away by the Snow Queen, and I went after him, and then I got caught by a witch and stayed for 7 months and don't remember much of anything, and now I can understand ravens." Well, that was true so far as it went, but it wouldn't actually sound all that sane coming out of her mouth. Then again, here I am with a raven. "My friend is missing," she said finally. "I think he was, kidnapped. I've been searching for him, but I was, delayed for a few months. But now I'm looking again."
"Your friend?" said Gran Aisha. "Or your true love?"
"Both," said Gerda firmly.
"Better."
Gran Aisha grinned, revealing a surprisingly good set of teeth for her age.
Let me see, how should the story go? You're a princess, of course."
"I am?"
"Naturally."
Gran Aisha swatted her on the knee.
You can hardly do anything worthwhile in a story unless you're a princess, you know.
That doesn't seem very fair, said Gerda, taking a sip of the cider. Her mouth crooked up at the corners despite herself.
It isn't, said the storyteller. But you're young. Old women can be wise, but young women have to be princesses.
I'm a bit short for a princess, and a bit, round.
Gran Aisha waved away this objection. Doesn't matter. Once you've left town, all they'll remember is what I tell them. You'll be devastatingly beautiful within a week. They were mostly looking at the raven, anyway.
Gerda laughed.
Yes, yes, I see it now. You're a very clever princess. Your adviser, the raven, has told you all the wisdom in the world.
Mousebones preened.
I like this story. That's right. I'm talking about you, bird.
Gran Aisha took a sip of her own drink. Gerda suspected it was rather stronger than cider.
You've learned wisdom from the raven, and nowhere is there a prince worthy of you. Men are tongue-tied in your presence. They present themselves to you in your palace, and they can't remember a single word.
Gerda dragged her hand over her face. All right, she said. Where's this palace of mine, anyhow?
Oh, very far away. A year and a day by horse.
How inconvenient for me.
It's a magnificent palace, the storyteller assured her. Each hall more extraordinary than the last. The walls are hung with rose-coloured satin, and the ceilings hung with chips of cut glass. You rule from a throne inlaid with diamonds and drink from a cup inlaid with pearls.
Constantly, said Gerda.
But alas, it is lonely when you are unmarried, and none of the princes who come before you can speak a single word.
Gerda put her chin on her hand and waited.
You got tired of waiting around for a worthy husband to present himself, continued Gran Aisha. So you went out with your trusted raven to find the prince wise enough to speak to you without fear.
She brought her hands together.
And you are still looking. But one day, I'm sure, you'll find him.
I hope so, said Gerda more fervently than she intended to.
And he will be as handsome as the dawn, and wear red, and he will keep ravens of his own. And your beautiful bird will meet his mate as well, and the two of them will be kept as official court ravens and fed all the best bits from the kitchen. Get the sausage recipe from the innkeeper, will you?
Asked Mousebones.
I want the palace kitchens to make these sausages. And you and your wise prince will talk long into the night, every night, and live to a ripe old age. And the children in this town will grow up telling the story of how they saw the Raven Princess before she found her prince.
Gerda grinned ruefully. It's a better story than the truth, she admitted, though I still don't think anyone's going to believe I'm beautiful or wise.
People will believe anything if you add enough details they like, said Gran Aisha. It's a good story. Thank you for bringing it to me.
She reached out with her mug and clinked it against Gerda's.
Although, she added, taking a long slug of her drink, I won't swear that I won't add to it, if it's early in the evening. A comic case of mistaken identity, say, or 3 tasks, or a riddle game. She glanced up at Mousebones. Ravens and riddle games go well together, I always thought. It's true, said Mousebones, wiping his beak on Gerta's hair. I know lots of riddles, and not just a stupid one about writing desks. So long as you don't give me a tragic ending, said Gerta. Please? Gran Aisha laughed. No, I like you. I won't have you starve to death in the snow while your prince marries another. I save that for rude people. Good to know. Gerda finished her cider and stretched her hands to the fire. The silence was companionable, and the room was warm. Perhaps that was why she felt comfortable asking the next question aloud. Gran Aisha, in all your stories, have you heard of the Snow Queen? Chapter 15. The old woman looked up, startled. Her wispy hair shook around her face. What? The Snow Queen. Shh! I heard you. She made silencing gestures with her hands, as gnarled and thin as Mousebones' talons. Careful with that name. I don't know if she's one of the spirits that hears when you speak of them, but I don't know that she's not. She already knows I exist, said Gerta, but I won't talk about her, if you'd rather not. Gran Aisha picked her mug up, then set it down again, untasted. That's a darker story than I made for you, she said. Much darker. It's not one I'd tell often, and not in winter. Gerta bowed her head. How did you run afoul of that, fell maid? She took my friend, said Gerta. Stole him in the night. I saw them go, but I didn't follow soon enough. Gran Aisha frowned. She got up then and went to the bar and poured herself out another drink. The smell of it when she came back to the fire was thin and raw and potent. Let him go, she said. I'm sorry? Your friend, said Gran Aisha. That's a story with no happy ending. You've still got a chance at yours. She drank deeply and grimaced. Let him go. Find yourself a strapping lad who knows how to listen and will worship the ground you walk on. They're rare, but they're worth it. But she kidnapped him, said Gerta. I can't just abandon him. She flushed with shame at the thought that she had done so for 7 months already. Gran Aisha shook her head. She doesn't take the unwilling. He had to climb into her sledge himself. I'm sure she enchanted him somehow. He wouldn't have... She had to stop then, remembering how Kay had always loved the snow, and the cleanness of it, and how beautiful the Snow Queen looked. Yes, perhaps he had climbed into the sledge himself. She'll kill him, she said. Gran Aisha sighed. Oh, eventually. She'll give him kisses and more than kisses, and all that ice will work its way to his heart. But he'll never feel a thing.
I can't let that happen.
Plenty of sweethearts die as children, said the storyteller. They fall through the ice, or cross a pasture with a bull, or catch a fever and die of it. It's hard, and there's tears, but you shouldn't throw your life away pining for them.
She smoothed her hair down.
Your sweetheart's gone, same as if he died of a fever. Running after him won't help.
Please, said Goethe, if you know anything, if there's anything you can tell me. She dropped to her knees in front of the fire. Gran Aisha sighed and looked down at Goethe.
You're asking me to hand you the knife, she said bitterly, so you can go full on it. I shouldn't tell you anything. But you ask very prettily, and I'm too old to stop foolish children any longer.
She gestured impatiently to Goethe, who climbed back into her chair and perched on the edge, leaning far forward.
That one, said Gran Aisha, that one lives farther north than north, and you won't get there on a human road. You'll need to find another way.
Her eyes rested on Mousebones for a moment.
Still, walking north with a raven on your shoulder is a good start. Keep your eyes closed and your heart open. The way will open or it won't. You'll know if it doesn't, if you come at last to the sea.
She took another sip.
That one delights in the cold and oversees it. I knew an old Sami woman. Long and long ago it was. She might be dead now. She told me that one was not one of their spirits, but they knew of her. For all that, they're good Christians now.
Gran Aisha frowned into her drink.
I've heard a great many stories about her. But you know that stories are not always true. Some say she was a human girl unlucky in love, and it froze her heart, and now she searches the world for pretty boys to freeze in turn.
She shook her head.
I doubt that. The shape of her in my head is not human, and I've learned to trust such things. I think she was a spirit born of ice, and she steals away human children, cut from the same cloth as the fair folk, anyway.
Goethe shook her head, puzzled.
Creatures of the south, said Gran Aisha. They live a little outside the world and steal people from our world into theirs. When the plagues came so long ago, most of the people died, but I imagine the fair folk lived.
She took another drink.
I won't get to the great port again in my lifetime, or I'd ask a trader there if they still put out milk for the fairies. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
She leaned forward and poked a withered finger at Goethe.
Not like us. The Tontu were never as cruel as the fair folk.
Goethe nodded politely. The old storyteller was rambling now, and Goethe wasn't sure if there was much more sense to be gotten from her. Her grandmother had put out hot oatmeal for the Tontu, the spirits of the house and the sauna, but those little household magics were a long way from the Snow Queen.
Stay the night,
said Gran Aisha abruptly, her eyes sharpening.
"Stay and sleep well and have a good meal. Go in the sauna and bake the sorrow out of your bones. It may be the last chance you get. And in the morning, when you walk north with your raven, well, if you walk all the way to Sapmi on this road, look for a woman named Lively. She used to live just over the border. She was old then, and will be older now, but some women age like tree roots and last nearly forever."
Gerta's heart sank at the thought of walking clear to Sapmi. How far would that even be? Still, for Kay, if I must walk to the end of the world, so be it. Sapmi is not so far compared to that. And I will have a meal and not have to sleep under a hedge tonight. I would be glad to stay, she said.
"If you do meet Lively," said Gran Aisha, "tell her that your story is written on the hides of herring. She'll find that funny."
She smiled herself, but it was sad and did not quite touch her eyes. Her dreams that night were quiet. She stayed in the sauna until she could not stop from yawning and slept immediately. The wooden floor and the long wooden ceiling beams had been an inn far longer than they had been trees. Their dreams were of polishing and dust motes and footsteps and overwhelmingly of travellers sleeping. So Gerda slept, and in her dreams she slept again, and she woke feeling strong and hungry. Gran Aisha's daughter fed her an enormous meal of spiced sausages and eggs and onions and sent her on her way with a pack that groaned with food. "What do I owe you?" asked Gerda, reaching for the small pouch of coins at her side. "You don't," said the storyteller's daughter. "My mother tells me that you are going to your death, and we don't charge the dying for their last meals." Gerda blinked. On her shoulder, Mousebones shifted from foot to foot. "Mother is not very tactful," said the innkeeper, sighing. "But she sees a long way when she can see at all. Be careful. You could stay here, you know. I can always use a hand around the inn." Gerda shook her head. "It's very kind of you," she said, "and I appreciate it. But I have to find Kay." "Then go with God," said the storyteller's daughter, "and whatever kindly spirits you meet along your path." Chapter 16. She and Mousebones had been on the road for 2 days when the raven said,
"The other human girl I knew lives near here."
Gerda felt a pang of something that wasn't jealousy, but was at least a little like it. "Oh?" she said, keeping her voice carefully neutral.
"In the woods,"
said Mousebones, gesturing toward the line of trees off to their left.
"She lives there with her flock."
Gerda's first instinct, rapidly squelched, was to walk away from the forest. "That's stupid. We're friends, that's all, and he's allowed to have other friends." She aimed her feet toward the trees. "Do you think she'll let us stay for the night?"
"I stayed for weeks," said Mousebones. "She held up my wing and fed me dead mice."
"Hopefully she'll have something for humans to eat too." It occurred to Gerda that Mousebones might prefer to spend the winter in the care of a healer who fed him dead mice. She felt an odd wash of cold from the centre of her chest at the thought. He's not my pet. If he wants to stay there, he can. And if the thought of not having him around to hunger after my eyeballs makes me feel a bit like crying, well, that's my problem, not his. Aloud, she said only, "It'll be warmer there than it will be in a ditch, I'm sure." It took an hour to reach the trees, but she was glad that they had started in that direction. The sky was developing a certain grey heaviness that she didn't like. It looked like more snow was on the way. There was a clear gap in the trees. She made for it and found the remnants of a road. Mousebones took off, winging awkwardly from tree to tree. Gerda bit her lip. Don't be stupid. He wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. And indeed, a few minutes later he returned, shaking snow down on her and cawing laughter. "Hey, that's cold!"
Ah!
She tossed a snowball at him underhand, and he flew easily out of the way, snickering. "You're lucky you've got wings," she said.
Wings are the natural state of being, he said. You were just born unlucky.
He hopped onto a bough overhead.
The other human lives near here. Follow me.
Gerda followed him. Pine needles crunched underfoot as she walked. Don't be so nervous. This is no different than a farmhouse, and you got used to going up to those. If you don't like her, you can leave. But would Mousebones come with me?
Not far now,
called Mousebones. And then a large man stepped out from behind a tree and grabbed Gerda around the waist. Gerda yelped, "Hey! Hey!" He was very large and red-faced, with stubble more yellow than grey. He looked at her for a moment with his brow knit, and then he bent his knees and heaved her into the air. "Stop!" Gerda began, and then he had her slung over his shoulder and was jogging through the forest. She had never been slung over anyone's shoulder before. It had very little to recommend it. Her head was hanging down, and the ground was lurching past.
"Ark!"
she heard Mousebones calling.
"Ark! Stop that! Put my human down! You don't carry other humans that way!"
She tried kicking her feet, but could get no leverage. She elbowed him in the kidneys, and he grunted, so she did it again, but he didn't slow down. The other problem with being carried like that became rapidly apparent. Every step slammed his shoulder into her gut. Over and over. Things started to move, and not in a good way. Gerda tried to get a hand over her mouth, but it wasn't going to do any good. So then she just tried to get her hand out of the way. She threw up. He stopped. She was furious and frightened and also embarrassed. It was stupid to be embarrassed about throwing up on someone when you had just been picked up and manhandled against your will, but she was, anyway. The red-faced man slung her off his shoulder and tossed her to the ground. There was no snow to cushion her fall, only hard earth. She landed badly, and the air went out of her. What little she could see, in between wheezing, was a hard-packed courtyard and a building like a pigeon coop. It looked shabby and half falling down. "Goddamn Martin!" someone said over her head. "What have you done?" The red-faced man, Martin, said,
"She was in the woods."
His voice was very deep. "People are allowed to be in the woods."
"She was nosing around. Looked to walk right in here."
So you decided to make absolutely sure she found us. How useful. The speaker walked into Gerta's line of sight. She was tall and lean and not much older than Gerta herself. Her skin was dark brown and her hair was blacker than Mousebone's feathers. She wore a bright scarf around her shoulders. Gerta recognized her immediately. The girl reached down a hand and pulled Gerta to her feet. "It's you," said Gerta, stupidly, still clutching her hand. She was aware that she was streaked with vomit, and her hair was hanging in rags, and she felt embarrassed again, because she would have wanted to make a better impression. The other girl turned her head slightly, suddenly wary. "Do we know each other?" "From my dream," said Gerta. She could feel the blush coming on because what she was saying was dreadfully stupid, but the words kept coming out and there was no stopping them. "The grapevine dream. I saw you. You were in it, with the wood pigeons." This is not something normal people say to strangers. Now you'll have to explain about the witch, and then explain that you were stupid enough to be enchanted for months, and incidentally you've sort of been kidnapped, and probably you should worry about that instead. Her face was burning, clear to the tips of her ears. She wiped her hand across her mouth, feeling unutterably foolish, and yet this was without a doubt the woman that she had seen in the dream given to her by the grapevines. "Wood pigeons," said the girl slowly. "Yes, I keep wood pigeons."
"She's got money,"
said Martin.
"or a little jingly pouch anyway, and her pack's full, and we could kill her and nobody'd hardly know."
"Sure," said the girl. "And then the farmers wonder why one of their daughters have gone missing, and they go looking and they find us and they say, 'Oh, look, bandits wintering over,' and wipe us out. Because there are 5 of us, Martin. Have you forgotten?"
"Lot more of us,"
mumbled Martin, staring at his feet. "Yes, there are. And they're currently either south, lying low, or they're rotting in jail because my father took it in his head to—" She stopped and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Never mind," she said. "Never mind that. The milk is spilled, and I should stop crying over it." She took Gerta's arm. "Come with me. My name is Jana, and I suppose you're my prisoner now." Chapter 17. "No," said Gerta. No, I'm sorry. That won't work." Jana looked at her. She blinked a few times, slowly, and then said, "Being my prisoner isn't going to work for you?" Gerta took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I have to keep going. I'm looking for someone. He's been missing for a long time now, and look, I didn't mean to come here. You can have my money, but I have to go." Now that she was standing, Gerta could see that the pigeon coop was probably not where Jana and Martin were staying. There was an earth house there, a hillock in the woods with an open doorway in one side. Piled sod on the top had sprouted grass that stuck out in tufts through the snow. Mousebones soared in with a flirt of wings and landed on Gerta's shoulder. It was hard to tell in a raven, but Gerta thought that if he were a human, he would have been embarrassed.
"This is her,"
he said.
"the girl who helped my wing. I suppose that oaf who grabbed you must have been about as well, but I didn't remember him."
Yanna's eyebrows were up so far that they nearly touched her hairline. "Midnight? Is that you?" "His name is Mousebones," said Gerda, trying to follow two conversations at once.
"I'm sorry," said the bird, "and we ravens don't apologize often, so please make a note of it. She helped my wing, so I thought she'd help you. I didn't think that a human could be kind to a raven and cruel to another human."
"Mousebones," said Yanna. "Well, she was called Midnight when she came flapping in here with a broken wing, and quite a job I had to set it." "He's a he," said Gerda. Well, he's very clear that it's not my business either way, but he says that's what he'll be because he's not an it." Yanna stared at her. Said Gerda, who realised that she had just admitted that she heard a raven talk, which meant that Yanna either thought she was lying or insane. That is... I have got to stop babbling. I'm flustered, that's it. Not that anyone wouldn't be when they're made someone else's prisoner. The tips of her ears were burning now, and she was fairly sure that the blush extended most of the way to her navel. Yanna spun on her heel and snapped. "Martin, go do something useful. Make sure we've got enough firewood to last the night. It's going to be an ugly storm."
"But
go." Martin made a long grumbling noise, like an old dog told to move, and plodded off. "Please," said Gerda, a bit desperately. "I need to get moving before the storm hits." Yanna reached out and tucked Gerda's arm under hers. It was a companionable sort of gesture, and it also prevented Gerda from bolting into the woods. Mousebones fanned his wings to keep his balance. "Come with me," said Yanna. "You're my guest, if you prefer that to prisoner. And you can tell me all about Mousebones." Said Gerda. "And we'll wait out this storm that is going to land on our heads quite soon, and I will keep Martin from doing anything unpleasant, and we will even feed you. How does that sound?" "I don't want to be any trouble," said Gerda, faintly, aware that any chance of freedom was trickling away. "Please." Yanna smiled. Gerda had a dark suspicion that she knew exactly what she was doing. "It's no trouble at all." "Being polite is all well and good, right up until it's a trap," thought Gerda dully. "She's going to do whatever she's going to do, whether I'm polite or not."
"I suppose I could go for her eyes," said Mousebones doubtfully. "But she fixed my wing, and that would be poor payment.
"It's all right," said Gerda, even though it wasn't. Just stay out of reach, okay?" Mousebones took flight and landed atop a nearby branch. "Do you think she'll kill me?" asked Gerda, and flushed again because Yanna was standing right there beside her. "I don't." "But of course, you're asking the bird," said her captor. She shook her head and muttered, "Why are the pretty ones always crazy?" half under her breath.
"I don't know," said Mousebones. "I thought I did, but I don't. Ravens know wise things, old things, and humans are a young and foolish race. I don't know."
His beak gaped open, and he made a small, fledgling sound of distress. "Come on, then," said Yanna. "Midnight, Mousebones, can come inside as well. The ceilings are very high, and if he craps on the floor, no one will notice in there." Her lips twisted. Mousebones shook his head and fluffed up his feathers as if something was alarming him, and then flew away.
I'll be back,
he cawed.
I need to think.
Or not, said Jana, watching the raven flutter into a tree. She led Gerda to the open doorway. Gerda felt herself resisting, trying to plant her feet, and had to concentrate to make herself stop. If I resist, she'll drag me, and once we cross that point, it will all get worse. There may be no difference between being a guest and being a prisoner, but guests are treated better. I hope. Jana glanced at her. Gently, she murmured. This charade is not all for your benefit. They crossed the threshold. There was a drape made of deerskin tied to one side, and Jana let it down behind them. Gerda's eyes were dazed by the shift from bright snow to darkness. She followed Jana blindly, feeling packed earth underfoot.
Said
a voice off to her left.
What's all the fuss? Is your father home?
No, said Jana shortly. Not home, and not likely to be home any time soon. The weather's turning.
Is it?
The voice laughed, a series of short inhalations. Someone very old, thought Gerda. A woman, I think, but very old, older than grandmother. Maybe older than Gran Aisha, too.
What have you got there, then?
Asked the old woman. Lost traveller, said Jana. Nothing to fret yourself over. The voice sharpened.
Traveller? Here? Are you sure it's not a spy?
Quite sure. Jana was leading her away from the voice. Don't fret yourself, Nan. Another voice, masculine, scraped almost as thin as the first, said,
If the storm runs too long, we can always eat them.
Gerda's fingers closed convulsively on Jana's wrist. No one's eating anyone, said Jana. We're bandits, not cannibals. Half under her breath, she muttered, An inch of snow on the ground, and the old fools always start deciding who to eat first. It's like they're looking for excuses. Gerda thought it best not to say anything. Her eyes were adjusting as they crossed the room. The earth house was larger than she expected, the ceiling high overhead. The beams were blackened with smoke. The fire in the central pit was low and flickering. Radiating out from the pit like spokes from a wheel were a dozen sleeping areas. Most appeared unoccupied. Seated near the fire, wrapped in blankets, were two people so old that their skin hung off them like empty sacks. It was hard to tell where flesh ended and blankets began. They looked nearly identical, but Gerda could not have said if they were related or if they were simply equally ancient. The old woman's hands moved restlessly, working a drop spindle, not looking down. The old man sat idle. He whispered something to his companion, and they both laughed their high, gasping laughs again. A little ways off from them, with his back to a wall, was a middle-aged man. He was sitting a little awkwardly, and it took Gerda a moment to realise that he was missing his left leg below the knee. There was a loaded crossbow across his lap. He nodded to Jana, unsmiling, and she nodded back. On the far side of the earth house was another doorway, much smaller. This one had another hide drape over it. The effect was strangely primitive, as if Gerda had stepped back in time to an age of earthen mounds and men who painted themselves in honour to the gods. Jana herded her to the doorway. As the hide fell down behind them, Gerda heard the two old bandits begin to sing. Chapter 18. Janna's room in the earth house was not large, but it had a hatch set in the ceiling and a long ladder up to it. Gerta's eyes fixed on that, and it was hard to make herself see the rest of the room. "I need to open it up," said Janna, following her eyes, "and knock the snow off. Have to do it every few hours, or else there's 6 feet of snow over the hatch, and I can't get into the coop." "Coop?" said Gerta. That came out very normal, she thought. She was proud of how normal it sounded, while dread came clawing its way up her throat. She kept hearing the laughter from the other room, like birds calling over frozen ground. "The pigeon coop," said Janna. "You go up the hatch, and it's right there. It's not in great shape, but it holds pigeons. I'll show you tomorrow if you like." "Tomorrow," said Gerta faintly. "But I must go." "Not until the snow is done," said Janna. "Whoever you are trying to save, they can't move any farther in this snow than you can." "They can if they ride in the Snow Queen's sled," said Gerta. Janna's eyebrows climbed towards her hair again. "I can see you have quite a story to tell me," she said, "and I already doubt half of it. But I shall listen quite attentively." There was a single bed platform, very wide and covered in furs and ragged blankets. Janna sat down and patted the edge. "Have a seat," she said. "I will get you a bowl of stew, and then you may tell me all this tale. I find that preposterous stories sit better on a full stomach." "It's not preposterous," said Gerta. "Or it is, but—" The dread was clawing at her throat again. She clenched her hands in her skirts. "It's all true. I swear it is." "You have come here with a raven that I know personally," said Janna, "which is quite preposterous in and of itself. He was hardly a local bird. I found him a long ways off and brought him here when it was clear that his wing needed to be set. I could just barely believe that he remembered there was food here and returned, and that you are some mad girl that follows ravens about, but that hardly seems likely either." She smiled when she said it, and it was a good smile, a little rueful. Gerta found some tiny hope that perhaps she might yet leave alive. "I can't hope. I can't. The witch smiled too. She was very kind. Kindness cannot save me." Janna patted her arm. "It's been a long day for you," she said. "Sit and rest. I shall see to the hatch and to stew, and then I will listen to what you have to say." In the end, she told the bandit girl everything. She meant to omit a few things, not so much because they were improbable, but because they were embarrassing. But one thing led to another, and one step of the journey led to the next, and she could hardly leave out the witch, after she had already told Janna that she had seen her in a dream. And if she had already explained about the witch, there was hardly anything left in the story to shame her. "And then that man grabbed me," she finished at last. "I suppose I was trying to find you, but I didn't know. Mousebones said that you were here, but not that you were a bandit?" asked Janna, amused. "Well, how would a raven know such things?" She leaned back. "If you were trying to find us for some nefarious purpose, you'd have a better story," she said. "No, that was an excellent story. A less improbable one, I mean." Gerta flushed. "And there is the matter of Mousebones, and you seeing me among wood pigeons and grapevines." She put her chin in her hand. "That alone would make me think that you had been spying on me, But the grapevines died in the frost weeks ago, and since the alternative is to believe that you have been in the woods all fall, watching me—" She shook her head slowly, chin still on her hand. "No, I think perhaps you are telling the truth, as you understand it." "As I understand it?" Gerda had calmed a good deal between the story and the stew, enough to feel a trifle indignant about this. The old bandits had fallen silent, which helped. "As you understand it," said Yana, unruffled. "You may have dreamed the parts about your Snow Queen, after all. We have only stories, and your word that you were awake. You still might have come north on the strength of those dreams and run afoul of a witch and met a raven. Even so." She set aside her carved wooden bowl. The stew had been good, for an early winter stew. The deer still fat, the potatoes large. It would probably not be so good come midwinter, when the deer were nothing but bones and hide. "The Snow Queen is real," said Gerda, almost inaudibly. "Many things are real," said Yana. "It does not mean that all the tales told about them are." She frowned, rubbing her hands together. "Although, if it is a tale, there is one person we might ask." Gerda cringed when Yana lifted the hide drape and ushered her into the main room. It was very dark and smoky, and malice seemed to radiate from the two figures wrapped in furs and loosening skin. But she followed anyway, when Yana led her across the floor, because she had no real choice. She did not want to run. Some animals would only chase you if you ran. What am I thinking? They cannot run. I doubt they can stand without canes. They couldn't possibly chase me, not really. Her head was aware of this. Her heart keened like a dog that remembers being beaten. "Nan," said Yana, kneeling down an arm's length from the old woman. "You know lots of stories." Nan turned her ancient head.
"I do. A few."
"Tell me about the Snow Queen." Nan inhaled.
That one I haven't heard since I was young."
She turned her eyes to Gerda, who was crouched behind Yana.
"Ran afoul of her, have you? She'll suck the marrow out of your bones and fill the holes with frost."
Gerda shuddered. It was not so much the threat as the gloating tone in which it was delivered. "Never mind that," said Yana. "Tell me what you know."
"An old spirit," said Nan. "Old as old, older than I am. But she doesn't look it."
She leaned back. Her hands never stopped on the drop spindle, spinning, spinning. The old man was asleep with his mouth open. Gerda wrapped her arms around herself and focused on keeping Yana between them. "I don't trust you, but I trust her even less, and you don't seem to want to kill me yet."
"Old," said Nan. "I don't know much. She controls the frost, or the frost controls her. Or they're the same thing. They say she made a deal with the dark powers that love would never hurt her again." She licked her lips. "The devil took her heart and turned it cold. Now she loves however she likes, and when she's tired of them, she wraps them up in ice. She keeps them in her palace in the farthest north, they say, all all the pretty boys like frozen flowers.
Kay, thought Goethe, and pictured him with ice rimmed over his skin, like a snowdrop edged in frost. Always men? Asked Jana. Never women?
Ah! Ah!
Nan paused, with the drop spindle long enough to shake her finger at Jana.
Well, who's to say? No one goes to the Snow Queen's palace and lives. There might be a pretty girl or two in among the lads.
She leaned forward, peering around Jana to where Goethe hunched in silent misery.
Round little thing like her might take the Queen a while to freeze her out completely. She'd make a dozen meals.
Stop it, said Jana, annoyed. You ate a man once 50 years ago, and you relive it like it was your glory days.
Everybody should eat somebody once, said Nan. Changes your mind about a lot of things.
We'll get no more sense out of her, said Jana, turning back to Goethe. Come on. Ma'am, said Goethe, terrifying herself with her own boldness. How does the Snow Queen travel?
Ah.
Nan looked up, her eyes watery.
Find your tongue at last?
Goethe suspected that she was swaying on her feet. She thought she might throw up again. She's only an old woman. She's only an old woman. She's not that much different than Gran Aisha. Just horrible. Why am I so afraid of her? Those awful eyes searched her face and perhaps failed to find what they were looking for.
Flies on the wind,
said Nan, suddenly brisk.
On a sled, pulled by winter weasels or some such. Never saw her myself, never want to. Go away, Jana, and let an old woman sleep by the fire.
Jana grabbed Goethe's wrist and pulled her back to the rear of the earth house. Winter weasels, she said. Close enough to white otters for me. I won't swear you didn't hear the story somewhere and make up the whole mad tale, but I also won't swear it's not true. What's wrong with her? Asked Goethe, dully. Oh, Nan, I'd say she's old. But she was like that when she was younger too, from what I've heard. She was always cruel, but she got worse. And the healers tell me that you probably shouldn't eat your enemies, even if you're starving. Goethe stared at her. Don't give me that look. I haven't eaten anyone. It doesn't come up as often as you'd think. Goethe rubbed her forehead. It seemed that she was only plodding along from one exhaustion to the next. She was in danger here, but how was that any different than the day before? Or the one before that? Cold, cannibals, witches. It's all the same. Not quite as bad as all that, said Jana, which was when Goethe realised she'd been muttering to herself. I got in the habit of talking to myself on the road. I have to stop if I'm going to be around people. She pressed her lips together. We've got the cannibals, certainly, said Jana, but no witches. And we'll be warm enough tonight. Jana surprised her by springing up the ladder on the wall and flipping open the hatch. A dusting of snow came down around them. She banged the hatch a few times, letting a cold draught into the lodge, then shut it again. Goethe shivered. That'll do for the night, said the bandit girl. Now I'm going to bed, and I suggest you do the same, unless you'd like to get in the sauna. No? Goethe glanced around, wondering where she was going to sleep. "It's large enough for two," said Jana, "and will warm up faster. Here." She opened a trunk and tossed Gerda a piece of fabric. It was a nightshirt. It was pale blue and embroidered with little flowers around the hem. It did not look even remotely like something that Jana herself would wear. It was also about 2 sizes too large and hung on Gerda like a tent. "Did you, make this?" asked Gerda. "All stolen goods, I'm afraid," said Jana. Gerda blinked. Well, of course, they're bandits. Did I think she was spending her nights with an embroidery hoop? Jana nobly refrained from laughing at her and simply pulled back the furs. She had changed into her own night clothes, which had significantly less embroidery. "Come on," she said. "We're stuck in here for a few days, and the more time we spend asleep, the less time we spend going for each other's throats, or listening to Nan talk about who to eat first." The sleeping platform was larger than Gerda's trundle bed, larger even than her grandmother's big 4-poster. Gerda crept in, staying close to one side, as far from Jana as possible. What do I expect her to do? Strangle me in my sleep? She had no idea. Jana pushed a pillow in her direction and rolled over. Her hair, freed from the kerchief, was thick and dark and curly. "If you're thinking of waiting until I fall asleep and sneaking out, by the way," she said in a conversational tone, "I'd warn you that Aaron, the one with the crossbow, doesn't sleep well. He'll be awake for most of the night, and if he is asleep, one footstep out of place will wake him up. The first shot will probably be to wound, but you never know his mood." Gerda stared at her back, wide-eyed. "Sleep well," said Jana, turning down the lamp. "I'll be interested to hear about your dreams." Chapter 19. Gerda dreamed that night of rowan trees, of long roots that twined around her. The rowans, too, were dreaming under the blanket of snow. Squirrels scratched around the base of the trees, and woodpeckers were tucked into holes drilled into the heartwood. The trees dreamed of these things, of the movement of carpenter worms in wood, and the caterpillars sleeping in hollowed-out twigs. She felt very large, immense, stretching out in all directions, large and cold, alive, but dormant. Nothing happened in the great forest except the fall of snow. Gerda stood in the heart of the rowan and watched the snow pile up and waited for the sap to rise. Then a disturbance, a chiming sound and a howl of wind, and the trees shuddered. In their hollow nests, the woodpeckers huddled together. The squirrels chattered worriedly in their drays. Only the caterpillars seemed unbothered. Very few things bother a caterpillar. The wind passed. The trees slipped into a deeper sleep, and the small animals settled. The Snow Queen's sled had passed and was gone into the distance. She woke very late. Jana prodded her shoulder and said, "I've got to go check on the wood pigeons. Do you want to come with me or sleep some more?" Gerda blinked muzzily up at her. For a moment, all that she could think was that she was in the room with this strange, familiar girl, and they clearly knew each other, and perhaps they were friends. Jana handed her a cup of tea. Gerda's head cleared. She looked toward the doorway and the hide drape, and remembered Nan and Aaron with the crossbow. She was a prisoner. She took a drink, hoping that hot tea would fill up the spaces in her that would otherwise be filling with despair. "I'll come with you," she said. Part of her wanted to go back to the peacefulness of the Rowan dream, to sleep away as much of her captivity as possible. But the wood pigeons would be outside. Outside was closer to freedom than inside. And I might see Mousebones again. She pulled on her clothes under the nightgown. Jana watched, looking faintly amused, and Gerda flushed for no particular reason. I know I'm plump and pasty and I look weak. She doesn't need to look at me like that. When she was dressed, Jana went up the ladder again. She flipped the hatch back, more snow fell inside, and climbed the rest of the way out. Come on, she called down. It's not warm, but the snow's let up. Gerda went up the ladder slowly and poked her head out at the top. Jana put down a hand and pulled her out onto the roof of the earth lodge. The world was blinding, dazzling white. The sun blazed off the snow crystals. Gerda shaded her eyes and blinked away red spots. Mousebones landed on the snow next to her, looking like a black paper cutout against the snow.
Ah, are you hurt? Did the humans pick at you?
Only a little, said Gerda. At least for now.
Ah!
Jana shook her head. I admit I'm starting to believe that you do talk to him. It's easy to prove, said Gerda, a bit nettled. Hold up your fingers behind your back. Jana raised her eyebrow, but put her hands behind her back. And now? Mousebones, can you tell me how many she's holding up? The raven made a grumpy noise.
I'm not a circus animal, you know.
Please, it'll make my life easier.
Ah!
The raven hopped around behind Jana.
2.
2, said Gerda. Jana's eyebrows went up. Her hands moved a bit. How many now?
4,
reported Mousebones. Gerda passed this on. How many now? The raven took off, cawing irritably. He says he's not doing this anymore. If you won't listen to another human tell you the truth, you're an addled egg that shouldn't hatch. The sound of Jana's laughter was loud and exuberant, even through the muffling effect of the snow. Does he now? That's the sort of thing I'd expect. He used to peck at me when I tried to check on his wing. She put her hands on her knees and leaned forward. Well, I suppose I am obliged to believe that either you are telling the truth or you are some kind of witch, and I do not believe that a witch would let herself be caught so easily. So, you can speak to ravens. Interesting. 1 raven, anyway, said Gerda. I haven't tried any of the others. Jana laughed again. The pigeon coop looked to be half falling down, but the door was solid in its frame. Jana scraped aside the snow, blocking it with her boot, and pushed it inward. Soft cooing greeted her, and a grunt that definitely did not come from a pigeon. Gerda followed her inside. Perches ran across the wall on one side. Birds lined it, fluffed up and cooing. Those highest up were silent and still. On the other side, there were no perches. Instead, there was a reindeer. Gerda stared. It was old. She could see that, even knowing nothing of reindeer. The bones of its face were fine and sharp. The skin stretched tight over them. Its muzzle was white, and its eyes were cloudy. Rescued him from a trader, said Jana shortly. He's too old to haul a load like he used to, but the damn fool was beating him. By the time we were done, all that man's goods would fit in a backpack back he could carry himself. She smiled grimly. Good, said Goethe, and was surprised at her own anger. Good. She crouched down and offered the reindeer her hand, as if it were a strange dog. The animal looked at her with its filmy eyes, then stretched out its neck. It breathed gently into the palm of her hand. Jana cursed. Goethe looked up, startled. Frozen, said the other girl grimly, right on the perches. Oh, damn! I thought it would be warm enough. It's always been warm enough. What happened? She stroked one of the silent birds on the top perch, and Goethe saw that it was dead. The Snow Queen happened, thought Goethe. My dream last night. The Snow Queen passed over and froze them. She did not wish to say this right now. She scratched the reindeer's forehead instead, and it sighed. There were 4 dead birds, and 2 that were stupefied with cold. Jana took the dead ones down and set them on their backs in the snow outside the door. The other pigeons cooed and flapped their wings. The dazed ones sat in silent, stupid misery. Jana crouched over the 2 injured ones, frowning. When she stretched their wings out, they shed feathers from wings patched white with frost. What a mess, she muttered. I can't fix this. Where do they come from? Asked Goethe. I find them mostly, said Jana. Sometimes traders carry them. There's good eating on a pigeon, and they'll last in a cage for a while. But mostly they fall out of trees and I pick them up. They're not bright. What will you do with them? Asked Goethe. Will you kill them? Kill them? Jana looked surprised, then amused. A smile crossed her lips as she looked at Goethe. It was not entirely kind. She stood up and took a step forward, then another. Goethe backed away, suddenly nervous, but the coop was small and there was a door frame in her back. Jana was taller than she was, a good deal taller. Taller than Kay, it occurred to her. Goethe had to look up to meet the robber girl's eyes. What you're really asking, said Jana, her voice quite gentle, is will I kill you? Goethe swallowed hard. Jana tilted her head. She was standing very close. Goethe could feel the doorframe digging into her shoulder, the metal bolt against her back. She's waiting for an answer. Don't look scared, don't look scared. Bit late for that, isn't it? Goethe licked her lips. They felt very dry. Yes, she said. That's what I'm asking. Jana kissed her. Goethe's eyes went very wide. But girls don't. Not with other girls. Well, apparently, they did. This was not like kissing Kay behind the stove. This was not even remotely close to it. Jana's hand slid up the back of her neck and drew her face up. Her mouth was hot, not cold. Her fingers were warm and strong. Kay hadn't touched her at all. Somewhat dazed, Goethe thought, am I supposed to be doing something with my lips? The thought was not even half completed. Jana's tongue flicked over her lips, coaxed them open. There were no more thoughts. She had never felt anything like that. She was aware that she was shaking. Her chest felt as if it were melting. Was she holding her breath? Who could breathe? They broke apart, and Goethe gasped for air. Jana chuckled. They were close enough, breast to breast. that Gerda could feel the laugh as much as hear it. She stared at Janna's collarbone, much too shocked to look in her eyes. There was a pulse in her head and between her legs, and she could not seem to get enough air. Janna slipped her fingers under Gerda's chin and lifted it. Her thumb stroked the corner of Gerda's mouth. She turned her head just a little into the caress, then realized what she was doing. We just. Her cheeks burned with sudden mortification. "Oh dear," said Janna softly, while Gerda cursed the pale skin that made her blushes so obvious. "I bet you can't tell when she's embarrassed." It was almost impossible to imagine Janna being embarrassed by anything. The robber girl let her go. Her smile was secret, sardonic, kind. "Sometimes I kill them," she said, "if they can't be healed, if they can't stop attacking the others." She stepped back. "But mostly, I let them go. Eventually." She walked out of the coop, and it was several minutes before Gerda could summon the composure to follow her. Chapter 20. It was a short winter day, and absolutely nothing happened. Gerda stayed out of the way of Nan. Janna needed help dragging hay in for the reindeer, so she did that. The snow, when she tested it, was deep. The trees all looked the same. If Mousebones was her guide, she might make it out, but she would be cold and floundering and would leave a trail that a blind man could follow. Do I leave? Do I dare? I can't run. I have to get Janna to let me go. The kiss burned in her memory like a brand. Surely. She did not even know what she was thinking. Her mind was tossing up nonsense phrases. She dragged hay from an outbuilding, armload after armload. She was fairly certain that she blushed whenever Janna looked at her. She's the one who did it. I don't know why I'm the one who's embarrassed. Because you enjoyed it, and you weren't thinking about Kay at all, said a traitorous part of her mind. If she could have buried that part in the snow, she would have. Martin glared at her from across the yard. Gerda ducked her head and pretended not to see. That night, when they crawled into the same bed, Gerda's heart thrummed in her chest like a nervous bird. Will she kiss me again? She shivered at the thought. The act of pulling on her nightclothes was suddenly fraught. She caught a glimpse of Janna's lean, scarred body in the mirror and turned away, feeling pasty and wobbly by comparison. She blushed again for no good reason and yanked her clothes over her head. When she had her arms through the proper holes and her hair out of her face, Janna was smiling at her, and that made her shiver again for reasons she couldn't even begin to explain. "Cold?" asked Janna. "Get under the covers. It'll warm up." It was easier to nod. Cold, yes. Not shaking hard for some other reason that felt like fear and Christmas morning wrapped up together. Will she? They lay down. Janna rolled over and snuggled her back against Gerda's side. She was very warm and very solid. She could roll over any minute. She could put her mouth over mine again. I wouldn't mind. She blushed again, grateful that Janna couldn't see her face. What was wrong with her? Girls didn't kiss other girls, or at least not like that. Boys kissed girls like that. Well, in theory. Kay didn't. I don't think he knew how. In fairy tales,
It was the kiss that woke the sleeping maiden. After her only experience with kissing, Gerda had been sceptical about that, but she certainly wasn't now. A kiss like Janna's could have brought back the dead. Corpses 3 days old would hop off the pyre if someone kissed them like that. There were always warnings in town about nice girls not letting boys do too much before they married. Gerda's grandmother had muttered about that a time or two, once Gerda was old enough to wear a proper bodice. Nobody ever mentioned that you didn't let girls kiss you. It had never even occurred to her that was an option. Having now occurred to her, she couldn't think of any reason it shouldn't be an option. And then she thought of at least 3 houses in the village where 2 women lived together and felt a rush of embarrassment for having been so incredibly dim. "What will you do?" asked Janna. "What?" Gerda felt slow and stupid. The robber girl looked over her shoulder in the dim light. "When you find your friend and the Snow Queen." "Oh," Gerda struggled to think. "Yes, Kay. Yes. I don't know. I suppose I'll see if there's some way to sneak him out. And if she catches you..." Gerda shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I'll try to stop her." "Stab her with your little kitchen knife, will you?" asked Janna, rolling over on her back. "If I have to," said Gerda. Janna laughed again, ruefully, and shook her head. "I believe you would. I suppose you'll get killed if no one goes along with you." "I've done all right," said Gerda indignantly. "I got this far, didn't I?" "Yes, and walked into a bandit camp like a fuzzy little chick into a fox's den." Gerda flushed again. She opened her mouth to say that it had been Mousebone's fault, and she'd certainly know what to look for in the future, and Janna propped herself up on one elbow and kissed her again. It was slower this time, more languid, just as deep. Janna tasted like wood smoke and cinnamon tea. When Gerda came up for air, gasping like a drowning woman, Janna did not stop, but moved her lips slowly down the other girl's jaw, up to her ear. "You could get into a great deal of trouble alone," she breathed. Gerda trembled like a leaf in a gale, surprised her teeth weren't chattering. "Yes," she said finally, an agreement, an encouragement she had no idea at all. "Yes." "Of course," murmured the robber girl, "you could get into a great deal more trouble with me." She trailed a fingertip over the edge of Gerda's ear. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow we'll see about getting you out of the fox's den." "And how," said Gerda, surprised at herself, "am I supposed to get to sleep after that?" Janna threw back her head and laughed. "Perhaps you really would stab the Snow Queen after all." She bent over. Gerda tensed, but she only pressed a chaste kiss to Gerda's forehead and rolled over, and apparently went to sleep. Gerda let out a long, wavering sigh. Her body felt drawn agonizingly tight. "Is she going to let me go? That's a good thing. I'll get away from the robbers. That's good. I'll be able to go after Kay. Kay. Right. Him. Right." Staring into the dark, her skin seemed to burn in the place where Janna had touched her. Chapter 21. They went the next morning to feed the pigeons. Gerda felt her stomach lurch whenever Janna came near her, but the bandit girl seemed to realize this and left space between them wherever they stood. The message, if it was a message, seemed clear. If she wanted the distance between them crossed, Gerda would have to be the one to cross it. I'm leaving, though. I don't have to do anything. I can leave. Yes. One of the injured pigeons had died. Yana sighed, cradling the cold body in her hands. It was the Snow Queen, said Gerda. Yana glanced up at her, raising an eyebrow. She passed overhead, said Gerda. Did the other girl believe her? She wasn't sure. 2 days ago, in the Rowan dream, I saw... She put her hands to her face, feeling her cheeks heating under her fingers. You didn't say anything, said Yana. I didn't think you believed me, said Gerda. I know how it sounds. I dream about trees, and the trees saw a frost spirit. And by the way, it's the one who stole my friend away. Her laugh rang thin and wild in her own ears. I know it's mad, but that was what I saw. Yana sighed. I said that I believed you, she said, and you may be foolish enough to walk into a robber's den, but I think you'd come up with a better story than that. She stared down at the dead bird in her hands, brooding. Mousebones landed in the doorway with a flirt of wings.
Ark!
Mousebones!
Ark! You're alive yet, and so am I, and so is she. So I suppose that's something.
The raven picked at one of his feet with his beak.
Is she going to eat that pigeon?
He'd like the pigeon, said Gerda. It felt strange to ask that. You don't have to. I don't think he'll starve.
I might, said Mousebones, aggrieved. It's not like someone's leaving eyeballs out in the snow for any hungry raven that might come by.
He can have it, said Yana. Someone might as well get a little good out of it. She approached the doorway and set the dead pigeon down in the snow to one side of the door, where they would not need to see the raven picking at it. Did you mean it? Asked Gerda. About letting me leave? Yes, said Yana. Though I'm still working out the details. I am not planning on staying here myself, you understand. But Martin and old Nan won't be happy to see me go, and Aaron will not be best pleased either. Aaron? With the crossbow. A friend of my father's. She stood up. Outside the door, Mousebones tore at the frozen pigeon. In theory, I am in charge here until my father comes back, Yana said. But I believe he's been hanged. And since it is only fear of my father that is keeping Martin from throwing his weight around, that will make things difficult for me sooner rather than later. Her father's been hanged, and she doesn't sound like she cares at all. Gerda was not sure if Yana's indifference impressed her or frightened her. Then again, he must be a bandit chief, so he's probably not a nice man. Aaron fears I'll get myself into trouble going off, Yana continued, but staying up here with a restless bully and a pair of old cannibals is not my idea of pleasure. Nan knows I'm bringing in most of the food, and Martin's got a fool notion that if he is ruling the roost, I'll swoon at his feet, so no one's keen to see me herring off into the woods. The notion of Yana swooning at anyone's feet boggled Gerda's imagination. So we shall have to find a way to leave quietly, said Yana, and get a long way away. I have to go north, said Gerda, to the Snow Queen's palace. She's got Kay there. Nan's story of frozen boys in the palace made of ice haunted her thoughts as hard as she tried to forget it. Was Kay in there already? Would she get there and find him as hard as stone, with a rime of ice over his frost-blue eyes? I have to get there before she freezes him. And you don't know where it is, said Yana, or even if there are directions mere mortals can follow. She shook her head. I've come this far, said Gerda. I have to try. Yana looked like she was about to say something else, but there was a grumbling, creaking sound from the far side of the shed. The ancient reindeer in the corner heaved himself to his feet. Gerda jumped back, startled. Yana took a step back and laughed. My goodness, I thought you were looking like dying, old man. The reindeer stood, swaying. His legs looked very thin beneath him. He opened his mouth and breathed out, his breath barely frosting the air, making a noise so low that Gerda could hardly hear it.
He is dying,
said Mousebones from the doorway. The bird cocked his head.
He says, you must walk the Reindeer Road if you are going to the farthest north. He would take you, but he cannot. His bones are full of frost, he says.
Gerda, not taking her eyes off the reindeer, translated for Yana. The Reindeer Road, said Yana. Up north? With the reindeer people?
Yes, said Mousebones. No. What? Make up your mind, mammal. Arr!
The reindeer wheezed gently, and Gerda thought it sounded like laughter.
There are many roads, translated the raven. Some the reindeer walk with humans, and some they walk alone. He would take you if he could, but he cannot. So you must walk the Reindeer Road instead. He will give you this, because the human was kind to him.
I wouldn't have left him to that trader, said Yana, when she heard this. But how do we walk the Reindeer Road, then? Mousebones cocked his head, listening, but not speaking. After a moment he began to laugh.
You will not like this, Gerda.
Chapter 22. No, said Gerda. Absolutely not. It's horrible. I won't let you. Yana rubbed her face. I have to believe that was Mousebones, she said. It would take a raven to come up with something that revolting. Mousebones looked proud and a bit smug. The reindeer laughed his soft, wheezing laugh again.
Humans are so touchy about skin, translated Mousebones. It is only a shape. My soul will go on to the herd of stars, and then when I'm tired of stars, into the young calves that sleep in their mothers' bellies. I will die soon anyway. Let me give you a gift for kindness' sake.
But to cut off his skin and wear it? Gerda felt ill. She could imagine how the inside of the skin would feel, raw and bloody and squishy. I'd be inside a horrible bloody tent.
It will let you walk the Reindeer Road, he says, said Mousebones. And,
he tilted his head, listening.
Oh,
Third-hand conversations are maddening, said Yana to no one in particular. He says that it's too hot down here in this country, said Gerda bleakly. He wants his skin to lie somewhere cold, where a reindeer can be comfortable for more than one season a year. He will be a spirit, but even a spirit likes to know that his old home is well cared for. Sounds fair, said Yana practically. I can skin him, if you like. Gerda gave her a shocked look. But he's not dead. I can do that too, if it's really what he wants. Gerda put her face in her hands. The reindeer took a few steps forward and rested his muzzle on Yana's arm. She looked down into his eyes. Yes, she said after a minute. I believe it is. No, said Gerda, he can't. I mean, not for me. Nobody dies for me. Yana rubbed the reindeer behind the ears. Are you willing to die for your little friend the Queen took? Yes. Gerda raked her hands through her hair. But it's different. He doesn't even know Kay. And I mean, it's Kay. I'm just me. It doesn't matter if I do it. Yana's eyes narrowed, and Gerda had a strong feeling that the other girl was angry. But she kept stroking the reindeer behind the ears and said nothing. Mousebones flapped a bit.
Can I have your eyes? He asked the reindeer.
Mousebones!
What? He's not going to be using them.
The reindeer snorted. There's got to be another way, said Gerda hopelessly. Where nobody has to die. The raven rippled his wings in a shrug.
Maybe the human flock coming knows one.
What? Yana's head shot up.
The human flock, said Mousebones. From the south.
It occurred to Gerda belatedly that she shouldn't have translated that. If someone was coming to rescue her, she'd have had a better chance to get away if Yana didn't know about it. Except she's going to let me go. And I know she said she'd go with me. But I could get away, or convince her to leave. But how do I get to the far north then? I'd have to walk through the snow. Unless I walked the reindeer road. It was utterly mad. She didn't even know how it would work. Put on a bloody reindeer hide and start walking? It is mad. It's as mad as a woman coming in a sled pulled by otters to steal your friend, and as mad as a talking raven and dreams of plants that come true. What sort of men? Yana demanded. Guards? Bandits? Who? Mousebones fluffed his feathers up in a shrug. All humans look alike, he says, said Gerda. They have swords and a pack horse. The pack horse has seen better days. How far away? They were leaving the road and going into the forest when he was flying around in the morning. Yana cursed. Why didn't you tell us before? Mousebones looked blank.
It's a human flock. It's not my flock.
Is it guards? Asked Gerda. If we're lucky, said Yana grimly. If we're not, it's my father coming home. Either way, we need to get out of here. She doesn't want her father to come home. Yana began going down the line of birds, picking them up one at a time and thrusting them into a wicker cage. They chirped grumpily, but did not seem to mind, and Yana's hands were gentle, despite her speed. What's wrong? Asked Gerda. She wanted to help, but then again, maybe she should be trying to stall Jana. But they'll realise that Tagan's not here, said Yana. And then Aaron and the oldsters will realise that Tagan's not down south with them, and that's a conversation I'd rather not have. She handed Gerda the cage full of pigeons. Who's Tagan? Asked Gerda. The cage wasn't heavy, but she could feel them moving around, and occasionally soft wings or hard feet would brush her skin. A boorish young bastard that my father left in charge. I might, possibly, have killed him. Come on, old man, let's get you outside. She took the reindeer's lead rope and began to coax him along. Gerda gaped at her. You killed someone? Why am I surprised? I shouldn't be surprised. It's stupid to be surprised about this. I knew she was violent. I knew it, and I let her kiss me. Anyway, I mean, not really let, but I didn't mind. And I should have, because she's killed people, and it should have been different. Somebody was bound to do it, and it just happened to be me. Men like Taggart are born for killing. Come on. Yana led the reindeer out into the snow and down the back of the hill. Gerda followed with her arms full of doves. Wait here, said Yana, handing her the lead rope for the reindeer. She scrambled back up the hill and down the ladder. It occurred to Gerda that she could run right now and be rid of both the oncoming men and Yana the killer. But her arms were full of birds, and she was holding the reindeer, and probably she could drop both and run, but there was snow everywhere, and her tracks would be obvious, and Yana was probably going to be faster than she was, and then they'd have the awkward conversation where Gerda admitted that she tried to escape, and, well, the pigeons might freeze. And she's killed people. And I don't have any reason to think she wouldn't kill me. Yana reappeared from the hilltop and slid down the embankment. She was carrying 2 packs and a cloak over her arm. All right, she said. Let's get the birds on the reindeer's back. Can you ask Mousebones to ask him if he can make it a few miles? Mousebones dutifully relayed this.
The frost is nearly at my heart, said the reindeer. But there are a few more strides left in me at least.
Gerda wasn't sure if this was a yes or no, but Yana nodded. Good, she said, and took the lead. Let's...
Where do you think you're going? Said Martin.
Chapter 23. Gerda closed her teeth on a frightened squeak. Don't give yourself away, and clutched the cage closer to her chest. Yana turned toward Martin, looking disdainful. I'm going to release the pigeons. The big man looked at her, then over at Gerda and the cage. Gerda tried to look like a person who was releasing pigeons, not a person who was escaping. She wasn't sure what the difference was. Martin stared at the doves for a few minutes, then back over at Yana.
So, open the cage.
Not here, said Yana, annoyed, and have Aaron shoot one for supper tonight, after I went to all that work saving it. I'll take them out in the woods. I don't mind eating pigeon, but I'm not eating friends.
Why you got the girl, then?
God's teeth, said Yana, because somebody's got to keep an eye on her. And those old cannibals will have her in the pot before you can turn around. And I don't much trust you, either. Martin grunted. For a moment, only a moment, Gerda thought she might have gotten away with it. Martin was clearly a stupid man. But her grandmother had said once, "It's surprisingly hard to fool very stupid people." So Gerda watched him with her heart in her throat, even as Yana rolled her eyes and tugged the reindeer's lead. Martin's face darkened.
You got packs, he said. You got packs, and you don't need packs to let birds go. And you've got her, and you're going somewhere.
He reached out and grabbed Yana's arm.
"Get your hands off me!" snapped Yana, trying to yank away.
"No," said Martin. "You aren't going away. You'll stay here."
"I said get your hands off me! My father left me in charge." Martin shook his head and began pulling her around the edge of the hill toward the entrance to the mound. Yana went for her knife. If he had been holding her other arm, it might have worked, but she had to draw awkwardly with her left, and he saw her do it.
"None of that,"
said Martin, and punched her in the side of the head. Gerda gasped. It was suddenly, shockingly violent. It sounded like someone dropping a sack of flour on a board. Yana's head snapped back, and she staggered and went to her knees. "No!" said Gerda. "No, stop!" Martin pulled Yana up. She stumbled in his wake, her face slack and dazed. "Stop!" Gerda ran after them, her arms still full of pigeons. Her voice was a thin, useless bleat. What was she going to do? Attack Martin? Get hit herself? "Stop! Please!" He didn't. Mousebones dropped out of the trees, cawing covine obscenities, and tore at Martin's scalp. Martin slapped at the raven with his free hand.
"Damn bird!"
"Stop!" cried Gerda. Her voice was not loud enough. Nobody could hear her. Why couldn't she shout loud enough to make someone listen? Mousebones was going to get hurt. If Martin hit him like he'd hit Yana, the raven's delicate skeleton would shatter into 1,000 pieces. Mousebones broke away and swooped upward. His scarred wing was beating hard, and Gerda couldn't tell if he was cursing it or Martin. All three of them broke through the trees into the clearing. Yana was trying to pull away, shaking her head now like a horse with flies.
"Let go,"
she mumbled.
Hands off."
Gerda caught up with them. She clutched the cage with one hand and grabbed for Yana's arm with the other. "Let her go!" Martin turned back. Yana half staggered, half fell against him and tried to elbow him in the ribs as she went. He lifted his hand to strike her again, and an arrow sprouted out of his neck. Gerda stared. Her first response was not shock or horror or dismay, but only bafflement. Why were there feathers coming out of his neck? What was going on? The moment stretched, and very slowly Gerda thought, "It's an arrow," and then, "There is an arrow sticking in him," and then, "People who have arrows in them die." And then Martin opened his mouth and blood came out, and he fell. Gerda stumbled backward, but she was not thinking clearly enough to let go of Yana, so she pulled the older girl back with her. Yana was not exactly walking, but she could stumble. Gerda would have kept backing up for hours, possibly forever, but she ran into something hot and solid and staggered. The reindeer went woof. In the doorway of the earth house, Aaron lowered his crossbow. They stood there. Gerda breathed, and the reindeer breathed, and Yana breathed, and Martin would never breathe again. From inside, very faintly, Gerda could hear old Nan calling,
"What is it? Who'd you get?"
Yana leaned heavily on Gerda's shoulder.
"I'm all right,"
she croaked finally.
"I'm all right."
"You don't sound all right," whispered Gerda, looking nervously toward Aaron. Yana followed her gaze. She too looked to Aaron, and then with unsteady grace she bowed to the man with the crossbow. Aaron nodded once and turned away. Mousebones landed on the reindeer's antlers and said,
"The man flock is coming this way. They cut right through the trees like they knew where they were going."
"We have to go," said Yana. "Fast!" It was easier said than done. Yana could walk with difficulty. 3 steps would be fine, and the 4th would be set a little too wide. Gerda had to hold her arm to help steer her, and trust to Mousebones and the reindeer to lead the way. "He didn't hit me that hard," said Yana, sounding as if she were trying to convince herself. "I'm not seeing double. It's just my eye." Her eye was already swelling, closed. She held Snow against the side of her head, and that seemed to help, but her steps were still uneven. "Okay," said Gerda, holding her by the elbow. "Why did Aaron let us go?" "Because he'd have to shoot me otherwise, and he knows it." The reindeer carried their packs. His tendons clacked at every step, a hollow sound like fingers snapping. His hooves cut through the snow like knives, every step precise. Gerda tried to walk in the holes he left behind. "We're leaving a trail," said Yana. She turned her head carefully, holding her chin exactly level, and looked behind them. The muscles under Gerda's fingers tightened. "Anyone could follow that." "Will they?" asked Gerda. "When they get to the lodge and find Martin dead, yes." "What do we do?" "I don't know."
"You will walk the reindeer road," said Mousebones. "He says, anyway. I'd listen if I were you."
"Will it work?" asked Gerda. "I mean, if we take his skin, will that really work?"
"Ah!"
Mousebones flapped.
"Don't ask a raven. Reindeer, no reindeer, best. If he says it will, why wouldn't it? There's enough magic stuck to you that a skin could stick to."
They floundered on in the reindeer's wake. It had been less than an hour since the reindeer suggested taking his hide. And I was horrified, and now I am probably going to try it. She tried to feel something about this. She could not. Her feelings seemed to be lying back in the clearing, as throat-shot as Martin. If this is what I do to get away, then I will do it. Someone will have to help me. Yana took a few deep breaths and straightened. "I'll need half an hour," she said. "It'd be less, but I'm not moving well right now." Gerda nodded. The reindeer walked a little way farther, his great head turning from side to side. Then he seemed to see something that he liked and turned.
"Here,"
he said through Mousebones.
"Here is a good place. If my bones lie here, I will not mind the heat."
The snow here lay over thickets of waxy-leaved evergreen shrubs. A rowan tree, limbs bare, stood among the firs. A human would have overlooked it, but perhaps a deer might find it beautiful. Yana leaned against a tree, breathing deeply. "All right," she said. "Are you sure?" The reindeer stepped up to her and tilted his head back. Yana could not nod, but she let out a little huff of breath. Very well. It was happening too fast. She knew she would do it, but she had just seen a man die, and she was about to see a reindeer die, and— "Wait," said Gerda. The reindeer rolled a mild eye in her direction.
"You have no time,"
said Mousebones overhead. Gerda wrapped her arms around the reindeer's neck and said, Thank you. Tears were pouring down her face. Where had they come from? I don't have time to cry. I have to help Yana. I can't do this.
It will be well,
translated Mousebones.
Strike human and cut the frost from my heart at last.
Yana put her hand on the reindeer's chin and pressed her forehead against his muzzle for only a moment. It came to Gerda that the other girl had known him for far longer and loved him in her own way, and she cried then for Yana's grief. The knife was sharp and silver. The blood was boiling red. The reindeer sank to his knees, and Yana sank down with him, her clothes soaked in scarlet. She held his head while he breathed his last, and then she stood. Her one good eye was bright with unshed tears. "This is all quite mad," she said hoarsely. "I am listening to a girl talk for a raven. My father is coming, and now he will kill me if he can. But I don't know what else there is to do. Help me roll him over." Mousebones circled the clearing on dark wings. Gerda took a stumbling step forward, then another, and helped Yana skin the reindeer, who had been her friend. Chapter 24. It was hard, messy work, and in very short order it was hard and messy and cold. The reindeer's body was hot and the hide was warm, but the blood cooled on Gerda's hands, and she knelt in bloody slush that refroze around her legs. If there was magic here, it was nothing Gerda recognized. The Snow Queen's magic was cold and clean and pure. The witches had been drowsy and sweet. This was mud and hide and horror. Gerda had never skinned a large animal. Her grandmother got meat from the butcher already separated. She'd skinned rabbits before and plucked chickens, but there was a vast difference between a rabbit and a reindeer. Yana had skinned deer. Her movements were deft, even one-eyed and groggy. There was only one knife between them, so all Gerda could do was grab things when Yana told her to, and try not to look at the dead reindeer's face. How is this even going to work? I don't know how to do magic. Do I put the hide on? Or am I supposed to do something? Say something? Did we just kill him for nothing? Her heart clenched thinking of this, but all she had to do was hold a leg up out of the way while Yana slipped down the belly, so it didn't matter if she couldn't see for tears. "Do I leave the head?" asked Yana. "I don't know," said Gerda. "I've never done this before." "I don't know if anyone's done this before. Where's Mousebones?" Gerda shook her head. The raven had vanished. Maybe it's just as well. If he was trying to eat the poor reindeer's eyes, I don't think I could handle it. "I'll leave the head then. It takes longer, that's all, since I have to skin backward." She grimaced. "If we could get the head up in a tree, this'd be easier, but I don't think either of us can lift him." They tried. They couldn't. It seemed obscene to be manhandling the reindeer's body like that. They laid him back down and slumped against each other, shoulder to shoulder. Yana's breathing was harsh and steamed against the air. It was nearly 20 minutes later that Mousebones returned. He landed in the snow and cocked his head.
"The man flock's arrived at your old nest."
"What are they doing?"
"Oh, it's a regular anthill. Lots of swirling and shouting and people carrying things back and forth."
He fixed an eye on Yana.
"A few of them are coming up your back trail."
Yana started to nod, then grimaced. Blood smudged her cheekbones, mostly the reindeer's, a little of her own. "I'm working as fast as I can," she said. She had her hands under the reindeer's skin now, punching at it to pull it away from the body. "What do we do once it's off?" asked Gerda desperately. Are we supposed to do something?"
Ah, you put it on."
Yana had all but the front legs clear now, cutting off the hide at the joint. The skinned body was red and white, garishly bright against the snow. Gerda tried not to look at it and hated herself for not wanting to look. That's the reindeer. Part of him, anyway. She shoved her hair out of her face with a bloody hand. And how will it do him any good if I stare at what's left of him and feel sick? Someone shouted off in the distance. Gerda jerked upright, looking over the bushes, then realized that was a very stupid thing to do, and dropped down beside Yana. "Almost," panted the bandit girl. "I hope holes don't matter." She gave a final pull, nearly tearing the skin off, cutting the last bits, holding flesh to hide, and it was free. More shouting. Whether they were bandits or soldiers no longer seemed remotely important. Yana clutched the hide to her chest. It was pale underneath, stained pink with blood. "Ready?" she panted. "Yes, I don't know." Gerda laughed, because things had gone too far for tears. "How do you get ready for this? What if it doesn't work? Are we supposed to say some kind of words?" Mousebones looked at her, a little oddly, Gerda thought.
"Try thank you,"
he said, and then Jana dropped the hide over her shoulders. Gerda did not have time to fear that it wasn't working. All she felt was the clammy interior of the hide and the weight of the skull, bowing her shoulders. The weight bowed her right down to the ground. Her hands hit the snow and a shock travelled up her arms. She was still cold, but the hide was warm. It wrapped around her like love, like her grandmother hugging her. And then she was warm, and everything was warm, and something happened to her spine and her legs, and she gasped in surprise, and it came out as a woof. "Holy Mother of God," said Yana. There seemed to be a bar between Gerda's eyes, and things had colours around them that hadn't been there before. Mousebones had a violet halo around his feathers. Yana was green and gold as summer. The ground stank of reindeer blood, of her blood, and dark brown colours swirled up from the blood like thin veins of smoke. Gerda lifted her hooves to get away from the brown smoke and tried to shy away, except that it was everywhere around her. "Easy," said Yana, and laughed in disbelief. "Easy, Gerda." "Gerda?" Gerda had to think what to do. A reindeer would have tilted her ears. Humans had stupid ears. She nodded clumsily instead. It felt uncomfortable. Her antlers were a fan of swords, but her neck was a pillar to hold them up. Mousebones landed on her antlers.
"Ark! Ark!"
He weighed nothing. There was a clear place to the side. She gathered herself and jumped, and halfway through she thought, "Wait, how do I—" But then she landed, and it hadn't been hard at all. "Easy," whispered Yana, her voice lower. She caught Gerda around the neck, her hands full of the reindeer harness. "Can I? Oh, Lord! Is this okay?" Gerda wanted to laugh. What came out was a soft wheezing sound. Was it okay? She didn't know. She nodded again, ears flicking to catch the sounds of the approaching men. Yana worked as swiftly as cold, numbed fingers would move, letting the straps out. "I'm sorry," she said. "You're bigger than he was. A lot bigger. You're not just him again. This is the strangest thing that has ever happened or ever will happen." She laughed herself with a slightly hysterical edge, and then snapped her teeth down over it. Gerda stood still while the other girl draped the harness over her shoulders. It didn't hurt. It felt normal. Yana lifted the halter that was supposed to fit over a reindeer's ears. She looked at it, looked at Gerda, shook her head, and threw it into her pack. "Come on," she whispered. "Let's get out of here." They moved through the forest as silently as they could, which wasn't very. Gerda's every step clacked as loudly as the old reindeer's had. Yana was still trying to fasten the wood pigeon cage to the harness.
"Incidentally, they're about to find you,"
said Mousebones. Gerda flicked her ears, but there was no way to relay this to Yana. She walked forward, faster and faster, until Yana was jogging beside her. The shouts behind them had a different note suddenly. An arrow struck a tree with a crisp zip sound. Gerda, human, would have panicked. Gerda, reindeer, knew that she had to run, that running was the only way. But the human bit of her mind fought. "I can't run. If I run, I'll leave Yana. What do I do?" She dipped her muzzle under Yana's arm and pushed upward, her eyes white and rolling in her head. Another arrow struck nearby. Yana flung her arms around Gerda's neck and put a leg over her back. She was heavy, but the great reindeer heart in Gerda's chest beat, and the muscles in her hindquarters pushed, and then it was easy, ridiculously easy, and she lowered her head and ran as fast as her legs would carry her. Chapter 25. She ran a long way, and she ran like a reindeer. The bushes parted in front of her, and her legs knew where to strike to carry her forward. And the important thing was to follow Mousebones and not to let her slow, stupid human mind get in the way of running. The cries of the approaching bandits faded behind them, and the sound of arrows became the distant whine of mosquitoes, and then stopped entirely. The raven led her out along the edge of the woods. It was easier in the open. There were no branches to tangle with her antlers. The air was cold and clear and swept the dark brown smell of blood away behind them. When she could no longer run, she walked, and Yana slipped off her back and walked too. "Are you all right?" she asked, and Gerda had to remember to nod her head up and down like a sandpiper bobbing in the surf. "But I've never seen a sandpiper," at the stony edge of the sea. They walked for a little time, and then Gerda felt an urge to run again. She trotted a few steps, paused, looked back at Yana. "You want me to ride?" asked Yana dubiously. "Nod, nod. Humans nod. Crude gestures, nothing like the elegant flick of ears. A wolf could see a nod from a mile away." "Are you sure? I mean, when we're running away, that's one thing." "You are so slow, humans are slow, up on their hind legs, like birds." Mousebones laughed.
"Careful," he said. "Careful, Gerda. That's the reindeer talking."
She tried to listen, Gerda. Yes. She took a deep breath and tried to remember that she was Gerda, a human girl wearing a reindeer skin like a coat. It did not feel like a coat. She felt like ink slowly dissolving in a cup of water, each swirl distinct but slowly, slowly running together. I am not a reindeer. I am a girl. I am looking for my friend Kay, but I must walk the reindeer road to reach him.
Better,
said Mousebones.
better.
Yana looked up at him. I wish I knew what you were saying, she said.
Ah!
She has to ride, thought Gerda, or else it will take years to get to where we are going. And then, very faintly, like an echo without a sound to start it, where are we going? She tucked her muzzle under Yana's elbow and flipped it up, impatient. Fine, said Yana. I get the point.
Ah! Ah!
This would be more comfortable if I had a saddle, said Yana. But, yeah, that might be crossing a line. Let me try to do something with cloaks. She folded them and tucked them under the harness. It made no difference to Gerda either way. Yana's weight on her back was welcome. It seemed to settle her more solidly against her bones. She began to trot, and Yana leaned forward and fisted her hands in the shaggy hair at Gerda's withers. They went on like that for many hours, walk and trot, until the light began to fail. As evening came on, Yana made as if to slip off, but Gerda shook her antlers, and so they continued into the night. The strange light that had settled on Gerda's vision helped. It was not that it was not dark, but the darkness itself was shot with bright threads. The road that they were on ran north, a weave of blue and white. It was easy to follow. Even a reindeer with a human soul could not have missed it. Mousebones had settled in to roost atop the cage of wood pigeons. Yana rode with her chin tucked down and her cloak pulled up, her hands in her armpits to warm them. It seemed to Gerda that some of the road threads were plaiting themselves together oddly. The moon was rising, haloed by frost. Underneath it, the threads wove together until Gerda was running on a long white braid of light. And she was running. She had been running for some time, but it felt strangely effortless, as if the road was pulling her along it. She began to feel that she could have locked her legs, even lain down in the middle of the road, and the trees would still go rushing past her at a gallop. Yana was lying almost flat against Gerda's back. She could feel the bandit girl's ribs rise and fall against her shoulders. "What's happening?" said Yana. Even if she had known, she could not have answered. It should have been frightening, but it was not. It felt familiar. Surely someone had told Gerda stories of a road like this. Somewhere, long ago. She could almost hear her grandmother talking, but she could not make out the words. It smelled like snow. It smelled like other reindeer. If other reindeer had come this way, then it was safe. The braid of light veered away from the human road. Gerda left that road without question. The strike of her hooves against the ground was oddly muffled, as if the glowing threads were taking her weight. Yana made a small noise, half alarm, half resignation. Gerda felt the girl's fingers tightening in her hair. Humans had such small fingers, good for things like scratching itchy spots, but useless for running. If Mousebones had been awake, he might have said her name, but he slept with his head under his wing. There was no one to keep her from sinking into the reindeer dream. The smell of other reindeer had grown stronger. She could make out individuals now, calf and cow, bull and matriarch. The echoes of their clicking hooves rang in her ears. When the first one touched her, shoulder to shoulder, she was neither surprised nor frightened. Of course, there they are, here we are running. Sight was the last sense to waken, but when it did, she turned her head and saw them. The sea of antlers, the white backs, the ones who walked the reindeer road. She was part of a herd, and the herd was around her. She was not alone. While she was with the herd, she would never be alone. Parts of her that were born lonely, as all humans are born lonely, were suddenly gathered up and loved and made one with the herd. There were few human souls who could have stood against that. Surrounded by ghosts of reindeer, Gerda lowered her head and ran on through the glowing threads of light. Chapter 26. There was no time on the reindeer road. She could not have said if it was an hour or a day or a year. The human mind that carved the world up into hours and minutes was deeply buried, while the reindeer heart ran on and on. "Gerda," said Jana from her back, "where are we? Where did these reindeer come from?" The words meant nothing. The reindeer dream was too strong for a human name to call her back. It was Mousebones who saved them. He woke at last and looked around.
"Walk a long way. Walk."
"I don't know what you're saying," said Jana. "I wish I did. I'd feel less like I was talking to myself." Mousebones shook his feathers.
"We'll run off the edge of the world at this rate. Next time, put a bridle on her. Human fledglings in reindeer skins can't keep themselves for long."
He hopped across her neck, down between her antlers, and pecked Gerda hard between the eyes. "Woof!" said Gerda, startled. Mousebones pecked her again, and then grabbed one of her ears in his talons. He yanked. Gerda turned her head toward the tugging.
"That's right," said the raven. "Come on."
Alternating pecks and tugs, he steered her out of the main flow of the reindeer road. Ghostly bodies streamed past, their antlers a forest overhead. The glowing threads were thinner here. Sometimes they tied together into knots and led outward. As Gerda swung her head, she saw some of her herd mates splitting off from the road down the knots. Mousebones called a question across the herd.
"Which one?"
he cried.
"Which is this one?"
"Sab me," said one of the reindeer, who seemed a trifle more solid than the rest. A living reindeer on the road, perhaps not one of the vast spirit tide.
"And that one, and the next."
"A very long way,"
said Mousebones.
"Well, as good as any."
He began steering her toward a knot, but Gerda resisted.
"Ah!"
"Not this one,"
she said. The words were hard. They were human words spoken in the reindeer tongue, and they fitted together strangely.
No.
There was a fine glowing thread that was slightly different from the others. She had been following it for some time without quite realizing it. It was only when her hooves left it that she recognized it for what it was. It was bound to a knot up ahead, and it felt like an old woman sitting in a bar telling stories.
That one,
said Gerda, pulling the words from some deep well.
Very well,
said Mousebones.
very well. I hope this doesn't break us out in some wretched snowfield with nothing to eat.
She ran on. It was only a little way to the next knot, although what that meant in time or miles she did not know. But she veered off the reindeer road, and her hooves struck the knot, and the threads unbraided themselves around her. Between one stride and the next, the herd of reindeer faded away. She felt a last few ghosts go with her, shoulder on shoulder, and then they too were gone, and she was back alone in the world of humans and ravens. The loss of the herd fell on her like a blow. She had not known that she needed one until it was gone. Her bones and her sinews cried out against it, and she tried to swerve back on the reindeer road. Mousebones pecked her hard between the eyes.
None of that.
I felt that, said Jana, sitting up. Gerda could feel the girl's weight shifting on her back. What happened?
We went a little outside of the world,
said Mousebones.
A shortcut, maybe, like a tunnel carved by the dreams of reindeer.
After a moment he added,
Dead reindeer, mostly, and not one of them there enough to eat. Ah!
Jana looked at him and shook her head. You're saying something, she said, but I have no idea what it is. I wish I did.
Ah!
said Mousebones. Gerda dropped her head. Listening to her friends talk at each other eased the ache in her chest a little. They were a small herd, and strangely shaped, but still better than being a reindeer alone. Jana slid off Gerda's back and wrapped an arm over her withers. Are you all right? We went... I don't know how far we went. She glanced around. We went all night, anyway. I didn't think people rode all night except in stories. It was not yet dawn. The air was cold and grey and smelled of frost. The ground under Gerda's hooves was frozen hard. Mousebones took to the air. He flew into the dimness, muttering about visibility. Come on, said Jana. Let's walk. If you were a horse, you'd have to walk after all that running. I don't know if reindeer do that. She pressed a hand on Gerda's neck, and Gerda took a few steps forward, then a few more. She could feel her muscles trembling. This is all quite ridiculous, Jana said. Gerda flicked an ear back towards her. I couldn't tell anyone about it. Oh, yes, this reindeer. This is actually a pretty little blonde girl who turned up on my doorstep with a story about the Snow Queen. She snorted. They think I was mad. Perhaps I am. Still, even if I'm mad, I can't do much but carry on. I suppose most people who are mad are still doing the next logical thing, aren't they? If you were in there, you'd see it all made perfect sense. Maybe not people like old Nan, but that's because she's cruel, not because she's mad. Her voice was a little muffled. Gerda realised after a moment that Janna's teeth were chattering. Gerda herself was all too warm. She leaned into Janna a little, trying to warm her, and the bandit girl laughed. "Careful, you'll knock me over." Mousebones landed on her antlers with a harsh caw.
"Close," he said. "There's a village, or something like it."
Janna looked up at him. "Found something?" The raven muttered something about humans that thought they were the only species with anything worth saying.
"Bear left, Gerda."
Gerda bore left. The village that Mousebones had found was very small, and the buildings seemed to grow out of the ground in irregular domes. Gerda smelled peat and smoke. A little outside of town, there was a house that looked almost like the cabins and farmhouses Gerda had passed in human days, but it was up on tree trunks and stood over the rest of the houses like a hen towering over chicks. There were threads glowing here too, akin to the ones on the Reindeer road. They drifted lazily around the mound houses, snaking between buildings. One of the houses was wrapped tightly with the threads, and there was a woman standing in front of it. "Well," she said, "took you long enough?" "Were you waiting for us?" asked Janna. "Does that surprise you?" Janna laughed hoarsely. "Nothing would surprise me today. I may never be surprised again." "Ah, well." The woman smiled, turning her eyes into a mass of wrinkles. She had broad cheekbones and a broader smile, and everything else was so wrapped in knit blankets that there was no telling about the shape underneath. "You're young yet. Let us get your friend loose." The woman walked around Gerda, trailing her hand over the reindeer body's long, furry flanks. "Goodness, went deep, didn't she?"
"She walked the reindeer road," said Mousebones. "Walk."
"Dangerous thing for a human to walk," said the woman. "Even in a reindeer skin, maybe especially in a reindeer skin." "Lord," said Janna, "don't tell me you understand him too." "The raven? Sure, ravens are easy, though they'll talk your ear off, and they think they're God's gift to the world."
"Bark."
"Hush." She set her hands over the base of Gerda's antlers and spoke words, then words that Gerda did not recognize. The same words, 3 times over, and then recited the Lord's Prayer. The 2 halves of Gerda's vision converged suddenly, and the world was deeper and darker. The bright braids of light went away. The woman's blankets shone red and white and green, not just shades of brown and grey. Gerda was on her knees in the snow, with the reindeer skin over her. It felt heavy and sticky, and in her veins the blood moved thin and hot. "My heart is smaller," she whispered. "Of course," said the woman. "Reindeer have greater hearts than humans. They have to give us as much as they do." She pulled the reindeer hide back, ignoring the stickiness, and helped Gerda to her feet. "Are you a witch?" asked Janna. "No," said the old woman. "I'm a Lutheran, but we'll make do. My name's Lively. Bring your friend inside." Chapter 27. Naked and bloody we come into the world, and sometimes we go out of it the same way. Lively draped a blanket over Gerda's shoulders. "But it's not a good way to spend the parts in between." I'll heat some water for you. Gerta's clothes had gone somewhere, but that was probably for the best. Freed of the thick coat of reindeer hair, her skin felt raw and oversensitive, as if she had a full-body sunburn. Even the touch of the blanket was nearly unbearable. She could practically feel each thread in the weave. She was sitting on a wooden chest with a blanket thrown over it, which was nearly as bad. Where the edge of the lid pressed against the backs of her knees felt like a band of iron. How did humans go around feeling things on every inch of their skin all the time? How had she gone around before? I used to just ignore this, she thought, wonderingly, rolling the edge of the blanket between her fingers. I would hardly notice it at all. How did I do that? Jana, perhaps mistaking her expression, came and sat beside her. It will be all right, she said, in a voice indicating that it damn well better be, or she'd know the reason why. Gerta nodded. It was easier than trying to talk. The bandit girl studied her for a moment, then reached out and took her hand, and Gerta no longer thought she could talk. Every whirl and ridge on Jana's fingertips seemed to stand out in sharp relief, and there was a long bar across the heel of her hand that might have been a scar. Where their wrists lay together, she could feel Jana's pulse beating, stronger and slower than hers. It was too much. She disentangled her hands and put her face in them to try and blot out a little of the world. You'll feel better in a bit, said Lively, poking up the fire in the belly of the stove. Will I? Gerta asked. I haven't the faintest idea, said Lively. She smiled. Sounded comforting, though, and that's worth something. I've never met anyone who's borrowed a reindeer skin before. You'll have to explain how it happened to me. Gerta spread her fingers so that she could look out at Jana. Jana opened her mouth, closed it, and looked helplessly back at Gerta. In the end, it was Mousebones who explained. The raven hopped into the curved rafters, which were hung with cords full of dried meat. From his perch above, he called down the story. It was slightly more bird-centric than Gerta remembered, but seemed mostly true, and after a time she stopped listening. She was almost falling asleep, despite the painful sensitivity of her skin, when Mousebones said,
"Ark! What was her human name, Gerta?"
Gerta licked her lips. They were dry, and each crack was a canyon, and Lord, even her tongue against her teeth was a sensation that had to be recognized and catalogued and put away somewhere in her mind. Who? She asked.
The old woman with the sausages.
Gran, said Gerta. Gran Aisha. Yes. Lively cackled. I might have known. Well, I did know you were coming, truth be told, but I wasn't sure who sent you to me. How did you know? Asked Jana. She sounded as tired as Gerta felt, but still sharp enough to question. A wood beetle told me, and an owl, and the track of snow geese against the sky. I knew something was coming. Jana raised an eyebrow. A wood beetle? Really? Lively grinned. She had excellent teeth. The wood beetle might have been a coincidence. I am nearly certain about the owl, though. She poured hot water from a kettle into a cup and threw herbs in it. The scent of tea filled the dark house. I talk to birds, she said, by way of explanation. "That's all I can do. But it's stood me in good stead so far."
Gran Aisha said to find Lively. This is Lively. Coincidence? No, surely not. I must have been following some thread as a reindeer, looking. There was something that Goethe was supposed to tell the Sami woman, but she could not quite remember. There were 3 old women rattling together in her head, Lively and Old Nan and Gran Aisha. The good one and the evil one and the one in the middle, all of them tied together with stories of the Snow Queen. A proper fairy tale arrangement. Gran Aisha would be delighted. Just like that, she remembered what she was supposed to tell Lively. Gran Aisha told me to tell you... to tell you...
"Drink first." Lively pressed a cup of tea into Gerta's hands, and the heat was good. It almost burned, but if she was focusing on the heat of the cup, she was not feeling the blanket, or the chest beneath her, or the way that Janna's hip touched hers as they sat together on the chest. She took a drink, and it burned hot and fragrant down her throat and made her gasp. In a proper fairy tale, there would be magical herbs in it, but Gerta thought that it was only tea, and tea was more than enough. She had been drinking tea when she was barely old enough to hold a mug. The cup was carved from a wooden burl, and the handle was made of bone, but it was still familiar. Yes, this I understand. The world settled a little more comfortably around her. She was a girl who had briefly worn a reindeer skin, not a reindeer squashed into the awkward body of a human. She said my story was written on the hides of herring. Lively threw back her head and laughed. "Oh, my, yes, it is, isn't it?" "What does it mean?" Gerta asked. "Oh, well," the Sami woman leaned back, testing the hot water again. "Bit of a joke between Aisha and I. She was always telling stories, and if I told her one back, she'd pick it up and embroider it, all out of reason. I got tired of it after a while and told her that if she wanted to tell me a fish story again, she'd best send it written on the hides of herring." She shook her head. "And here you are, and a ridiculous story the ravens told me. And yet I believe every word. Strange, isn't it?" Gerta slept most of the day under a reindeer hide that was not raw and bloody. It was soft and warm, and she had half expected to find it terrifying, but it was not. The owner had died, and surely its ghost moved somewhere on the reindeer road. The skin wanted to be useful. That was all. Sleeping with the reindeer hide wrapped around her, with Janna back to back against her, was a little like being in a herd again. As close, perhaps, as a human could hope to be. Chapter 28. She woke alone, except for the cooing of the doves still in their cage. "We will have to do something about them," she thought groggily. "We cannot go to the end of the world with doves. If Lively can talk to birds, perhaps she'll be able to explain to them what's going on." And then, slightly more awake, she thought, "Are we going to the end of the world then? Near enough, I suppose. And who is we? Mousebones and I, and is Janna coming as well?" The thought caught oddly in her throat. She shouldn't care, of course. She'd known Jana for what, 3 days? 4? And she hadn't even been human for one of those days, and Jana had been one of her captors. Well, no, that's not fair. She didn't capture me, and she got me free as soon as she could, and she left her father behind in order to do it. Not that she seemed to care too much about it. The doves cooed and rattled their cage again. I suppose that's what I am. A great big human dove that fluttered in, and Jana put me in a cage until she could figure out what to do with me. The thought should have been demeaning, but she found it oddly cheering. After weeks on her own, Gerda was prepared to be grateful to find anyone at all who was on her side. The door opened, and Jana herself came in, stamping her feet. "You're awake," she said. "Do you know where we are?" "Sápmi, I think," said Gerda, sitting up. "Sápmi," agreed Jana. "Did Mousebones tell you then? Lively, the old woman, she's Sami." "Okay." Gerda knew nothing at all about the Sami, except that they lived in the north and drove reindeer, and her grandmother had said once that they were the most ruthlessly taxed people in all the world. "I had no idea we'd come so far," said Jana. "I've always wanted to come here, though I might have come in summer instead. It's cold out there." She blew on her hands. "Are you all right?" asked Gerda. "Oh, sure. Doing chores, that's all. Half the village is off somewhere. They camp in hide tents in this cold. Can you imagine? And Lively's got no grandsons to do the heavy work. I get the impression that her people will do anything she asks, but she doesn't like to need to ask. So I've been swinging an axe all afternoon to try to pay for the supplies we're going to be taking." Gerda ran her fingers through her hair and scrambled into the clothes that Lively had left her. They were shapeless and worn and 2 sizes too long, but her own clothes were gone somewhere, part of the reindeer hide now or something. She was gladder to hear the "we" part than she liked to admit. Lively herself came in, carrying an armload of something that looked like bark, but which were actually dried fish. She began poking up the fire and dropping the fish into the stew pot. "Are you human this morning, my dear, or reindeer?" "Human, I think," said Gerda. "Mostly, anyway." Her skin no longer felt as raw as a newborn's. She stroked her fingers over the reindeer hide she'd slept on. "Herd, herd, herd," chimed in her bones, the faintest of echoes, like hoofbeats far away in the fog. Lively nodded. "I should think that the longer you spend out of the skin, the more human you'll feel. And the other way around. Stay in it too long, and you likely won't want to come out again. At least, that's what the swans tell me. And they know more about changing skins than most birds." "Will I have to do it again?" asked Gerda. "Do I want to?" It didn't feel bad, just different. "If you're determined to find your friend, then yes," said Lively. "The Snow Queen's land is north of here, north and east and north again. If you can reach it in any fashion at all, it will be by the reindeer road." Jana's frown deepened. She looked as if she were about to say something, but there was a tap on the door, and she went to open it. Mousebones hopped in, looking disgruntled.
"Ah! Leave a raven out in the cold, why don't you?"
"Should have known you'd show up when the food was cooking," said Lively, amused. She tossed him a dried fish, and he pounced on it. "I suppose we'll take the reindeer road again, then," said Gerda, "if it's the only way to find Kay." The name Kay sounded odd on her lips. For a moment he seemed like a character out of a childhood story, like the Snow Queen herself. Don't be silly. It's Kay, who kissed me behind the stove, and who played games with me when it was snowing, and who has bright blue eyes, and who is my best friend. Her mind veered off at that point, and Yana interrupted her thoughts by asking, "What if I wear the skin instead?" "Can't," said Lively. "Oh, I'm sure you'd try, don't get me wrong, but you're too set in your own skin. You're a healthy young animal, and you know it. And people who really live in their own flesh and know it and love it make lousy shape changes." Well, but Goethe doesn't?" Lively shook her head. "Some people don't. Their bodies carry them around, but they don't live in them quite the same way." She leaned over and patted Goethe's hand. "Don't look so stricken, dear. It's not a personal failing. And I think there may be something else at work here, too. You're outside your own skin even farther than you ought to be. Have you had a long illness recently?" Goethe started to deny it, and then remembered the witch and her long waking dream. She said, and explained, as best she could, what it had been like to wake up 7 months older in a body that no longer fit around her the way that it should have. "Ah." Lively looked briefly pleased and then indignant. "How dreadful! Something will have to be done. We are all of us lonely, but we don't go kidnapping children and keeping them wrapped under spells so they don't leave. That's mother love twisted around and gone sour." She leaned back. "Well, it'll get sorted. But that's not quite it either. You've got something, Goethe. Or not got it."
"No magic," said Mousebones from the rafters. "Unmagic until it's almost something in itself. I said she was like a branch covered in frost."
"Yes," said Lively slowly. "Yes, I can see that. You're like an empty pot that someone poured magic into and poured out again." Goethe did not much like being called an empty pot. Lively laughed at her expression. "Peace, child. It's not a failing on your part. It's not that you're weak-willed or anything like that." "But I am weak-willed," said Goethe glumly. "If I wasn't, the witch would never have caught me." Lively shook her head. "You may be or not be, but it's no bearing on the matter. Being an empty vessel, magic will always take you very hard, I think, and leave something of itself behind for a time, like dregs at the bottom. But at the same time, it can't really get at the core of you. You can be filled up and emptied out, but the pot does not become its contents. Does that make sense?" "A little, I suppose," said Goethe. It sounded rather dreadful when put like that. Was she going to spend her life wandering around, being filled up with other people's enchantments? "Well then," Lively sat back, "the hide is safest on you. You will change easily, but I do not think you will get completely lost in it." Yana still looked rebellious. "But if nothing else," said Lively, "it was a gift to her. And gifts given freely are a bit less likely to turn bad on you. It's a thin piece of luck, but there you are." "I'll take all the luck I can get," said Goethe determinedly. She was the one who had to find Kay. This was her journey, after all. And if she was going to stop being weak-willed, then she should start now. "Yana, it's all right. You got me away from... The bandits! Jana's lips quirked as Gerda stumbled over this phrase. Well, she said. More or less, yes. She slipped her arm through Gerda's. Gerda was prepared to feel annoyed by this and was a bit surprised to find that she didn't. Jana's hands were warm and her arm was solid. The part of her that was still a reindeer wanted to lean against the bandit girl, shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip. Heard. This was a strange set of thoughts to be running under the human ones. Gerda shook her head and would have flicked her ears if she had ears worth flicking. Lively was looking at her. Gerda had a feeling that the old woman knew what she was thinking and felt vaguely embarrassed. She lifted her chin defiantly. I'll wear the hide, she said. Is there some other way? Asked Jana. Some way that you can teach me? Teach you what? Asked Lively. Don't think that I have answers. The stove popped and cracked. Jana made a small sound of frustration, rather like the stove. Lively reached out and tapped the bandit girl's knee. I am not trying to be unkind here. This is not a Sami thing. We don't take our skins off any more often than anybody else. Less often than some, if you believe all the stories of wolf-skin walkers from the south. There are stories of Noaiti from long ago turning into birds to lure flocks north to Sapmi. But those are only stories. I'm in the dark, nearly as much as you. But you seem to know all about it, said Gerda, surprised. Lively laughed. What I know from talking to ravens and swans. Birds are terrible gossips. They know as much about shape changing as anyone, although swans won't tell you everything they know, and ravens think they know everything worth knowing already. You've not got a swan with you, so it's up to your raven. Ah, said Mousebones, and I do know everything worth knowing. Almost. He snapped off a flaky brown chunk of fish and swallowed it down. At any rate, said Lively, sitting back, the swans tell me that shape-changing is easier when your own shape does not quite fit. The door inside your skin is a little way open, or at least I think that is the human equivalent of what they are saying. Swans don't speak of doors, and they have very sharp minds. She rubbed her forehead as if to banish an old headache. So children, when their bodies change to adults, and old women when they are becoming crones, and girls pregnant for the first time, though that often ends badly for all involved. Gerda dropped her eyes, faintly embarrassed. No chance of that, she murmured. Jana gave her an amused, unreadable glance out of the corner of her eye. You'll need a sled, said Lively, passing over the awkwardness. It will be much easier than riding. Gerda can pull it, but Jana, you'll have to take her out every night, both the harness and the hide. Jana nodded. How do I do it? I imagine you'll have to cut her out, said Lively. Not a deep cut. Tickle her throat with a knife, eh? Jana winced. She reached across the space between them and gripped Gerda's hand tightly. Gerda squeezed back, wondering who needed more comfort. Being cut out of the skin does not sound pleasant at all. It won't be quite so bad, said Lively. The skin remembers the knife that cut it. Usually. You didn't use a knife, said Jana. Get to be my age, girl, and your tongue will be as sharp as one. Then you can try cutting someone out of a skin with words alone. Until then, it's the blade or nothing."
Yana exhaled slowly.
"That's the other reason it has to be Goethe in the skin," said Lively. "Of the two of you, who do you think could cut the other's throat, and do it again and again for however many days it takes you to reach the farthest north?"
Yana's fingers closed convulsively tight.
Goethe laid her free hand on the other girl's shoulder, not sure what to say, or if there was anything to say.
"We are so far beyond what is normal here, there are no words. My grandmother never told me any stories about this. Kay and I—" She looked down at Yana's dark fingers laced with her own pale ones. She could not think of anything that she and Kay had ever done that had mattered half so much or had been even half so strange.
"You must not let her sleep as a reindeer," said Lively. "Not if you can avoid it. I don't know this for certain. The birds never told me, but my gut says she'll go so deep that getting her out again will be a job for saints, not women. I don't say that she can't come back. There are stories of people who have come back from years in wolfskin, but they aren't right afterwards, not by a long stretch."
"So I cut her throat at night, or we lose her completely?" asked Yana. She gave a hoarse bark of laughter.
"When you fetched up on the doorstep, Goethe, if I'd realized what this would be like—"
"You don't have to come," said Goethe.
It hurt her to say it, more than it should have. "I'm sure Mousebones can. I'm sure there's another way."
"No," said Yana.
She released Goethe's hand and pinched the bridge of her nose between her fingers. "No, I'll do it. You always want someone you trust to hold the knife. Hey?"
"Do I trust you?" thought Goethe. "I barely know you, and you frightened me, and then you kissed me, and truth be told, that frightened me even more."
Lively smirked. "I bet it's not the first throat you've cut, girl," she said.
Yana gave her a wry look.
"No," she said, "but it's never been anyone I liked." This was a reminder that Goethe hadn't really wanted, even as Lively laughed. "Well, still it is probably better to take someone who can cut throats along, who knows what it will take to get Kay away from the Snow Queen." "Tomorrow, then," said Lively.
And both girls nodded. Chapter 29. In her dreams that night, Goethe saw Martin die. She saw it in far greater detail than she had seen it in reality, every drop of blood the size of an apple, striking the snow and staining it red. The bolt grew to the size of a tree trunk, and she watched him twist and fall over and over until she woke up gasping. Yana's back was against hers. Her breathing was slow and even. "Yes, I'm awake. I'm alive. It's not happening. It isn't real." Except that it was real, and the man was dead. She curled her fingers in the reindeer hide. She wasn't mourning for him. She hadn't known him, and what she knew she didn't like. He'd done violence to her, and to Yana both. No, it's more. It was just there, in front of me. I've never seen anyone die before. Her father had died when Goethe was very small, but she did not remember it.
She sighed and settled herself more solidly against Janna's back. The other girl mumbled something, gave half a snore, and subsided. When Gerda fell asleep again, she dreamed of plants. There were bands of trees a long way off, but this part of Sapmi was low grass and meadow. The plants slept beneath the snow, or had died outright and were only dreaming seeds. The plants knew the teeth of reindeer, and the reindeer knew the taste of plants. Gerda sank into a dream that ran like the reindeer road, free of thought, the living and the dead going on together, on and on forever. Lively brought out a reindeer sled the next morning, or rather had 2 Sami men drag it out from storage. The 2 men laughed and joked, flirted with Janna in the few words that were common between them, and then took themselves away as soon as Lively shooed them off. "They're good lads," she said fondly, "but if they sit and watch girls turning into reindeer, they'll ask too many questions." "Won't they wonder where the sled has gone?"
"Certainly. I'll tell them I traded it to a smashing young man in return for a night of passion. It'll do my reputation no end of good."
Gerda raised both eyebrows. "Will they believe you?"
"Probably not, but they won't dare ask any questions for fear of getting more details."
Lively herself took down the reindeer hide.
"I've cleaned it," she said, "and stretched it a little. It's all I dare do. The swans do something to their feather cloaks that keeps them supple, but they won't tell an outsider how they do it."
She shook out the hide like a cloak. The inside was faintly pink.
"Scrub it down with handfuls of snow. It won't last forever, but the cold will keep it from rotting out while you need it. When it's done, give it to Yavmidacha."
Gerda felt by this point that it was better to admit ignorance. The world had proved all too full of things that she didn't know that could hurt her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know what that means."
Mousebones, perched on the top of the house, cawed once. "The mother of the dead," he said.
What the raven said.
"Bury it," Lively said. "Under scree or under earth."
"I'm sorry," said Gerda, feeling that she had failed somehow. "I didn't know."
Lively patted her arm. "No reason you should, I suppose. You've got your own gods to deal with. But reindeer belong to our gods, and our gods belong to them."
"I thought you were Lutheran,"
said Janna. "I am. Doesn't mean I'm stupid, girl. Luther lived a long ways away. Yavmidaka lives under my feet. And I've never heard that Luther had much to do with reindeer, which was clearly a failing in an otherwise upright man."
She held out the hide.
"Enough. It'll last as long as you need it. Don't expect to be walking the road when you're old, unless you find another way."
Gerda nodded and took the hide. It went on more easily this time, or perhaps she did not fear it. Or perhaps I am simply not panicked and ready to run from bandits. And then she was a reindeer. She tested it this time, delicately. Her legs were so long, and they clacked with every step, a signal to others in the herd. Here I am, here I am, here. When she drew breath, her lungs filled more deeply than a human's lungs could, and the cold air was sharp and wonderful and made her feel alive. She tried to bounce on her hooves, but it came out as a buck instead. She walked one step at a time, and then she ran. The reindeer body was swift and strong, and it understood running. Mousebones flew alongside her, laughing his cawing raven laugh. At last she settled, and trotted demurely back to Lively and Jana. Both of them were grinning. "That looked like fun," said Jana. Gerda remembered how to nod, and did so vigorously. "Ah, that's a good use of a skin," said Lively. "Seals and the reindeer have the best of it, I think."
"Ravens can fly,"
said Mousebones, sounding affronted. "Swans can fly too," said Lively, "but they never seem to be enjoying it much. Come on, Gerda, let's get this harness on you and see if you can pull a sled." The sled was ridiculously easy to pull. Gerda stood while Lively fussed over straps and belts, muttering to herself. "Your skin comes from a herky, one of the draft males, and you're about the same size." "He was smaller," said Jana, "but it might just have been that he was thin." Lively nodded. "They get thinner as they get old. The truly ancient ones, you can practically see the wind through their bones. Lower your head, Gerda. I'm putting a bridle on you." Said Jana, "is that, If she goes deep into the dream, you'll want a way to catch her," said Lively, practically. "Tell them I don't mind," said Gerda to Mousebones. He told them. Lively nodded. Jana sighed. "I wish I could talk to ravens." The bridle didn't hurt. There was no bit like a horse would have. The strap behind her ears felt like her hair had been newly braided and was still tight against her scalp. "It's the principle," said Jana. "You start putting tack on people." She shook her head. "We've been putting tack on four-legged people for thousands of years," said Lively. "People who can talk." "Plenty of four-legged people can talk. Not everybody listens well. Never got the trick of it myself, but beasts are quieter than birds." Jana threw her hands in the air. Fine. I will keep my objections to myself." Mousebones snickered. Lively hitched Gerda, as reindeer, up to the sled, and then undid it all and made Jana do it again while she watched. Once she was satisfied, she slapped Gerda's flank and said, "Pull, and see how that works." Gerda pulled. It was easy. It was ridiculously easy. Jana climbed onto the sled, and that was a little heavier, but the reindeer body knew how to pull on some level deeper than thought. It was what reindeer did. Gerda threw her shoulders into it, and her haunches, and the sled slid over the snow-slick ground, and it was also easy. She felt powerful. It was such an unexpected sensation that she would have laughed if reindeer could laugh above a gentle wheezing. It had not occurred to her before that she was weak. She had been a perfectly average young human, if a bit short, but she had never before felt strong. "I am strong," she said to Mousebones, astonished.
"Ah, very strong. And I am clever,"
said the raven, laughing for both of them.
"We ought to be unstoppable now."
Lively snorted. "The Snow Queen will be stronger than either of you," she said. "Nothing is stronger than winter. I don't know about clever, though." Mousebones looked smug. Gerda snorted and stamped her hoof. "Well," said Lively, "that's sorted. Now for the last bit. Jana?" "Must we?" asked Jana, sounding lost and a little forlorn. Lively snorted. Better to practice it now. Do you want to try for the first time tomorrow night, with no one to help you, if aught goes wrong? Jana swallowed. She stepped up to Gerta's head and caught the bridle under the chin. Gerta braced her hooves. I will not run. I will not. It was surprisingly easy not to run. Jana was the herd, and you did not run from the herd. Jana leaned forward and rested her forehead against Gerta's, between the eyes. What are you waiting for? Asked Lively. A magic knife? If you have one, yes. The old woman snorted. Knives aren't magic, girl. All they are is sharp. Cut or don't, but don't dither over it. It only makes it worse for both of you. Jana let out a single dry sob and set the point of her knife against Gerta's throat. She did not hesitate for long. In the end, it hurt differently than Gerta expected. The blade was very sharp. There was hardly any pain, only a hot sting. But either Jana was slow or the cut was far longer than she expected, and Gerta felt the dreadful queasy feeling of cold metal being dragged through her flesh. It lasted 3 heartbeats, no more. Then, as if the point of the knife were the axis of the world, everything flipped over. It was not her skin being cut any more. It was the reindeer hide flapping open, and she was inside it. She staggered. Jana flung the knife aside and threw her arms around Gerta's shoulders. I'm sorry, she said thickly. Gerta thought that the bandit girl was crying. I'm so sorry. It's all right, said Gerta, still a little dazed from being a reindeer. She had not sunk so deeply into the dream that time, and her skin was only a little tender. The harness flapped loose and ridiculous around her shoulders. She would pull it off in a moment, but she didn't want to push Jana away. It's all right. It only hurts a little. Jana took a shuddering breath and stepped back. She was paler than Gerta had thought she could be. You're bleeding. Gerta put a hand to her neck. There was a narrow line of heat, more sore than painful. Am I? Cut any deeper than the skin, and she'll bleed plenty, said Lively. Cut long and shallow. You didn't do badly, though. Gerta shook off the harness and squared her shoulders. Do you think you can do that again? Jana met her eyes, only for a moment, then had to look away. If I must, she said, and picked up the fallen knife. Chapter 30. They set out early the next day. The nights were long this far north, and would get no shorter until the year turned. So Gerta took the reindeer shape when it was still dark, and Jana hitched her to the sled, and Mousebones grumbled about the hour. The blessings of the saints upon you, said Lively. If you can bring down the Snow Queen, so much the better. That's an old spirit, and not a kind one. But if all you can do is get your friend away, that's not a failure either. Thank you, said Jana. I know we appreciate it. Without you, I don't know how... Lively snorted. Don't worry about it. Aisha sent you to me, and it's the least I can do to send you on, both of you. I doubt you'll come free of Gerta's story easily. Jana gave a short, pained laugh and climbed onto the sled. I've packed you food, said Lively. Fish, not reindeer. I thought perhaps you wouldn't want to eat that at the moment. She slapped Gerta's flank.
Go well."
When they were out of sight of Lively's home, Yana said, "I left her money. A sled's worth a lot around here, even an old one like this. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but it matters." Gerda nodded her head up and down. There was no paying for the aid they had gotten, but for the sled, one could at least give a good price. Gerda found the reindeer road easily. The threads of light were strong here, pounded down by 1,000 hooves. "And here we are again," muttered Yana as they swung onto the road. "Oh, it's worse down low like this." She pulled her cloak up over her head. Mousebones perched at the front of the sled and snickered. After that, it was only running. There were living reindeer on the road as well as ghosts, which startled Gerda a little, and yet they seemed as glad to see her as any of the others. She ran alongside a young male, barely more than a calf, for a long way, their hooves striking in unison, and it was good. They parted to allow the sled to pass, as if it were perfectly normal. Perhaps it was. The generosity of the reindeer to a human in their midst and a human in their skin should not have surprised her, and yet it did. She did not sink as deeply into the reindeer dream this time. The short day passed swiftly, but Mousebones was there to call her back each time. "Perhaps you can get used to anything," thought Gerda. "Perhaps it would be too easy to get used to this." It had been dark for several hours, and Mousebones said,
"Pull off, Gerda, or I'll fall asleep. Ravens weren't meant to gallivant around in the dark."
The landscape, when they left the reindeer road, was much like the one they had left in Sapni. Fields of snow-covered scree and distant trees. Gerda was still looking around her, wondering vaguely if there was somewhere to graze, when Yana came up and caught her beneath the chin. "I'm sorry," she said, and cut. The skin fell away around the point of the knife. Gerda emerged, shaking off the hide, and Yana caught her. "I hate this," said the bandit girl, to no one in particular. "Was it easier that time?" asked Gerda. "Yes," said Yana. "That's what I hate." Her voice was matter-of-fact, and her hand on the knife had been steady. But Gerda looked up into her eyes, and the naked anguish there was more than she could stand. With barely any more thought than to stop that hurt, Gerda stepped forward and kissed her. Yana made a tiny noise of surprise, and then her arms came down around Gerda's shoulders. One hand slid up the back of her neck. Gerda thought for an instant that wearing the reindeer hide had left her skin raw again. Then she thought that perhaps she would have felt every fingertip on her skin burn like a brand anyway, and then Yana's mouth opened over hers, and she stopped thinking entirely. She regained a little bit of sense when Yana sheathed the knife. "Oh, right, of course. Has she been holding it all this time?" Then Yana slid her free hand up over Gerda's breast, and no one had ever touched her like that. And good Lord, why not? No, it's probably good. I might die, but that's okay. I'd rather die than stop this. They had to stop eventually. It was sooner than Gerda would have liked, but the wind was howling, and she was wearing nothing but a few leather straps and some very cold buckles. "You'll freeze," said Yana hoarsely, pulling off her cloak and draping it over Gerda. Oh, God, I can't." "Can't what?" asked Gerda. "Can't tumble you right here and be damned." Yana barked a laugh, short and sharp as a jay calling. "I want to. I can't."
Can't, said Goethe. Did she want to be tumbled? What would that involve exactly? It seemed like a bad time to ask. Jana reached out and dragged her fingertips over Goethe's cheekbone, down the side of her neck. I can't, she said. I shouldn't. I'm strapping you up in harnesses in the morning and cutting your throat at night. The inside of my head is getting twisted up enough already. I'll end up with a terrible passion for reindeer or something even worse. Goethe had to laugh at that. Are you sure? No, not remotely. Jana's fingers stroked over Goethe's collarbone, down the line of her breast. Goethe held her breath, and then she sighed deeply and laid her palm flat over Goethe's heart. I am the world's greatest fool, she said, and took her hand away.
Humans,
said Mousebones with deep disgust.
You can't even figure out how to mate properly.
He stalked away into the snow with as much dignity as a walking raven could manage. Goethe swallowed hard. She'd offered something and been rejected. She wasn't even entirely sure what she'd offered, only that it hadn't been accepted. Jana searched her face. After, said the bandit girl, taking her hand, after all this is over, after you're done being a reindeer. She folded her fingers around Goethe's and kissed each knuckle. Goethe watched her do it. The wind was freezing cold, but her skin felt burning hot. They put up the tent together. There is hardly anything romantic about putting up tents, but every time their hands touched, Goethe felt it down to her bones. It was a clear night, and there were 10,000 stars, but it was also burning cold, and they stayed outside the tent only long enough to make hot tea and eat. Lively had given them dried fish jerky, which was edible, anyway. I've had better, muttered Jana. It's salty, said Goethe, tearing at hers with her teeth. I really want salt right now. Salt is amazing. Reindeer do love salt, said Jana. I suppose it's not impossible that's stuck with you. Goethe paused, alarmed, but only a moment. I suppose it'll wear off eventually, she said, once I'm not wearing the skin every day. When they had finished, or when their jaws were too tired to chew off any more fish, Jana banked the fire and they crawled inside the tent. It was too dark to see each other. There were only sounds and rustling and mousebones making irritable noises. And yet Goethe was incredibly aware of where Jana was, of the sound of her breathing, and her stomach clenched, even though she knew that nothing was going to happen that night. And what do I want to happen, after all? Would you really end up with a terrible passion for reindeer? Asked Goethe, when she could not stand the charged silence any longer. In the darkness inside the tent, Jana snorted. Probably not that, no. But the cutting. There are some things you shouldn't do to your lovers. She coughed and added something under her breath that Goethe didn't quite catch. I don't mind, said Goethe. Truly. Jana sighed. I mind, she said. And my sanity is not quite so solid that I can keep putting a knife against your throat night after night and not bleed for it. Goethe reached out and found Jana's hand and squeezed. All right, she said, and Jana squeezed back. They said nothing for a little while, and Jana's breathing evened out, and the wind muttered around the outside of the tent. Afterward, though, said Goethe, finally. Her voice was very small, in case Jana was asleep. The bandit girl rolled over so that her face was against Gerta's shoulder. "After," said Jana. "And I hope your friend is worth it." Chapter 31. In the morning, when the tent was broken down and the fire stamped out, Jana handed her the reindeer hide. But she pressed a kiss against the corner of Gerta's mouth as she did it, and Gerta felt her insides go warm, as if she'd drunk a cup of hot tea and it had burned all the way down. It took them 5 days to reach the Snow Queen's palace. 5 days of walking on the reindeer road, surrounded by ghosts, and 5 nights of being cut alive from the hide. 5 nights of lying next to Jana in the dark and dreaming of the plants that slept beneath the snow. The short Arctic day was nearly over when they saw a dark shape on the horizon. The reindeer road swerved away from that darkness, swerved hard and final. Around Gerta's shoulders the ghosts whispered to each other, "Danger! The Queen of Snows lives here. Danger! Run, run, run!" And she listened to them because they were the herd, until Mousebones cawed a warning and woke her. "Here. This is it. This is the Snow Queen's home." There were no threads bleeding off where other reindeer had beaten a path to the human world. Gerta realized this almost too late and had to shoulder her way through the kindly ghosts and jump. A thread drifted after her, 1 reindeer's worth of a patch, which I suppose will make it easier for the next one to walk this road. This did not help her very much. She knew in mid-air that the jump was bad, that the distance had twisted somehow. She landed it, barely, but the shock went up through her hooves and rattled her teeth and her antlers and left her breathless. The sled slammed down hard on one runner, then the other. Jana squawked and overbalanced, falling hard. Gerta froze, trying to stop. What if the sled went over Jana? And the sled slammed into the back of her legs, and they folded up, and she really did fall over, tangled in the traces. She kicked hard in a panic, and then the human part of her panicked even harder. Oh God, did I kick Jana? Or Mousebones? Oh God, stop! And the panic bled to the reindeer body, which tried to kick again. Whoa, said Jana. Whoa, it's all right, Gerta. Easy. Are you hurt? No, that's stupid. You couldn't tell me if you were. Careful, love. Careful. Gerta tried to listen, but it was hard. Being on her side was bad, and she couldn't run, and her legs were tangled, and if she just kicked, she could get loose. Surely she could get loose. Easy. Easy. I'm going to cut you out of the skin now.
Be a human for a bit,
advised Mousebones, as if it were an easy thing to be. Gerta closed her eyes and tried to be human. Then Jana touched her, and she couldn't run, and something had her, and she kicked again as hard as she could, and her hooves struck wood, and easy, crooned Jana. Easy. What was it to be human? Gerta tried to remember, and for some reason all she could think of was the dried fish jerky and the taste of salt. Salt was the thing that humans had, that they gave you if you were good. No, that's the wrong way around. You're not a reindeer. You're a human in a reindeer skin. The cut was deeper and slower and hurt more than it had at any time in the last 5 days. Jana's angle was bad. Gerta rolled out of the skin, gasping, and blood ran in thin sheets from a gash across her collarbone. "Are you all right?" said Yana. "Other than me being clumsy, shit, I'm sorry." Gerda nodded. Words would take a minute. She held Snow against the cut, while Yana untangled the traces from around her ankles. She still had an urge to kick and try to run, but it was ebbing away. Yana was working on her knees, not standing, and Gerda could see that she was favouring one leg. She did not stand up, but hitched herself along the ground to the sled and pulled out Gerda's cloak. When Gerda could speak again, her first words were, "Did I hurt you?" "Not you," said Yana. "The stupid sled tipped up and spilled me out." She smiled ruefully and thumped her ankle. "It's not broken, I don't think. I may have an exciting time walking for a bit." Gerda winced. "Oh, it's fine," said Yana. She grinned. "We're a pair, aren't we? Me with my ankle and you bleeding all over the snow. Help me wrap it, and then we'll deal with that." She gestured, and for the first time Gerda looked up ahead. The darkness on the horizon was far closer. Their leap from the Reindeer road had spanned a great deal more distance than she had thought. "No wonder I landed so hard. Thank goodness I didn't get any further. We would have been torn to ribbons." It rose 30 feet in the air, a wall of black lines rimmed with frost. Great blades of thorns stabbed the air and crossed and recrossed so many times that it made a landscape of knives before them. They had come, at last, to the fortress of the Snow Queen. And Gerda had not the slightest idea how they were going to get in. Chapter 32. They wrapped up Yana's ankle and stuffed it back in her boot. "Before the swelling gets out of control," she said. "We'll have to cut the boot off at some point, probably, but I've got other things to worry about first." "You sound awfully cheerful about this," said Gerda. Yana laughed. "Ha, I do, don't I? I was trained as a horse leech and then as a healer, since we had more men than horses. So I at least understand this, unlike, reindeer skins and women who gossip with swans." She nodded to her ankle. "This, at least, I can fix." Gerda laughed, and the sound of it surprised her. She had gotten used to the sound of reindeer laughter. The surprise of it made her laugh more, and then she couldn't stop. And then Yana was laughing too, and Gerda fell over on her back in the snow, giggling, because they were sitting in the snow in front of a terrifying hedge of frozen thorns, and for some reason this was hilarious.
"Humans are all utterly mad,"
Mousebones observed dispassionately, which only made Gerda laugh harder. "All right," said Yana weakly, wiping her eyes. "All right. Okay. I suppose we should go and see what sort of mess we're in." "Yeah," said Gerda. She helped Yana to her feet. "Yeah, I suppose." Yana leaned on her shoulder and hopped. They made their slow way to the wall of thorns. It cast long blue shadows over the snow, but it stopped the wind, and so for a moment standing under the thorns felt warm. It might have been a raspberry thicket once, if raspberries grew as high as houses. Ice glazed every stem. There were only a few leaves, tucked deep into the wall. "The ice struck in fall or winter," said Yana, looking at the leaves. "Or a hard wind came through first," said Gerda. She stretched out her fingers and touched the wall. Ice melted away under her fingers. It took a little time, for she was no longer as warm as a reindeer, but eventually the thin glaze of ice was gone, and she touched bare stem. It, too, was cold. Well, what did I expect? The Snow Queen is old, and this wall has been frozen since Gran Aisha's day at least. Up close, the gaps in the wall were larger. Gerda saw a few where she might have been able to squeak through, at least for a few feet, but the gaps were hardly paths, and they might close up anywhere, and then she would have had to squirm back out, probably backwards, because there would be no room to turn around. Yana exhaled slowly. "We're not getting through here," she said. "Maybe there's a way in somewhere." The wall seemed to run clear to the horizon in both directions. Gerda shook her head. "I could walk along it," she said doubtfully, "or put on the hide and run, but it's miles long at least."
"Ah!"
said Mousebones.
"It's a shame you don't have a helpful raven with you, you know, with wings, who can fly."
Gerda laughed, suddenly relieved. "Sorry, Mousebones, I'm an idiot. Can you find us a way in?" Yana slapped her forehead. "Of course. Sorry, Mousebones. I should have thought."
"Yes, you should have. Quack!"
He took to the air, dipped in the wind, and then flew south. His small black form was soon out of sight over the wall. The humans went back to the sled, with Yana leaning on Gerda. For a moment, as she took the other girl's weight, Gerda felt physically powerful again, the way she had as a reindeer. Which does me no good at all, if we can't get into the fortress. The sled itself pulled fairly easily, even if one were a human. Gerda hauled it herself backward over the snow, until they were back in the wind shadow of the thorn wall. Yana knelt and scraped the snow away down to bare earth, then built a tiny fire. "I'm glad there's dirt there," said Gerda. Yana nodded. "I was afraid there might only be ice," she admitted, "which doesn't make tea very well." They sat on the sled together with the tent raised over them, watching the water heat for tea. "So what do we do when we get inside?" asked Yana finally. Gerda took a deep breath and let it out again, feeling as if it were coming from her toes. "I don't know," she said. "Find Kay? Bring him back out with us? And the Snow Queen?" Gerda stared at her hands. "I will assume by your silence that we don't have a plan." "I still don't even know what she is," said Gerda wearily. "A spirit, I guess? Nobody knows anything about her. Maybe she'll kill me immediately. Maybe if we ask nicely, she'll just let Kay go." "We'll start with that," said Yana, taking her hand and twining their fingers together. "After that, I suppose we'll just have to improvise." "I had thought maybe, if all else fails, I could turn into a reindeer and try to trample her." Yana bit her upper lip, obviously holding back laughter. "Well, it's better than anything else we've got." The water began to steam gently. The wind howled overhead. "I didn't know you were a horse leech," said Gerda. "I should have guessed, with the way you were rescuing pigeons." Yana nodded. "My father's band had horses once, but horses are expensive and men are cheap, and my father wanted me to learn something useful since I was a girl and couldn't take over the band." "Why couldn't you?" asked Gerda. Yana snorted. "Women who run bandit troops have to be twice as smart and 3 times as vicious. I didn't want to deal with that." and I was not particularly interested in killing people and taking their money, anyway. Don't think I'm not grateful, said Gerda, and Jana laughed. So you took up healing instead? More or less. A real healer would laugh me out of the room, I'm sure, Jana shrugged. Our horse leech was an old man named Rekard. He taught me most of what he knew about healing humans and horses both. She added another chip of dried reindeer dung to the fire. When you get down to it, humans are easier. Horses are made of legs, the way that birds are made of wings, and when something goes wrong with them, they're so hard to fix. And you can't explain that some things for their own good either. She considered for a moment, then added, also, humans don't founder. The tea was as warm as it was likely to get. Gerda poured it out for both of them. Jana wrapped her fingers around her mug. Anyway, Rekard wasn't a good man. But he was a kind one, if that makes any sense. It's hard to do anything with animals if you can't be kind, and he did his best. She stared into her tea. Gerda tried to imagine growing up in a bandit cave, surrounded by killers and thieves, and could not. She leaned her shoulder against Jana's, and Jana leaned back. Why did I never ask you about your life before? Asked Gerda, surprised at herself. We've been busy this last week or so, said Jana dryly, and also you've been a reindeer for large chunks of it. You? Oh. Gerda felt again that strange dislocation, as if her grandmother and her home and Kay were creatures from a fairy tale that someone had told her long ago. Oh, I lived with my grandmother. My father's dead. My mother's, she visits sometimes, but she's married again, and it was a small house, you know. And my grandmother needed somebody to help out. Well, she frowned down at her tea. She didn't really, I don't think. And her best friend was Kay's grandmother, who's right across the alley. And his parents all live in the rooms there, and so did he, at least before. She made a vague hand gesture that started somewhere south and ended up at the thorn wall before them. Grandmother does weaving. She's good at it. She sells it. I was supposed to learn it, so I'd have a trade. I suppose I'm all right, but no one would pay for it. She laughed a little at that. She hadn't so much as thought of a loom or a shuttle in weeks. It seemed so odd to consider going back after all this and sitting down in front of the loom and trying to start up again. How am I ever going to go back? She said out loud. Even if we find Kay, no, when we find him, I'll go home and say, Hi, sorry, I was gone for a year, but I was enchanted for part of it, and then I was a reindeer, but not any more, and by the way, I can talk to ravens now. But I brought Kay back. She closed her teeth with a click, but her thoughts ran on, unimpeded. And also, I don't actually think I want to marry him any more. And I think I may be in love with a bandit girl who's killed at least one person that I know of. And why did none of you tell me that I could fall in love with a girl anyway? Perhaps they'll be so glad that you're home that they won't notice the rest, said Jana. Her voice sounded forced. My grandmother will like you, said Gerda. Jana gave her an odd look. You plan on taking a bandit home to meet your grandmother? I assume you won't try to nick the silverware, said Gerda dryly. It's not that, said Jana quietly. You know that. Gerda took a deep breath. She knew that it was stupid to trust a bandit and an admitted murderer. She knew that they had met under dreadful circumstances, and those circumstances had got steadily worse. But she also knew that she trusted Yana. Something had happened in those days and nights on the Reindeer road, something to do with sharp knives, with hide and herd, and things that humans did not have words for. She would trust Yana to the ends of the earth, and that was good, because that was where they were standing. "It will be all right," Gerda said, and meant it. Yana gripped her hand. Before she could say anything, they heard a familiar caw. Mousebones landed on the sled, shaking out his bad wing.
It's too cold," he said. "My wing's not happy with this."
Yana built up the fire a little, and the raven hopped down next to it, stretching his wing out to soak up the little heat. The wind howled overhead, and it smelled metallic, like fresh snow. "What will happen if it snows while we're sitting out here? How long will our food hold out?" "Well," said Gerda, when she could wait no longer, "did you find a way in?" Mousebones snapped his beak.
Of course I did."
Chapter 33. The way in was farther than Yana could hop. They had to go back through the long, weary process of transformation and harnessing. Yana apologized, and Gerda brushed it aside. "If I couldn't walk, we'd find a way," she said, and threw the reindeer hide around her shoulders. They stayed in the wind shadow of the thorns as they went. Gerda was sweating by the time Mousebones called a halt. The entryway was very low, only about 3 feet tall. The thorns grew over the top, but the snow beneath had been hollowed out in a long, curving run. It was slick and compacted in the centre, beaten into murky blue ice. The trail of blue ice continued out from the thorns and over the landscape. Gerda turned and pulled the sled alongside it, away from the thorn wall, to see where it went. She had not gone far at all before she smelled minerals and saw steam rising in the air. The ice gave way to mud, and the mud to fantastically coloured water. They were ridiculously bright in that landscape of black and white and grey, turquoise and orange in concentric rings, and a pungent smell of rotting eggs. "It's a hot spring," said Yana. "Something's coming out of the thorns to use the hot spring." "But what would do that?" Mousebones hopped over to a small, steaming mud puddle and held his wing out over it.
That's the stuff."
"It's the otters," Gerda wanted to say. "That's a giant otter slide." She'd seen them in winter near her village. When everyone bundled up and went out to throw snowballs, or to ice fish, or check the trap lines, you'd find otters playing on every snowbank, sliding down over and over until their bellies beat the snow into glossy ice. Then they loved it even more. She nudged Mousebones with her nose, and the raven hopped to one side, grumbling.
"What is it?"
"The otters can fly. Why are they sliding down here if they can fly?" The raven cocked his head at her sceptically.
"You don't know otters very well, do you?"
Gerda regretted that reindeers have little concept of sarcasm. She snorted instead.
"Ravens can fly, too. We still slide sometimes. Sliding is fun,"
said Mousebones. He tucked in his wing, flopped over in the snow, and rolled. Yana laughed. Gerda gave an exaggerated reindeer nod and turned the sled around. She trotted back along the length of the slide and stood, waiting for the knife. When she had climbed out from under the hide, she told Yana about the otters. "I'd forgotten the otters," said Yana. "Very well, I can see it." She reached out a fingertip and ran it down Gerta's throat. It's scarring a little. There's all these white lines, like cat scratches, only not." Gerta swallowed hard, as much from the touch as the idea of the scars. "Well, I suppose they'll fade eventually." "I suppose." They stepped apart. Yana eyed the low, slick tunnel with dismay. "My ankle won't hold up to that." "It's too low to take the sled in," said Gerta. "I suppose we'll have to crawl." "My ankle's going to love this," muttered Yana. "Very well, lead on." They left the sled and put on packs. Gerta tied the reindeer hide to herself like a strange cape, upside down with the pack between them. The reindeer antlers bounced and gouged long lines in the ice on either side of her hips, but she did not know how else to manage them, and she did not dare leave it behind. On hands and knees, they entered the tunnel. It was not quite as bad as Gerta had feared. The slope was very gentle, and the edges of the slide were not completely beaten into ice. If she stayed to one side and dug her gloved hands into the snow there, she could manage a sort of slithery crawl. The light under the thorn wall was blue-green and dim, and came as much from the snow itself as from the sky. Black scribbles of stems closed overhead. It was impossible to tell if they were branches or roots or both. Mouse bones flew past them, a series of hops. Occasionally he would tuck himself into a feathery black oval and slide down the ice on his back, snickering in raven fashion. "They do that on steep rooftops sometimes," said Yana. "When our winter quarters were over near the coast, I'd see them doing that on the stable roof. It always looked like fun." She sounded wistful. Gerta glanced back over her shoulder, but the light was too poor to make out her expression. "What was the coast like?" asked Gerta. "I've never seen the sea." Yana was silent for a moment. Her breathing was magnified by the tunnel and lit echoes all around them. "The sea is very large," she said finally. "And it's not like anything but itself. I can't explain it. I like living there, though." "I would like to see it," said Gerta. "It is very much worth seeing." They kept sliding. Gerta's knees and palms ached with cold, even through her heavy clothes. She was very aware of the way that her knees went together, the joint and the tendon and the kneecap sliding over both and taking the brunt of the ice. "How is your ankle?" "It's felt better." Mousebones went by them again on his back.
"By the way,"
he called as he slid past,
"you're almost there."
"I get the impression he's not taking this seriously," said Yana. Gerta would have said something, but the roof of the tunnel slanted upwards abruptly. She blinked up into bright light, and the interested faces of 6 bone-white otters. Chapter 34.
"It's a human. It smells like a dead reindeer. It's got a dead reindeer on it, sort of upside down."
The otters had peculiar voices, deep but squeaky. Gerda didn't know whether to laugh or try to run away.
It smells like both. Perhaps it's like a centaur, only the front is a human and the bottom is a dead reindeer.
The other otters turned and stared very hard at that one, which looked abashed.
What?
Jana poked her head up through the tunnel entrance beside Gerda. I can understand them, she said wonderingly. The otters seized on this immediately.
Of course you can. We speak human very well. We speak several human languages. Suata, stuina, diavia dit. Hiava, humenta. Sprichst du auch Deutsch? Dina bisatisch, Dinitia?
Gerda looked at Jana helplessly. Jana shook her head. Maybe if you spoke a lot slower, she said.
Oh, never mind. We speak this one fine. We learned a lot of languages. It's not like herself was going to learn our language. She said it was undignified just because there was chittering and smells. Musk is very expressive. Some people don't appreciate musk nearly enough. So we learned her language. Not that we had much choice. It was that or be blasted with the wrath of 1,000 blizzards, or whatever she was going to blast us with. Anyway, we like languages. Words are like fish, and you catch them and you get to keep them forever. And some of her self's toys teach us their words before they freeze.
Gerda inhaled sharply. They were talking about Kay. They had to be talking about Kay. Or they're talking about the one after Kay, or the one after that. You slept for 7 months while he was freezing. She kept her voice as steady as she could and said, Does she have one now?
Oh, lots. She means an unfrozen one. Well, she should have said. It takes them ages to freeze. There's one. She only keeps one unfrozen at a time. She's strictly monogamous that way, like a praying mantis out of ice. Oh, very nice image. I came up with it years ago. You did not. You're always taking credit for things.
Jana and Gerda exchanged looks. When did they ever see a praying mantis? Asked Jana.
Sometimes herself likes toys from very far south. One explained praying mantises to us. He drew a picture. He was always drawing pictures. Then he froze and he stopped drawing pictures.
About the unfrozen one, said Gerda.
He's still unfrozen. He doesn't speak any languages we don't know, though, and he never draws any pictures. He's pretty boring. He sits in one room and does puzzles.
Gerda's heart squeezed. It must be Kay. It must be. Could you take me? She began, but Jana held up a hand. Is herself here now? The bandit girl asked.
Of course. She hardly ever leaves without her sled. Sometimes she walks around the hedge.
Gerda and Jana exchanged looks. Well, said Jana quietly, I suppose we will get to improvise after all. Gerda said, Can you take me to the unfrozen boy? One of the otters shrugged. It was a long, fascinating ripple that started somewhere in the neck and continued all the way to the tail.
I suppose.
She, Gerda, was nearly certain it was a she, leaned down into the hole and opened her jaws. Gerda had a moment of panic. The otter was narrower in the chest than a reindeer, but a great deal longer. Oh, God, they're basically giant, playful wolverines. The otter grabbed Gerta's collar in her teeth and flipped her out as neatly as a regular-sized otter grabbing a fish. Gerta landed upside down and narrowly avoided impaling herself on the trailing reindeer antlers. Another otter dipped its head into the tunnel and flipped Jana out the same way. Jana landed with a yelp. When Gerta stopped seeing stars, she sat up and looked around. The room was enormous. The ceiling was lost in swirling winds like a distant snowstorm. The walls were made of ice. The floor was made of ice as well, but the branches of the thorn hedge had grown into it, so it was ice shot through with blackness. In one corner of the room was an enormous pile of fish, frozen solid. In another was a nest as big as the house Gerta grew up in. It had apparently started life as silken pillows, but the otters had gutted the cushions, and it was now a pile of frosty feathers and long rags of sky-blue silk. Mousebones flew up out of the tunnel and landed well out of reach of the otters, who were instantly fascinated.
"A raven! We speak raven! Ark! Ark! Ark!"
"That's not speaking raven,"
said Mousebones severely. "That is saying ark, and you are saying it badly. Can you fly, Raven?"
"Of course I can fly,"
said Mousebones. "So can we,
"when herself hitches us up to her sled.
then we fly like ravens."
"No, we don't. We fly like clouds. We don't flap." "Flapping would be undignified."
"Well, it would be if you lot did it,"
agreed Mousebones.
"Otters aren't made to flap. Do you have a name?"
"Ravens always have the best names."
"They're so long, and they take them so seriously."
Mousebones looked offended.
"I have an excellent name, and I don't think I will tell you what it is if you're going to act like that."
"Oh, don't be like that. We'll tell you our names."
"We will."
They sat up, one after another, with their tails wrapped over their feet like cats.
Glint.
Glitter.
Frost Eyes.
Misting.
Fish Eater.
The raven looked unimpressed.
Typical. And short. We have to take them off sometimes. Sometimes we trade them with each other. It's easier when they're shorter. Tell us yours."
I am the sound of mouse bones crunching under the hooves of God,
said Mousebones.
Gerta translated this exchange in an undertone for Jana. "Good Lord," said the bandit girl, "they could talk the legs off a wooden goat."
Oh, that is an excellent name.
I want a name like that.
But taking off a name like that would take so long.
I do not intend to take it off, said Mousebones. I may even add to it. I believe that after this mad adventure into the north, I shall be the sound of frozen mouse bones crunching under the hooves of God, assuming that I'm not dead, which requires a different sort of name.
Gerta translated this as well, and Jana cleared her throat. On that topic, we would like to prevent dying, if possible. Can we find Gerta's friend and leave? The otter, who had identified herself as Goethe thought it was the one who had pulled her out of the tunnel, but it was very hard to tell, said,
"Oh, right, the unfrozen one."
She turned and padded across the floor. Goethe and Jana hurried after her. Jana leaned on Goethe's shoulder.
"He's boring,"
called Glitter after them.
"We are much more interesting."
We would trade names with you if you like.
Maybe later, called Goethe. It wouldn't do to get on the otter's bad side. They were playful and cheerful, and their teeth were longer than human fingers.
"We shall see you later, then. Barchet, dear friend."
Come back and talk to us.
"We have fish."
It is excellent fish. We should have fish now.
"Yes."
Mousebones cast a longing glance behind them as the white otters fell on the pile of fish as if they were starving. Led them out an archway and up a flight of stairs. Everything was made of ice. Goethe had never known there were so many colours of ice, deep greens and metallic blues and silvers. Everything was very silent, except for the sound of the wind rushing overhead. Their footsteps barely made any sound, and the antler points on the reindeer's head dragged on the ice like the poles of a travois, a thin, little scraping sound against the wind. At the top of the stairs lay an immense corridor, which opened into an even more immense hall. Pillars of ice held up a ceiling so distant that Goethe began to think that the otter's den, which had seemed so huge, was actually rather small compared to the rest of the palace. They exited the hall by a doorway that would not have been out of place as the entry to a cathedral, but which seemed unobtrusive. Then another hall, and another door, and another, all unmarked, all glazed in frost. "I'm glad we have a guide," said Jana quietly. "We could wander in this place for days, until we starved or froze."
"People have," said
"Sometimes herself's toys decide they don't want to be here. They almost never find the way out, though."
She paused, as if waiting for another otter to say something, and then seemed to remember that she was the only one there.
"We tell them, if they ask. 1 or 2 left, but then she gets upset, and there is no fish. And sometimes she freezes their hearts. Then they don't try to leave any more." She gave another of her long, rippling shrugs. "Does that kill them?" "Oh, no. Humans are fine if their hearts freeze. They can keep moving for years like that." "Can you take us by a way that will avoid herself? We, don't want to bother her," said Goethe. The otters did not actually seem to like the Snow Queen very much, but she didn't want to push her luck. Flicked her tail like a large cat. "I'll do my best," she said, sounding a bit dry, and Goethe thought that perhaps the question hadn't been as subtle as she thought. They entered yet another hallway. This one was reflective ice and made a vast, distorted mirror of the walls. Became 3 giant white otters, weaseling along in unison. Goethe looked at her own reflection and recoiled. "Oh!" she said softly. It was stupid. She had not worried what she looked like for many days now. It did not matter. She only needed to find Kay. But the girl in the mirror was a wild, ragged thing, her hair straggling under the fur cap that Lively had given her. There were dark circles under her eyes and smears of dirt. The reindeer hide hung lumpy and bunched, and the dead head lolled behind her.
She could not think for a moment what the pattern on the front of her tunic was, and then she realized that it was long rivulets of dried blood, where the cuts on her neck had dripped and healed and dripped again. She thought, "No wonder Yana does not want me right now. I look like a mad woman. Oh, I am being so stupid. I should not care. We are going to face a great enemy. It doesn't matter what my hair looks like." And then, a long moment later, she thought, "What will Kay think?" Gerda knew that he should be grateful for rescue, for any rescue, but she remembered Kay. Kay who loved snow because it was clean, and she would appear filthy and stained and stinking of dead reindeer, and he would think, what? She was surprised to feel a spark of irritation at the Kay in her imagination, and had to shake her head at herself. Now I'm inventing slights with the person I'm here to rescue. "You should have told me I looked a sight," she said, struggling to laugh. Yana gave her a puzzled look. "What?" And then she looked in the mirror and laughed and said, "I'm hardly fit to call anyone a sight." Gerda looked at her, really looked, and saw that Yana, too, was ragged. Her dark skin was smudged with dirt, and frost had formed on the brim of her hat. She was carrying a pack that was twice the size of Gerda's and was bent forward under the weight, and she was still limping on her bad ankle. "I hadn't noticed," said Gerda. "Well, neither had I. Let's go back to not noticing." They toiled after in slightly better spirits. The otter waited for them at the end of the hall. Mousebones shook his head in avian disgust. "Not much further," said They entered the next hall, and Gerda gasped. Mousebones dropped off her shoulder and flew forward, favouring his wing. There was a figure leaning against a pillar. Frost coated his skin and hair. He had a broad, pleasant face, despite his slight frown. His eyes were closed, and each eyelash was outlined in ice. His cheek was pressed against the pillar, as if he had leaned against it to rest and never moved again. He looked to be about 16 years old. "Don't mind him," said "He's been frozen for years. Fish Eater wasn't even weaned when herself brought him here." This would have been a more useful statement if Gerda had any idea how long a giant otter lived. It was hard to turn her back on the frozen boy. She was not sure if it was out of fear that he would move, or pity for the unburied dead. Is he dead, though? She looked over her shoulder. He had not moved. "We can't save them all," said Yana. "I don't know if we'll even save ourselves." Gerda nodded. She was not sorry to leave the hall behind. They passed 2 more on the way to wherever they were going. Both had their eyes closed. Gerda was glad of that. It would have been much worse if their eyes had been open. "That was the one who painted," said of an olive-skinned young man clad in bright blue. "We liked him, but she promised him the secret to painting all the colours of ice, and he stayed too long." Gerda had never thought about the difficulty of painting ice. It seemed an odd thing to stay and freeze to death over, even so.
"Artists are odd,"
said Mousebones, walking around the man in blue.
"Even for humans."
Yana leaned on her a little less as they walked. "Feeling any better?" asked Gerda. The bandit's girl's lips quirked. "My feet are cold enough that the ankle doesn't hurt as badly. That's not a good thing, but at the moment, I'll take it. Gerda was looking over at Jana when she said that, and so it took her a moment to realise that the click of Er's claws on the ice stopped. She looked up. They stood on a balcony overlooking a swirling snowstorm. Before them, 6 feet high and twice that wide, were pieces of ice seemingly hanging suspended in the air. She understood suddenly how the painter had been trapped. The ice crystals had grown into fantastical shapes, beautiful as flowers, sharp as swords. They shone 1,000 colours of blue and violet and silver, rippling with reflected light. In front of the ice, with his back to them, stood Kay. Chapter 35. Kay, said Gerda. Her voice came out too quiet, as if she was in a dream where she could not yell for help. She took a deeper breath. Kay? He turned. He was a little taller than she remembered, and his shoulders a little broader. He wore a white jacket and fur-lined boots. The seasons that had passed had been kinder to him than to her, except that his skin was very pale. He looked from the otter to Jana, and then to Gerda, without a trace of recognition, and his eyebrows drew down as if they were interrupting him. "It's me," said Gerda. "Gerda, I mean. I came to find you." "Gerda," said Kay. His voice sounded exactly the same as it always had. He stared at her and said, "You look terrible." The spark of irritation that Gerda had felt before flared up and became a stab. "I'm here to rescue you," she said. "I don't need rescuing," said Kay. He waved to the crystals hanging behind him. "I'm working." Jana made a small sound of disbelief. Gerda looked over at her, and the bandit girl shook her head ruefully. "Well, I didn't see that coming." Gerda rubbed her hands over her face. She had been expecting to find Kay perhaps hungry and half frozen in a cell somewhere. She had expected an icy jailbreak, an escape through the walls, and, if they were unlucky, a confrontation with the Snow Queen. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't want to come with them. "Is that a dead reindeer?" asked Kay. "Why are you dragging a dead reindeer around?" "It's complicated," said Gerda wearily.
"Oh, this is going well,"
said Mousebones. "And you've got a crow," said Kay. Mousebones gave him a look of withering disgust.
"Crow? Crow? Are you sure you want to rescue him?"
Scratched her ear.
"His heart's frozen,"
she said. "Oh," said Gerda. This was a relief. Obviously Kay was acting strangely. Obviously it was the Snow Queen's fault. "Can we thaw his heart?"
"I suppose you could roast it,"
said doubtfully. Mousebones snickered. Jana said, "That's not as helpful as it could be."
"Oh, sorry."
"You don't need to talk about me like I'm not here," said Kay. "My heart is fine." He turned his back and put his hands into the strange array of ice crystals again. "What is that you're working on?" asked Gerda. "A puzzle," said Kay. "The puzzle. The final one. If I can fit it all together, it will show me eternity."
"People say they want to see eternity, but it's really quite boring," said Mousebones. "It just goes on and on, you know."
Gerda looked at Jana helplessly. "What do we do now?" "I could hit him over the head," said Yana. "He might die, though, so I don't recommend it. But once he's out, we could turn you into a reindeer and hog-tie him and then leave." Kay made a disgusted noise, not looking at them. "This is the worst rescue attempt I've ever heard of. I don't need rescuing anyway, and even if I did, I could do it better myself. If you don't know what you're doing, go away. And maybe clean up too. You look a fright." "On second thought, a good blow to the head might be just what he requires," said Yana. Gerda put her face in her hands. "Your family's really worried," she said hopelessly. For the first time, Kay faltered. He turned his head with his fingers still full of ice. "Are they? Your grandmother took to her bed. She might be dead by now. I don't know." "Oh," said Kay. He frowned, but then his face smoothed. "Well, you can go back and tell them that I'm fine. I'm doing very important work. They'll be happy to know that." "They won't be happy until you come home," said Gerda desperately, feeling the moment slipping away. He turned back to the crystals. "They'll have to be. I can't leave this. I'm close to solving it." "But if you stay here, you'll freeze to death, like all the others." He hitched up one shoulder, not looking at her. "Then I'll freeze. If I can solve this and see the shape of eternity, it's worth it." "What a load of bollocks," remarked Yana, to no one in particular.
Ah!
Agreed Mousebones. Gerda started to say something, anything, and then she saw Kay pick up a jagged crystal and move it. The edges sliced into his flesh as if he'd grabbed a naked blade, and nothing happened. There was no blood. There was only a thin pink line across his white fingers. Fingers that she saw now were crossed and recrossed with hundreds of pink lines. If he cannot even feel pain, how did I think he'd feel love or gratitude or guilt or anything else? Gerda clutched the reindeer hide. It was warm under her fingers and steadied her a little. She could feel the pulse of the reindeer road in it, and even if she could not reach it, she knew that it existed. There was one place in the world where time went in all directions and the herd moved together as one. She wanted to cry or scream or demand that Kay go with them, but none of those things would help. Therefore, she must move in the next direction, whatever that may be. She straightened. Gerda did not pretend to know what made someone live, but she knew that a person with a frozen heart who could slice themselves to ribbons and not bleed was in a fair way to not being alive any longer. She turned to Yana and leaned over and whispered,
"Hit him over the head. We'll just have to risk it."
Yana nodded. And what might have happened next, no one would ever know, because the doorway behind them filled with frost, and a high, shattering voice said,
"What has come into my kingdom?"
Chapter 36. The voice was not human. That was the thing that struck Gerda first. It was not human, nor even close to human, no matter what the Snow Queen chose to look like. The vowels were the shrill complaint of frozen metal, and the consonants were the crackle of breaking ice. No human-born could have a voice like that. Gerda turned, and the Snow Queen stood in the doorway. She was very tall and very pale and very beautiful. She wore a robe of white, trimmed in ermine fur, and the fur glittered under a glaze of frost. She looked at Kay,
And he gazed back at her, and a light came into Kay's face like none Gerda had ever seen, and he said, "I've almost got it." The Snow Queen turned her head, and the first thing that Gerda felt was gratitude that she had not looked at Gerda, and the second was a stab of shame, because her eye fell on Yanna instead. Yanna staggered. Her face went slack, and her eyes went wide. She let out a tiny moan, and Gerda knew what she was seeing reflected in the Snow Queen's eyes. The worst of herself. The messy, mortal, bloody bits, filthy and stinking and small and weak and unworthy, and how dare she look that way at Yanna? Rage rose up in Gerda's heart, as hot and red as the ice palace was cold and blue. She launched herself across the room, away from Kay, thinking of nothing except that no one should ever think such thoughts about Yanna. Her shoulder struck the Snow Queen, and it was like falling against a shelf full of glass jars, the hard interspersed with the shockingly brittle. Things shattered. The Queen's robe bucked strangely as the body under it broke apart and fell apart. What? What just happened? Gerda stumbled forward and Yanna caught her. They staggered together as Yanna's ankle buckled. "I should have listened," gasped the bandit girl. "You told me, but I thought, well, if someone told you that you were foul, you'd believe it with all your heart. So I didn't realize. God, how did you do that? Twice?" "Are you all right?" said Gerda. "She shouldn't have looked at you like that." "What did you do?" cried Kay, standing over the Queen. "You broke her. You always break everything. Can't I do anything without you chasing me?" Gerda gaped at him. Yanna hissed.
"Ah, this is why you don't mate with your nest mates," said Mousebones pragmatically. "It's always, oh yes, and remember the time you ate that cricket that I was supposed to get for the rest of your life."
He paused and then added,
"Well, that and the inbreeding."
Who had taken herself off to the corner and was staying well out of the fray, made an indelicate sound. The Snow Queen rose. She did not stand up like a human. She simply rose up from the floor as if remaking herself from the material of the palace, which, thought Gerda, given that she was apparently made of ice, seemed very likely. Kay's face shone, and he reached out to the Queen with both hands. She took them in hers, and Gerda could not tell where one set of white bloodless fingers left off and the other began. Then she swung her head, narrow and sharp as an Arctic fox, toward the girls. Gerda stepped forward and pushed Yanna back. Yanna made a noise of protest, but her ankle buckled as she tried to push back, and so it was Gerda who took the full force of the Queen's gaze. She was nothing and no one. She was the wretched child of a wretched race, short-lived and bedraggled, with her hair in knots and blood staining the front of her clothes. She was half an animal, and no one could have loved a creature such as she. She could not think, not in human words. Her mind was empty of anything but horror. She sank down to her knees, and the Snow Queen's gaze sank with her, driving her to the floor. The Queen's eyes were vast mirrors, and Gerda was a speck that had dared to mar the beauty of their surface. The reindeer hide bunched around her as she fell, and in her reflection she saw the antlers frame her face. The hide had been a magnificent gift, however poorly she wore it. The hide, the gift, the herd. In the speech of Reindeer, she found that she could think again. I am here. I am still alive. If she was half an animal, let the animal half speak for her then. The human part was tied up with human things like self-loathing, but that did not matter. There were no words in reindeer speech, for I hate myself. It was not a concept that could be thought, and so she did not bother to think it. She thought instead, the thing before me smells of snow. Jana was screaming, but she was screaming in the human language, and Gerda did not dare slip back into that. Kay came toward her, with his face ominously blank. But then a black shape sliced between them, and Mousebones drove his beak at Kay's face, cawing a raven's mobbing call, as if Kay were a hawk instead of a human boy.
Ark! Ark! You will not! Egg stealer! Nest thief!
The thing that smelled of snow leaned forward. Her eyes narrowed. She is expecting me to die, but I am not dead yet. This angered the snow thing, and it raised its hands and brought them down like a human with a whip. Reindeer knew whips, and Gerta's shoulders rose in anticipation of the blow. Cold was coming up from her knees, where they were splayed awkwardly on the icy floor. The cold rose, as if she had stepped into an icy river, coming up her body, freezing her rib cage in mid-breath. I must get warm. The cold reached her face. The world went pale and blurred as her eyes froze, and it got darker and darker, a long winter night without the hope of stars. Only her heart was not frozen, and the last thing Gerda felt was it hammering in her chest, beating hopelessly against the cold. Chapter 37. The thorns that surrounded the Snow Queen's fortress were old beyond telling, and they had slept for a long time. The roots of the thorns were sunk deep, and many of them had died, but more were tangled in the warm mud around the hot springs. Perhaps even the Snow Queen did not know that they were still alive. The branches were brittle and rimmed with ice, but through the thickest stems ran a thin, thin sliver of green. There is nothing in the world so patient as a plant awaiting spring. Gerda sank beneath the fortress in a dream that had no waking at the end of it. Her body was distant and useless and cold. Underneath the fortress there was snow, and under the snow was earth, and threading the earth were the roots of the wall of thorns. Ah, thought Gerda, I remember this. She reached out to the sleeping plants, and they wrapped around her, more watchful than any plant that Gerda had spoken to before, for all that they were sleeping. She tasted earth and water and the harsh minerals of the springs. Surprise, puzzlement. It had been a long time since a living thing spoke to them. Someone had spoken to them long ago, and they had answered, but it had been long and long and long ago. How long have you been here? Asked Gerda. Winter. The land was green, and then ice came and covered everything. There had been ice before. Eventually the ice would melt, and there would be green, drowsy days under the pale northern sun. How long has that been? Confusion. Seasons follow seasons. One begins when another one ends. If spring had not begun, then winter had not ended. It occurred to Goethe that the thorn hedge had a strong grasp of the seasons and no sense at all of time. She would have laughed if her body had not been frozen somewhere far away. Of course, of all the plants that she had touched since she left the witch's house, had any of them understood time? I should hurry, she thought, and hard on the heels of that, or perhaps I am dead and it doesn't matter anyway. Well, if she had already died, there was nothing to be done about it. For Mousebones and Jana and poor foolish Kay, however, she might yet do something. Tell me your dreams, said Goethe to the thorns. They did. The sun was kind, and this was a good green land. Someone stood with her bare feet on the earth, someone that was not human. Goethe did not know what she was, but she was good and kind. The kind woman stretched out her hands and asked. The answer lay in growing. Wood pierced Goethe's flesh. Leaves swelled and broke across her skin. It hurt, like a stretch across sore muscles. She stretched further and further until she met herself in a circle with the kind woman in the centre. She rose up many feet high, branches curving inward like a secret, the old wood growing hard and brittle, the new shoots young and strong. Berries erupted from her. The kind woman reached up and picked them. That was good. That was correct. They were a gift from Goethe and the thorns to the woman who had asked them to grow. Seasons chased one another. There were many. Snow fell on the brambles only to melt again. Birds nested under the thorns and ate the berries that grew there. The thorns were glad. They could be generous. The birds were such small, fleeting things, but the thorns could feed them and make their short lives easier. Then the birds would spread the seeds far and wide, a gift given in exchange for a gift taken. Kindness fed kindness. It was good. Then a storm came. A thing came walking inside it, a thing that was not good or kind. It touched the wall and spoke a word, and the word was winter. The thorns knew their place in the order of things. They settled down to sleep through the cold season. It was only the deepest roots that were wakeful, and only they who felt the screaming of the kind woman and the blood that melted away the snow and sank into the earth. The thorn hedge drank in the trace of iron, the shudder of salt, and made them part of itself. It was the last gift that a plant could give to the one who raised it up. And then it settled down, the green buried deep, to dream and wait for spring. That is why you are so wakeful, said Goethe. The blood of the kind woman, whatever she was. Agreement. Taste of iron. Can you help me? Puzzlement. Winter. Frost on the branches. Waiting. No, I can't wait. Don't you understand? Spring is not going to come. Disbelief. The thing that came, the storm, that was the Snow Queen. While she is here, there will never be spring, winter will never end, and you will never grow again. She did not think the thorns understood. Perhaps it was too alien a concept. She tried to shape a picture in her mind of snow laying over the branches, the sun crossing the sky, over and over, winter unending, until at last the roots froze and the skeleton of the hedge stood held up by ice, and the spring never came. Gerte tasted salt and ash, sudden and powerful. It choked her, and she had no body to gag and clear it from her mouth. It took her a moment to realize that was the only way that plants could express horror. Of course, they can't grow in salt. Salt kills fields. Of course. Winter never ends? Asked the thorns. Never. No more birds in the branches? No more berries? None. Unless you stop the Snow Queen. She tried to shape another image of birds landing in the frozen hedge, birds with nothing to eat, birds starving and flying away again. Salt, ash, the smell of burning. In the heart of the thorn hedge, something woke. It felt like rage. Gerte tried to fall back. The thorn hedge was too large, too old, too angry. Thousands of years of sleep had ended and transmuted into fury. She could not escape. She was locked into the hedge as if she were a bird herself and the stems had grown up to trap her. The roots dug deep and pulled warmth from the earth, sending it violently through the stems. Green shoots erupted in every direction, splitting the ice apart. The outer layers of green died as soon as the frost touched them, but were shoved forward by the growth behind them, like an army climbing over the bodies of its dead. It felt to Gerte like thrusting her hands into a fire and trying to heal her flesh faster than it burned away, and yet, somehow, agonizingly, she was doing it. She screamed, or tried, but it was lost in the rage and the growth and the dying. She had nothing to scream with anyway. Her body was far away, and there was only root and branch and thorn and ice, and the ice was shattering away. The thorn hedge reached into the fortress and tore the white walls down. Inside the walls was the thing made of storms. Gerte could see it distantly, a thing that wore a human face to reflect the faces around it. It was a small thing. It brought cold, but there was no cold that could stand forever against the armies of spring. The thing reached out and tried to speak winter to the hedge again, but the hedge was no longer listening. Cracks shot through the halls of the Snow Queen's fortress, zigzags that widened and deepened and split apart. Green tendrils grew out of them, withering to brown even as they grew. But the damage was done. Ice fell from the ceiling. Pillars toppled by themselves or were overgrown with vines and thrown down. From underneath the snow, under the frozen layer of earth, the roots heaved up stone and dirt. The foundations of the fortress split and whole wings fell, crumbling into drifts of rock and snow. The hedge reached the room where the Snow Queen stood. Gerte saw herself from the outside, lying stiffly in Janna's arms. Kay crouched down with his arms over his head. Mousebones was cawing. And the Snow Queen stood there, calling storm, calling blizzard, shouting the name of winter over and over. Thorns rose up and wrapped around her. They died at once, but the next rank was ready, and the next, like a prison made of wicker, and it did not matter if the stems died as they wrapped around her, for the hedge had a raging green heart. The Snow Queen vanished under 100 layers of leaves. And then the fortress began to fall apart in earnest as the Queen pulled the cold toward her, trying desperately to gather enough power to freeze the hedge that bound her. The voice at the heart of the thorns roared with triumph. In the great growing maelstrom, Gerda could not imagine that anything would hear her or listen, but she had to try. "Please," she said desperately, "please, let me go." She shaped the image as best she could, the bird trapped by stems, fluttering. For a long, terrible time she thought that the rage of the thorns was too deep, and that it could not hear her. It would tear the palace apart and never notice the tiny creatures within it. Then, agreement. Kindness. Birds in branches. She felt herself gathered up. She could no longer see anything but leaves. The taste of berries filled her mouth, and that must mean she had a mouth again. And then she was falling into a sleep that had no dreams inside it. Chapter 38. Gerda woke feeling pleasantly warm for what felt like the first time in her life. She was lying against something soft, and there were arms around her. It was very comfortable. It was not quite as warm as a sauna, but it was pleasant. If she had not been developing a crick in her neck, she would have fallen asleep again. She stretched and yawned, and Yana said, "Please tell me that you're alive and that your brain wasn't blasted out of your head by whatever it was that happened." Gerda laughed, and then her mouth filled up with water and she spluttered. She had to cough, and Yana pounded her back enthusiastically until she could breathe again. They were in the hot spring, in one of the pools near the edge. It was bath-water warm. "You still had a heartbeat," said Yana. "But you were freezing. I was afraid if I dropped you straight into the hottest pool, the shock would kill you. So we built a fire until you warmed up a bit, and then into the pool. I didn't know what else to do." "It's fine," said Gerda. She tested each finger and toe. They all moved, although not without some complaining. "I think I'm okay. But what happened?" "You tell me," said Yana, and turned her gently to look back across the snow. The thorn hedge had fallen inward. Green stems as thick as Gerda's leg snaked across a mound of buckled earth and jumbled stone. "Was that the fortress?" asked Gerda. Yana nodded. "After you froze, things got very strange. Your friend was yelling and anyway, the Queen just stood there, and then all of a sudden the place was falling down. The bottom came up and the ceiling fell in, and there were vines everywhere. It was a mess. I assume you had something to do with it." "It was the otters that had saved them," Yana explained. They had pulled the humans out of the falling fortress, swapping jokes the entire time, with Mousebones leading the way. "And Kay?" Yana looked sheepish. "Oh, I, may have punched your friend in the face." Gerda put her hand over her mouth. "He was coming at you after you knocked the Queen down, and Mousebones held him off, but, well," she coughed, "he made it out anyway. His hands are a wreck. I bandaged them up, but he's gone a bit odd. You'll see." There was a fire burning off to the right. Gerda could see the humped shapes of the otters, and 2 figures? "They brought one of the other boys out," said Yana. The otters liked him, I guess. He was cold, too, but not like you. Gerda rested her chin on a stone at the edge of the pool. There was a pile of clothing near the edge. This led to the realization that she was naked, and so was Jana. And that was interesting. So, what did happen? Asked Jana. Gerda tried to tell her. It was hard to put words on the experience of the thorn hedge. She was sure that she was doing it badly, and she found herself saying things that were not quite right, but she did not know what the right words would be. It was angry because of giving berries to birds, said Jana, baffled, not because she killed the, whatever it was, sorceress that made it? Not exactly, Gerda sighed. I don't think death bothered it, but it thought of itself as kind. Not that it thought exactly, but it was doing a kindness, and the birds did one back, and the Snow Queen stopped spring from coming so that the thorns couldn't do that. Then the birds couldn't do it back, and that made the thorns very upset. It sounded ridiculous when she said it out loud, but it had mattered so much when she was in the thorn dream. The birds, the berries, the gift given and received. I suppose if you're a plant, that sort of thing is important. Huh, said Jana. She put her arm around Gerda's shoulders, and Gerda found that she was not at all bothered by that. She leaned her head on the bandit girl's chest, and then something else occurred to her. Where did the reindeer hide go? Jana shook her head. Gone, she said, under the plants and the stone. I pulled it off so the otter could grab you. It hurt less than Gerda expected. Well, she said, bury it under scree or under earth, Lively said. I don't think it can get any more buried than that. I'm sorry, said Jana. The old reindeer had saved her, had given her a way to think underneath the Snow Queen's gaze. Gerda shook her head. It's all right, she said. It was good to be a reindeer, but I think it would be greedy to want more. She rested her forehead against Jana's collarbone and breathed the mineral scent of water. She could feel her pulse, or perhaps it was the hoof-beats far away of the reindeer road. I'll miss it, she admitted, but I don't think it'll go away either, not really. I can sort of feel it in the back of my head. That's how I got out from under what the Snow Queen was doing. The reindeer saved me. Us, said Jana. He saved us. Gerda smiled up at her, surprised. Yes, she said. And then Jana bent down and kissed her. Her lips were even warmer than the hot spring. And that was all right, too. Chapter 39. When they put on their clothes at last and slogged up to the fire, the otters came galloping to greet them. Gerda laughed and nearly staggered as they brushed against her in a wave of fur and whiskers.
You're fine. We knew you would be. We said to keep you warm. The hot springs are excellent. We like them very much. They could fix anyone. They fixed you. The palace has fallen down. Herself is gone. No, she isn't. Yes, she is. She's gone enough. She's wrapped up in tree roots. She's made of winter. She won't be free by spring, though. Spring will end her.
Enough, said Gerda, still laughing. Thank you. You saved us all.
It's true, we did. We are very brave.
You are very brave and very talented
And very wonderful, said Yana. And you all know it, too. The otters looked very pleased. Is she really gone? Asked Gerda. Will spring really end her?
It will, said Glitter.
Spring has not been here for a long time, said Glint. We are nearly sure of it, said
Mousebones landed on her shoulder.
Quack,
He said.
quack, quack.
Gerda waited for him to say something coherent. Hi, Mousebones. The raven bent forward, meeting her eyes.
Quack, quack.
The first whisper of unease touched Gerda. I can't understand you, she said.
Quack, quack, quack.
He says that the magic fell off you, said It was clinging to you like snow to a leaf, but you melted it all off.
She sat down and scratched her ear. What? Said Gerda, bereft. It did? You mean I can't understand you any more?
Quack,
said Mousebones grumpily. Gerda remembered what Lively had said about magic filling her up like a pot and then being poured back out again, or the way Mousebones had described it, like frost on a branch. Had the frost finally melted off? Perhaps I couldn't have used the reindeer skin any more anyway. The skin hardly seemed important compared to Mousebones. But you're my friend. I want to talk to you. How can I get the magic back? The raven huffed, gaped his beak, and said in a hoarse, creaky voice,
You can't.
Yana started. Hey, I understood that.
Stupid human speech. Ah!
He shook his head as if to clear it.
Could go get some other magic, maybe. Don't know where. Find some somewhere.
Wait a minute, said Yana. Are you telling me you could speak human all this time? Why didn't you?
I didn't feel like it,
croaked Mousebones. He launched himself off Gerda's shoulder and took to the air. I'm going to wring his feathered neck, said Yana to no one in particular. Gerda laughed. As they reached the fire, though, her good mood faded. Kay was gazing into the fire. His hands were wrapped in bandages torn from blankets. He also had the beginnings of a truly magnificent black eye. Gerda tried to feel bad about that. Hello, Gerda, he said. You're awake. I am. She crouched down next to him. How are you feeling? I'm cold, and my hands hurt. He sounded very young. I'm sorry, said Gerda. He was silent for a little while, and then said, I think I'd like to go home. Okay. He'll be all right, said the other boy. He had pocked skin and a faint accent she couldn't place. He was also very ugly, which surprised her a little. She thought the Snow Queen only took pretty boys, but his face was badly scarred. Well, who knows what a spirit of frost finds pretty? The boy smiled at Gerda encouragingly. There was a gap in his front teeth, oddly familiar, like something she had seen once in a dream. I'm Shan. Your friend will be all right. The heart thaws more slowly than the rest. It takes time. Was your heart not frozen too? Asked Gerda. He shook his head. I went with her willingly. More the fool I. But I tired of the palace quickly, but the otters told me what happened to those who tried to leave, so I did not try. Eventually, I think she forgot me, or grew tired of me. I saw a few others come and go, but she froze them when they became restless. She was very beautiful, said Kay abruptly. Yes, said Shan kindly. She was. Kay lifted his head. His eyes passed over Gerda without really seeing her, and it came to Gerda that he had looked over her like that many times before, that his frost-coloured eyes had never really seen her. A year ago it would have made her frantic, but now it just seemed easier that way. He said, "The snow's melting. It shouldn't melt. We'll see what's underneath." "Only temporarily," said Shan. "It'll come back." Kay relaxed. "That's good, then." Gerda looked at Shan helplessly. The boy shook his head. "Give it time," he said quietly. Gerda did not particularly want to give Kay time. It seemed that she had given him quite a few years already for all the good it had done her. "We'll take him home," she said. "His parents can take care of him." "You're putting the cart a bit before the horse," said Yana. "How exactly are we getting home, anyway?"
"Oh, that,"
said Mousebones. The raven landed next to them, preening under his wing. Shan clapped his hands together. "A raven that talks! Well, I should not be any more surprised than that otters talk." He bowed very deeply to Mousebones.
"Courtesy," said
Mousebones.
"I approve."
He glared at Gerda.
"Only for you would I try to say P. Stupid mammal sound."
"You were saying," said Yana. She leaned over to Gerda. "Finally, I can answer him back when he insults me."
"I never insulted you,"
said Mousebones.
"I have merely pointed things out in the spirit of constructive criticism."
"Sure," said Yana. "Now, about getting out of here." Mousebones flapped past them around the edge of the fallen thorn hedge. They left Kay in the care of Shan and followed. The otters wove around them. "How's your ankle?" "Better after soaking it. You were out for over a day, incidentally." Gerda blinked. Mousebones landed on something sticking out of the jumble of snow and dirt at the base of the thorns.
"It's a self-sled. We know that sled. We can fly if you hitch us to it. Assuming the magic isn't gone. It shouldn't be. It's our magic, not hers. Didn't it used to be herself's? It's ours now. I could fly if I wanted, like a raven. But no flapping. Flapping is right out."
"Can you dig the sled out?" asked Yana, shouting to be heard over the flow of otterish enthusiasm.
"Of course, obviously, probably. Let's find out."
Snow flew. Gerda and Yana fled to a safe distance. "I didn't imagine we'd fly home," admitted Gerda. "I didn't imagine any of this," said Yana. Gerda stood up on her toes and kissed Yana because she could. It seemed to work just as well as it did when Yana kissed her. She made a mental note to do it as frequently as possible. Yana grinned down at her. "Will you come home with me?" asked Gerda plaintively. "I suppose I have to. Otherwise you'll be home for 5 minutes and something terribly bizarre will happen to you, and when I see you again, you'll have befriended 3 chickens and a whale." "Oh,
good, said Gerda, folding Jana's hands in hers, because I'll have to go home and see my grandmother, and I imagine Shan will want to go home, and we'll have to drop Kay off with his parents.
Sooner rather than later, muttered Jana.
The largest of the otters, Fish Eater, Gerda thought, got the edge of the sled in his teeth and backed up. The others grabbed onto the tangle of traces and pulled too, and it came up out of the snow, beautifully carved, white as snow. One of the otters slithered up into the harness, moving like a furry snake, and leapt. The sled came up off the ground for a few inches, then settled back down.
It still works. I knew we could do it.
In the end, Shan and Jana had to harness up the otters, who kept squirming and slithering over the top of each other. The sled came up off the snow 3 or 4 times until Shan cleared his throat and looked beseechingly at the otters, and when that didn't work, Jana cursed them out soundly.
Sorry, we get excited. Flying is very exciting, but not flapping. That was a good curse, though. It had real venom. We will behave.
They loaded Kay into the back, and Shan took up the reins.
Are all of us quite ready? He asked.
Mousebones clenched his feet in Gerta's pack and hunched down, muttering. The otters sorted themselves out and began to gallop across the snow. The sled came up off the snow with a shuddery sensation, and then they flew.
Chapter 40.
It was nothing that Gerda had ever felt before, nor, to be honest, did she want to feel it again. It was magical and terrifying. The otters were slipping and slithering over thin air, and surely the magic could give out at any moment. Wind screamed over their heads. She dug her nails into the carved ivory grips. "How do you do this?" she shouted at Mousebones.
I fly a lot slower.
They circled over the top of the mound. A green web of stems held down a pile of rubble larger than Gerda's entire village back home. "Will the plants die in the snow?" asked Jana in her ear. Gerda dragged her mind with difficulty away from the horrors of flight. "I don't think so. The green stuff will wither under the snow, but the wall was very strong."
Jana nodded, satisfied. I've flown like this before, said Kay thoughtfully. The wind blew his hair back from his face, and his eyes were watering, or possibly he was crying. The otters turned the sled south and began to gallop. Everyone ducked down out of the wind. Shan poked his face up over the front, looked at the reins, then shrugged and dropped them. The otters ran through the sky without human direction. It was a long ride and very cold. Gerda and Jana huddled together for warmth. Jana laughed ruefully. "This is the trip of a lifetime," she said, "and I will be glad when it's over. How did she do it?" "She must have had magic to keep the wind out," said Gerda. The sun set over them. The stars came out. Ducked down below the level of the wind, Gerda looked up. "Look," said Jana, pointing up at the great band of stars. "The bird's pathway." "They don't look any closer," Gerda said.
"I never do,"
said Mousebones.
"And it's a stupid name. You can't fly anywhere near them. Or the moon either."
He sounded disgruntled. They flew on and on through the stars, which did not get closer, and the moon rose at a great distance away. When the sled landed on the roof, at first Gerda didn't recognize where they were. The otters pranced and bounced, and one, misting, she thought, said,
"This is right. The place where we got the last one."
Gerda stood up unsteadily. Her knees were cramped from so long hunched down in the bottom of the sled. She looked out across the snowy rooftops. Perhaps it was the angle. Perhaps she had been away too long. For a long moment she did not know where she was. But then the familiarity struck her, and the village settled into place like a bone back into the socket. "Oh," she said. "Okay, we're home." They had to land in the street and lift him out of the sled. His hands were too badly damaged to climb down on his own. "Home," he said. "Yes, I would like to go home." He went up to the doorway. Gerda knocked for him and then stepped back. She slipped her hand in Janna's as they watched. A door opened. A golden square of light fell out onto the step, and she saw Kay's father in the doorway. The cry of joy and grief and astonishment was muffled by the snow, but they all saw Kay pulled inside and his father's arms surround him. Gerda let out a long sigh. She had done it. It was over. She thought that she should feel triumph, or joy, or pride, or something. Mostly, though, she felt tired.
"Is this where you're going?" asked "We can take you somewhere else."
"Not in that thing," said Janna, "unless Gerda wants to." "No," said Gerda, turning back. "I have to go and see my grandmother. She'll worry. Maybe we'll come and visit you some day."
"We would like that. Yes. Bring fish."
Shan only nodded. Janna shook his hand, and Gerda kissed each of the otters on the nose. "You are marvellous," she told them. "You saved our lives."
"We are very marvellous. We are quite excellent otters. You brought down herself. We didn't like her very much. There was never enough fish."
"Will you be able to get out of the harnesses?" asked Gerda, "once you've dropped Shan off?" She remembered being a reindeer and the tightness of the harness and the complicated snaps and baffles.
"Oh, yes. Maybe not back in again. We could if we wanted to. We hardly ever want to."
The otters arranged themselves in a straggling line, still bickering, and galloped into the sky. And then it was only 2 girls and a raven, alone in the snowy street. "We should go in," said Gerda. "Yes," said Janna, and didn't move. "My grandmother will be there." "Yes." Gerda nodded. She stood up on her toes and kissed the bandit girl and said, "We'll go in, and we'll come up with a story about how someone kidnapped Kay and you helped me get him back, which is mostly true, although no one will believe us about the Snow Queen, except my grandmother. And my grandmother will make us tea, and probably there will be a lot of crying and a feast." Janna nodded. "Tea would be good," she said. "And after that," said Gerda, "after that, I want to go to the coast with you." "The coast?" said Janna, sounding surprised. "You told me about it once," said Gerda, "where the ravens slid down the roofs in winter."
"I like this idea," said Mousebones. "Will there be sausages?"
"We will work something out," said Gerda firmly, "because I've never seen the sea." "Then we will have to fix that," said Janna. holding out her arms, and Goethe settled into them.
Ah!
Said the raven, as they embraced and left no place for a large bird to perch.
Typical! Ah!
You have been listening to The Raven and the Reindeer by T. Kingfisher, narrated by